they get what they want, then they will take hostages again and again and again. And also, they won't give back all the hostages if they know they can continue negotiating for years off of that.
Wait,
There's
hang
a
on.
reason.
Let me get back to
Don't
real
have to
quick
negotiate.
my thing real quick. Hang on, I
I'll
gotta
explain
reset
the
my
part
camera.
more for this
Oh
one.
God, why did it do that? Why did it get big?
So
That's
why
the-
did Netanyahu decline the offer on October 9th?
Again, what was in this so-called offer?
Yeah,
They didn't
Hamas
say,
was going to give back all
did-
the hostages in order
No,
for
it's not what
No,
they
no.
said. Did they say,
Hamas.
we're just going to
no.
walk all the hostages up to the fence and give
Yeah.
them back. That's not what happened, buddy.
So what was the deal then?
Go ahead, Sam.
Hang on. Before we get to that, I want to get back to what I was just trying to show. Hang on. Fucking everything died for a second. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. Let me reopen this. Is my CPU overheating?
He pretty much explained it to me, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'll just show you the images so you can actually see them though, because I don't want it just to be a trust me, bro. I want to actually show you.
Okay.
Let me scroll down again. I have way too many photos. Okay, there's that one, and then there's that one. Okay. So, the first thing we have is this image again. No bullet entry hole. There's no entry to show the bullet actually went in, which you would see on an x-ray. The bullet's not deformed. There's no wound cavity. What you would normally see is a space left behind the bullet, like whether it be a nice narrow pathway or just a big hole. And there's no exit. Like a 5.56 round like this going through a child's head would absolutely decimate it. And one of the things that people point out was, even if you say, oh, there's a crack on the kid's skull, yeah, that has absolutely nothing to do with the bullet, and that's probably something that happened after the fact. There's a good chance that, yeah, if this was a body, the kid was crushed or something. But now, if we look at this image here, look at what happens when you do the reverse image search. Here's all the results coming from the New York Times article and the doctor that you were speaking of. But
That's
here's
not
the
name of
very
the doctor.
that's someone reporting it. That's just the Twitter account. That's not the person's name. Now here is the first posting of this image. Reddit r/news with Jing Jing, November 30, 2021. This is the original image, the first time we have of it being posted ever. And this was the number one image they used. Whoops, that was an emote. This is the number one image they used to justify that report. They said, we took this x-ray. We confirmed this is 100% real. And it wasn't. It was a complete lie. It was a complete fabrication. So if they're going to just blatantly lie on a report that, and I think it was like 60 doctors signed, why would I believe anything in that report if their biggest piece of evidence was flagrantly fabricated? Like, do you get where we're going with that?
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that might have been. I mean, obviously that picture is, not from this scenario.
Yeah, like it's obviously not from this.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
But,
I fixed my
I
color.
still feel like there are some things that are unjust about the war, and some things that are unnecessary, of course.
Such as what, though?
I mean, do you want me to give you a specific like?
Sure, let's just go down one at a time. What do you got?
The Aldos family.
Aldo's family. What about them?
They were innocent. Well, most of them are kids living in Gaza, and their house just got airstruck and it killed all of them.
Okay, so one family, sure, that could suck. Unfortunately, that happens in war. That is a terrible thing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't think they were targeted or?
I don't think the IDF went, that's an innocent family's home. We know nothing about them other than they're innocent. Blow it up. If you look at just the numbers of bombs dropped versus, like, do you know how many bombs Israel has dropped in total in this war?
No, I don't.
It's like over 80,000. So if we've dropped over 80,000, but even in total, including combatants and deaths, we only have 50,000 confirmed deaths, doesn't that kind of say that... Don't the numbers there say that, like, they're not intentionally targeting civilians? Because if you've got 80,000 bombs that you've dropped, you should probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of that at a minimum, like, to make it a 1-for-1 for bombs dropped to people.
Yeah. So what's the point of like bombing them?
It
Like,
either could be a missed
it's
target,
still
or they could have been
infrastructure or
aiming for
what?
someone else, or like Hamas has openly filmed themselves doing, the home was used to store stuff. Hamas has openly filmed themselves storing shit under people's houses, willingly or otherwise. Sometimes the Gazan family says, hey, we didn't have a choice. They just did it. Sometimes they were willing. But that weapon stockpile could have been there. It could have been anything. I don't know the exact details of that specific family. I'm giving you the choices of possibilities. Or it was, hey, we know this house has been used before. We've given an evacuation order for this area, but the people are refusing to leave. That's not on the IDF.
Yeah, I hear about that all the time, but I mean,
Tango has
you
the
would be
target
a fool
ID.
not to leave. I think
The target ID for what?
I want to look
you
at the
wouldn't
comments.
leave.
Can I show the target ID? Wait. Yeah. By the way, for context, I've been trying not to bring up too many friendlies for lives and stuff lately because people stop
I
coming up when I
understand you're
do.
like, yes, you don't want my voice. I got it. But this is what he needs to see.
No, I'm just
so,
no, it's not
be
that.
quick.
I'm just limiting it to one
I'll be
person
quick.
at
I'll
a
be quick.
time.
This is a
Can
declassified
I make it
IDF
bigger?
target ID.
I can't see
And
that.
Hang on, I'm making it
shows you-
bigger.
Yep. It shows you the intelligence portion, operational directives, legal reviews, the conditions in which they can go through, and the operational planning of how the strike will be carried out by what and what is needed. None of these, okay, these are done for every single target inside of Israel. So for people to know what's going in this one, the type of target is an arms cache in the house of a senior military commander, the function of why it's a problem, where it's located, its coordinates. This is a PIJ target. By the way, at this target, the military commander, his family, and PIJ operatives were inside of the building. They talk about the compound, the size. All this work is done by intelligence before they even go and decide how they're going to hit a target. Then they do the operational directives,
I do
how they're
not
going to
miss
strike it by a
forms like
fighter
this.
jet, etc. Then they're going to do conditions, whether it's real time, visual, surveillance, nighttime strikes, etc. And whether it's approved or not. So this is conditional until they ended up approving it. So this is what these look like for every single airdrop, every single one.
Yeah, so where's this
So
from?
people
Like,
making this is from the IDF. They declassified it for everyone to see. So if this is what every single target ID looks like, this is not targeting civilians. They've never targeted civilians. The
They've never
problem is
targeted
that lots of these
civilians?
military commanders have their families in their
No,
home along with
not
PIJ at the same
intentionally.
time,
Like,
etc. Yeah,
like
they don't target
she
civilians.
me,
They're not
when
going
she says that, she's
willy-nilly.
saying that they're not intentionally going out of their way to go, where are the civilians? Yeah, blow them up.
Yeah, where are the
Yeah, I mean,
children? Boom, boom, boom.
I don't see.
No.
I don't think that, but I mean, I think if they're like, okay, we're gonna bomb this place. There's a H group militant, whatever there.
Mhm.
If there's a civilian, okay, it's fine. At least we're gonna the H group militant. I don't think.
But
I think.
did you see what was going on in this one? It's PIJ,
Yeah,
the
but this is
commander,
from the
and
IDF.
operatives
It's
were
not really
inside
that
of his
reliable,
home.
honestly.
But
It's not reliable.
so who else would? So in this scenario, the IDF is the only people that can provide evidence to show you that they're not just intentionally targeting civilians, because no one else is going to be able to provide that information because it's the IDF strike. There's no one else in that chain who could tell you that, but it's not good enough.
I mean, it's not that it's not good enough. I just don't know the reliability of it, honestly.
Well,
I don't
think
really
about
trust the
this.
IDF.
If you're the
much.
most
You rely on
scrutinized-
Hamas data.
I don't.
If you are
I don't
the
support them
if
either,
you
honestly.
hey if you right are the most scrutinized army in the world, most scrutinized country, most scrutinized army, everything you do is analyzed, debated, screeched about, twisted on social media. Wouldn't you keep all the receipts? Because that's what they do. And by the way, we do the same thing in
Yeah.
U.S. military, but we don't share them. We don't show people our receipts because we don't care what you do. But Israel keeps all the receipts. Like that's what
Okay.
Tango's showing you is that there is a paper trail of everything that every single munition they've dropped, which
Right.
is insane.
Yeah, like
And another-
we do the same
and
thing.
then-
We have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing, you guys blame Hamas for hiding other tunnels,
Mhm.
civilian areas, whatever.
That's what they do.
Gaza's so overpopulated. I mean, anywhere they go is basically going to be
Actually,
a
that's
civilian.
false.
No, they have
Tel
plenty. They
Aviv-
have a buttload of open areas. It's
You
not
want
like
them
they
to
keep.
go to Tel Aviv.
No,
Tel Aviv
no,
is
that's
more
not what she said.
dense than Gaza.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
like
you
it's
you
it-
have in your mind that it's dense, but it's not as dense as you
the
think.
the whole thing of the most densely populated area in the world. They're not even in the top 10. It's not even close. They
Yeah,
they
but,
just
I
have a
mean,
lot of people in an area and they don't expand outward. Like there's plenty of space they could go to if they had the fucking self will to, make it better. Like, oh, there's a completely open desert over there that entirely belongs to us. Should we expand into it? Nah. It's like, you've got plenty of
Well,
space. What are you
exactly.
doing?
But here's the problem, all right? So wherever civilians have gone, even to designated civilian zones, right? You end up with Hamas, who cynically will follow those people in there or use civilian infrastructure, ambulances, whatever, to travel around to try to remain undetected by IDF intelligence, right? So it's their cynical way of including the Palestinian population, the Gazan population, even if they try to get out of the way, okay? At some point, it's not Israel's fault that these people are not playing by any rules at all.
Yeah, it's not Israel's fault, but I mean, do you want them to just stand out in the open? I mean, of course they're gonna have to be somewhere.
Yeah,
need to get away
they
from
could
the
go to the Al
civilians.
Mawasi humanitarian zone, which they've been directed to do, but a lot of them absolutely refuse to. Like right now, northern Gaza and Khan Yunis entirely is still a war zone. Like officially declared a war zone. Hamas still fights there. The IDF still fights them there. But you know what you see the Gazans posting on Twitter and TikTok and on Telegram? They're opening 5-star restaurants. They're having fucking lines out the door. They're just posting all their food everywhere. Like they're in an area that has openly had fighting since the start of the war, have refused to leave and gone, you know what? You know what's best for my safety and for my family's safety? A restaurant. Like, what are you doing?
But
This
that's
is
what's
where
the weird realities of war. Oh, go ahead.
Hey,
Tom.
TikToker,
is
what
where
the fuck are
Mahmoud
you talking
Sinwar.
about in the chat?
Oh, this is where
Palestinians aren't
Mahmoud Sinwar
indigenous.
was hiding.
Yeah.
This is where Mahmoud Sinwar was hiding, and it went under the emergency room. The hospital is still standing, and Israel went ahead and grabbed Mahmoud Sinwar by getting at him at the tunnel next to the hospital. Like at
Yeah,
some point,
prob-
you keep saying you don't support Hamas, but every talking point you've made is a Hamas talking point. If you truly don't support Hamas,
it's
start a
not. I was just
pro-Palestinian
asking you a
movement
question of
that
where
goes
we
and
should go.
protests against
No,
Hamas hurting their
but
own civilians.
the what she's saying is the things you're saying, whether you mean them to or not, or whether you realize them or not, are talking points that are given by pro-Hamas supporters or by Hamas themselves to muddy the waters, to make you question things to the point where, again, it's an appeal to emotion argument that people just because they're people don't really look at. Like people were mad about that. If you saw a couple of the news articles on that strike that Tango was just showing, some of the headlines was like, "Oh my God, Israel bombed a hospital." It's like, no, they actually didn't. They bombed a tunnel next to a hospital that ran under the hospital. And then the pro-Palestinians were like, well, why'd they do that? The tunnel wasn't even used. And then the IDF showed video from inside the tunnel and goes, well, actually, this was used as far as today. You can clearly see the evidence of people living in here. And then, oh, look, we found the literal leader of Hamas and his body inside this tunnel. So, yes, this in fact was used. It went under the hospital. Now you're just making excuses whether you realize it or not.
Yeah, so you're talking about his brother, right? Yahya Sinwar's brother.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he was found. Okay, he was found under a tunnel, but Israel.
No,
has
it wasn't just under the tunnel. It was underneath the hospital in the tunnel. Like a tunnel that went directly under the hospital. Like,
Literally showing
why
the
else
ER
would he
room
be
right
in
here.
that tunnel other than he thought they weren't going to bomb it? Because he's under a hospital. And then when they do, because if they do go for him, then the Palestinians go, oh my God, Israel bombed a hospital.
Yeah, right. But I mean, Israel knowing that this is war and civilians and casualties are gonna die, why not just flood the tunnel with IDF soldiers and
They didn't
unravel
touch the
the issue?
they didn't touch the ER. They
It's,
didn't touch
it's
the
because the
hospital.
tunnels are booby trapped all fucking high hell. You don't want to fight in tunnels. It's not fun. That's how
Same
you
with
lose a lot of
buildings.
people.
Especially there.
Hang on, TikToker. Can you come on up here? Because I don't believe you're Ukrainian.
Trying to rescue hostages. and
Also,
deal with
I'm
guerrilla
not. My
warfare.
name's not Adam.
Anyway,
I'm just very
I gotta
I'm
get off
very
this. Thanks for having me up, man.
All right.
I'm
Have a
I'm
good
just
night.
always wondering when the people say that they're not pro Hamas, why they're not protesting in the streets against Hamas. You know, it would be something else if you saw our
Hmm.
movement and a movement that actually cares about Palestinians
Mhm.
protesting for the same thing. I don't see any pro-Palis asking for hostages back. Actually, in World War II, Germans and Austrians saved Jews in Gaza. Not one has helped a hostage. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's very different. Very different.
Yeah.
Yeah. After 2 years, it's been harder and harder and harder to speak on behalf of the innocent, as it were.
TikToker, why don't you just come up here? If you're not worried that I don't think you're Ukrainian, just come up here. Because I don't think you're Ukrainian because of the things you say and the way you speak.
I wanted to say something about Ukraine and Russia that you guys were talking about with the other guy, which
Mhm.
is two things. the American politicians cater to their base when they make their geopolitical, IR decisions. And so instead of actually, siding with the side they should, Ukraine, they want to appease a former FSB agent whose KGB also literally is the one that created the Palestinian cause and the Palestinian movement.
The
and
one
all
that they
shit.
oppose, ironically.
Right. And so it's very interesting to me that he brought that up because it's his hands are all over this because that is the movement there. And in terms of our government, it's a shame that they choose their political base instead of making decisions that actually would help the world.
Yeah. Hey guys, I don't care what side you're on, but please no flag spam.
Yeah, stop that. Bad little commenters.
Yeah. But thanks for coming up and showing the forum, Tango. I fucking do not miss those forums. Because we had shit like that too, and it's fucking annoying.
It's cool that they went ahead and declassified one. I think it demonstrates how much work goes into choosing a site to target, and people that think that she's out there willy-nilly just unaliving civilians. Not that they're going to believe it's real, but that's what it looks like in all militaries of first world nations. UK has something similar, etc. So it's very weird that they make up these ideas that don't really exist.
Hey, TikToker, fake Ukrainian, you can come on up now if you want, because otherwise you can't speak in the chat. Oh, and Dip's gone. Thank you, Dip. Can I talk to this Ukrainian genius? Well, he's not even coming up, Alex. Lion, I'll let you have a little bit. Try not to let too many friendlies up at once.
What's up, Scott?
Hello, Ref. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I wanted to discuss the Israel-Palestine. I know you're about Ukraine, but you also have an Israeli flag up there. So
you realize you've talked to me like plenty of times before, right? And every single time we go down this route, we give you all the facts and the reasoning, and then you go, "No, it can't be true." And there you go, interrupting me in the middle of my sentence while saying that I cut you off.
Hey, Anthony,
we go through this.
Use the voice.
No.
I mean, cut me off, like just throw me out of your live.
Because we go through the same song and dance for over an hour every single time, and then no matter what I show you, you refuse to accept facts. You refuse to accept reasoning. You go, no, that can't be it. Like, I remember the live when me and Hebrew Hammer sat here for over an hour trying to explain to you that the reason Israel keeps getting attacked by the Palestinians is because the people in charge, specifically like the leaders of Hamas and the people who did the first and second Intifada, they just hate Jews. And you could not accept that. Even when we were showing you their own leaders saying it, their own text saying it, their own charter saying it. You could not believe it.
A lot of people are having a hard time believing that they hate them just because they're Jews. I'm sorry, that's the truth. That is the truth, man. A lot of people are not.
And a lot of people are fucking stupid. When you show someone facts and you slap them across the face with facts,
a lot of people are saying they're hating them because they take their land and they kill them. That's why they're hating.
Cool. And the facts show that didn't happen. Again, you have ignored every fact that has ever been presented to you.
That's an oversimplified version of the truth, to say the least.
So all these people are just dumb. They don't. They hate them because they're Jews. It's that simple.
Yes.
I didn't say everyone, but the people that are doing this, yes.
And actually, yes, I would say the majority of people that take issue with Israel are actually reverberating anti-Semitic sentiment.
I hate to say this, but I think you're sticking your head in the sand on purpose a little bit.
Oh, the irony. Here, let me read you a quote from Mohammed Daif in 2019, one of the leaders of Hamas. If the siege is not undone, we will explode in the face of our enemies. With God's permission, the explosion is not only going to be in Gaza, but also in the West Bank and abroad, God willing. Oh, so to the rest of the world we're attacking. Okay. But our brothers outside are trying to prepare, warming up. He continued, 7 million Palestinians outside, enough warming up. You have Jews with you in every place. You should attack every Jew possible in all the world and unalive them.
Huh.
And who said this?
Mohammed Daif, one of the leaders of Hamas.
Okay, but he's not speaking for every single Palestinian. He's speaking for his organization.
I didn't say every Palestinian.
I'll tell you what,
So
though.
what you're
Most of
saying
the
is for
folks
his
always on this app
organization.
are anti-Semitic.
You know, Hamas and
Speaking for his organization.
Hamas
That's
and
it.
Hamas and the overwhelming majority of Gazans that at the time supported them up until very recently. This is the first. Last month was the first time in Palestinian polling that we have ever seen a drop like we have in Hamas support, where it's no longer a majority support.
Ooh, what
The
do you gotta
first
say to
time
that?
ever. The entire war, before the war, dude, October 8th and 9th, the support for Hamas in Gaza alone was 89%. They supported October 7th. They supported what happened. They supported Hamas. We've very slowly seen a drop over time. This most recent poll, again, was the lowest we've ever seen it, and it's the first time that it was not a majority support.
Yeah, because they're all getting unalived. No
Wow,
one can
maybe
take the
because if
poll.
you support the group that wants to unalive all the Jews, it's not going to end well for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, can I ask you this question? You seem like a reasonable person. I don't agree with this viewpoint you have that they hate the Jews because they're Jews and no other reason. It's sort of kind of.
What
You're not looking at
would
the
you
whole
say if
picture.
their founding document literally said it?
No, you're not even taking into account that you're saying that they hate them just because they're Jews and nothing else, no other reason whatsoever. Is that what you're
As
saying?
the regional minority, Israelis
Here,
/ Jews cannot
Is
take
that
the
what
let's
you're
here.
saying? Andrew,
I'm
stop.
gonna tell. I know I'm gonna have Hamas tell you. The Hamas covenant.
No, stop,
No,
because I'm
no.
asking
I don't
you.
have to speak for Hamas. They can speak for themselves. The
Why do you
Hamas,
have to keep looking something up? Just
because I'm
talk, man.
showing you. I'm showing you how wrong you are, because I don't have to say this for Hamas. They say it themselves. This is the founding covenant of Hamas, issued on 18th of August, 1988, the Covenant of the Islamic Resistance Movement. Let's go to Article 7, the last sentence of it. Quote, "The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, unaliving the Jews. When the Jew will hide behind the stones and the trees. The stones and the trees will say, 'O Muslims, O Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and unalive him.' Only the Garquad tree, evidently a certain kind of tree, would not do that because it is one of the trees of the Jews."
And he's speaking for his organization.
No, this is them using their religious text to use in their founding charter.
This is a T organization, man.
And you're a moron.
A
Goodbye.
popular T organization.
Goodbye. Like every
Very
single
popular.
time you're in this live, it is so mind numbing. I could walk outside and go, "Hey man, the sky's blue," and you'd go, "Well, not everybody agrees on that." There's a reason you get kicked out of my live every time. Is my camera not in focus?
Just like we could say that Sam's beard is extra soft, but not everybody's going to agree with that.
It's also an elected government body. Yeah.
Exactly. It can be both, buddy. It can be an elected government body. It can be a T group. It can be a militia. It can be all of these.
Hello, Zafran. What's up?
Hello,
Is
Anthony.
it
How are
Zafran? Zafran? How do I say it?
you? Zafran, how are you, Anthony?
Doing good. What's up?
Good. I don't know you, but you're a wonderful person.
Thank you.
You need to know that I know where you're located in the United States.
Mhm.
You need to come to Tel Aviv, stay with us in Tel Aviv.
I've been
I'm
told.
serious.
I've been
Listen,
told I
listen,
need to
listen,
go to a
listen
trip
to
to
me, listen to me.
Israel. I
Your
can't.
style, listen, your style, the way you talk, your Zionism, you're beautiful, pure, amazing person. You understand that, sir?
Thank you. I keep
Oh,
getting
maybe
told
it's
by
got
all my
maybe.
Jewish friends in Israel that I need to go stay and I need to go visit. I
Don't visit, stay with us.
I don't have the time nor the money to do so right now.
I will
I'll-
help
I'll-
you. I'm a businessman. Listen to me. Listen. Maybe it's your chance. Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm not going to tell you my name now.
Mhm.
I'm a diplomat. I work in the Dawlat al-Arabiya.
Huh.
I'm a Jew. Listen, I'm working in the Arab world for 30 years. I'm very close to the Kingdom of Morocco. I know the White House. I know Jared Kushner very well. I know the family of Donald Trump. Listen, you're a wonderful person. You do a wonderful job. I think you waste your time in this panel. I mean, you do a great job. But I think your impact, I have a good contact in IPAC. A lot of friends in IPAC. You do a wonderful job because what you've done now, you gave in Hadith 29. In Hadith 29, below al-Arabiya, saying that they have to find the Jew, even they are hiding after the tree. and they need to honor life them. Anybody who follow Muhammad, Nabi Muhammad, the prophet, must honor life the Jew in the final solution.
Oh, I'm very well
The
aware of their
final
text.
solution was the Schmittler, Yazi. That was the final solution. Now, when I ask my colleagues, my friends, what you're going to do about that, because it's an issue. What we are the Jewish community going to do about that? It's Hadith 29, write down in Google. Hadith 29 in the Quran. It's right.
Yeah,
It's not the Hamas.
I'm aware of their
But you
their
know,
texts and
it's
stuff. I know all their hadiths. Like I go through. I've got a like. So this is. Oh wait, it flipped my camera. That's weird. Hang on. Flip horizontally. There we go. So up here I've got my Torah. I've got different versions of the Bible, Psalms, King James version, Old Testament, New Testament. I've got a
Beautiful.
Quran there.
Beautiful.
All sorts of stuff. Like I've got all sorts of stuff, and I do diplomatic work and stuff too. I work with Zaddy below me. He also does diplomatic
Amazing.
work. I a lot of my focus. I do support Israel a lot. Dude, I even tried joining the IDF. I'm not even Jewish. I tried joining the IDF to go over as a contractor, like within 12 hours of October 7th happening. And you guys filled those slots real fucking quick. They said no to me. But I'm doing what I can all around. I know I would like to come to visit Israel. I plan to eventually. I want to bring my family, and I want to go to all the historical sites because I'm a big fucking history nerd. I recently just saw at the what's it called? At the Reagan Library in California. I went to go visit there, and they had the what's it called? The scrolls. What's the exhibit called? Someone help me. What's the display with all the old artifacts and stuff? They had the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I got to see the Dead Sea Scrolls. I got to see artifacts from the first and second Jewish revolts. It was amazing. But I definitely have to go to Israel. I just don't have time right now. Like I'm saving up my
Okay,
vacation time for work because I got to go back to
you.
Ukraine for a bit.
You listen to говорить по-русски, да? To говорить по-русски.
Wait, I can't see. Hold
You
on.
speak Russian.
No, God no. No, so I was
Okay.
a volunteer in
Right, so I
Ukraine. I
just
just
want-
trained soldiers there.
Okay. I need to go in a few minutes. Listen, this is me, and this is the second foreign minister of Israel, Madame Sharon Eskel. Okay?
Huh.
After Gidon Saar. Gidon Saar is the foreign minister, is my good friend, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We are here in Jerusalem in the office of Department of Foreign Minister Department, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Please send me your private phone. I want you to meet the office of our foreign minister, okay? If you want. You don't have to, but if you want.
Yeah, he wants.
I will put the contact. Seriously. Okay, let me show you something, one more, because I think, you know, I don't want to say me, but I will show you the president. Just 1 second, and I will be happy because you do a wonderful job. The way you talk, right person, and this is a diplomacy way how to have an impact and to put the right information in the field.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you do a wonderful job. And so
Yeah, so
maybe
it's about
if
educating
you
people.
want, and because you're not a Jew,
Mhm.
and this is very important, all right?
Mhm.
Very important, right? Because you're not coming and saying, I'm a Jew, so I'm with Israel. No, I'm not a Jew, but I'm the right person to put you a mirror for all this Hamas and all those radicals that want to do a Sharia law and to want to change the United States of America to an Islamic state in the next 100 years.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what we think.
I'll reach out to you. Yeah, like I like doing diplomatic work and talk with people from different countries and stuff. Like I've got a lot of stuff going on with
Thank
I've
you
got
so much. I must
yeah.
go. God bless you. God
All
bless
right.
you. God
Thank
bless
you. Have a good day. Oh, all right then.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring up Golda. His name is Shay. He does the same. So wait, do not redeem. If he does this the same thing every day, but with the same photo and the same story, wouldn't that mean that he's consistent? Wouldn't that actually back up his story?
I mean, we can.
Yoga is a
That's our
religion that
concept
sprang
of
forth
the
from the
history.
corrupt roots of sexual depravity in the 1960s. Oh, what? Someone in YouTube chat just called yoga a religion.
Yoga religion. Oh.
Yeah. Hello,
Like,
Golda.
it's
What's
like
up?
a ritual practice.
Hello. I wanted to talk to Zafran, but it's okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to not have
I know,
too
but
many
I'm not
friendlies up
talking
again.
to-
Okay.
Oh
Am
God.
I
you
allowed
guys-
to stay up, or do I have to go? down?
For a little bit, and then I'll. Mickey, you staying up all night?
Probably.
Are you still sick?
Yeah. I'm kind of in recovery.
Why don't you hydrate and get some sleep?
I do, bro. Like dude, I sleep constantly. But you're not here to tuck me in like you were last time.
Oh my god.
No,
But like
you tuck
Yeah,
me
you
in. Get
took
it right.
Simon.
Oh, that's right.
I saw it.
You all saw it. What else did you see on that live, Golda?
You tucking salmon,
Why is my webcam being so
You don't
choppy
remember
on
the
my
rest
other
of it?
stream?
Okay.
and you making up a futon.
Anushka says they were traumatized. Traumatized by Mickey choking on a banana.
I feel like some people expunge that from their memory because I've only heard about it like once since then. Like nobody's brought it up.
No, I've seen
I
people.
thought
bring
they
it
would
up.
have had like lots of screenshots too.
If he was that famous and powerful, he didn't say he was famous or powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Dude.
do not redeem when you're making choo choo in the comments. You're not actually a credible source.
Or the
Yahtzee
fact that you spammed Jew in my
Yeah.
chat.
Hey,
Yeah,
do
yeah.
not redeem. Listen. I've taken.
Damn,
some
that
of-
choo choo is a Yahtzee counter.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I've taken Sam with me to do some government relations. We have our own relationships with
Each other.
members of the Foreign Ministry of Israel, the U.S. diplomatic service. So look, we're good. We don't really need someone from TikTok to inform us who is not real. And we brought some of those people to TikTok. Like on Tango's live, we had the Israeli ambassador.
That was fun. That was a good live to watch.
Yeah, he'll come back. I need to link up with him and make it happen again.
Yeah, you guys did a really good job on that live. I wish there was obviously more time for people to ask him like more like specific questions, but that was a really good live.
Did you see the Hezbollah and Latin American one?
I did
That
not.
was the one. Oh, with
No,
Manuel.
like I think that one was when I was working.
That's right, because you got the question. You sent me a question for the ambassador, right? Or you got it?
I think I did for that one, but I talked to the other dude and I had a really good question. And I was talking about arms dependency and how, as much as I like America making money off Israel, it would be interesting to see if Israel is planning to go with other people or to become independent, because that 10-year deal with Obama is coming up. It's coming up on its end. So what are they going to choose? Are we going to get a new deal? Is Trump going to be willing to do that? Is we're going to try to get a better deal? Who's it going to be better for? Is Israel going to go with Germany, who's been chomping at the bits trying to undercut us? Because if Germany undercuts the United States on making those missiles, and the U.S. doesn't want to counteroffer, well, then I guess they're going with Germany. Like, so what? I was curious what was. I can't remember what his answer was. I think he said that Israel would like to be independent, but he didn't go into more detail, which kind of hints to me that like they're thinking about it.
I think Israel wants to go independent. I don't think we want to be under the thumb of anybody ever again, because this war has shown us like what that is like, especially if you don't have an administration that's fully backing.
The problem is that has to be something slow, and that they'd probably have to sign another deal with someone for now, because you can't. That's not an immediate ramp up. That's not an immediate thing.
I think when after talking to Rob about it, I think it would need 2 Republican terms to actually make that like an option. They would need at least 8 years.
Oh no, I'm just talking about building the factories itself and getting everything like products off the line. That would take years. They're still going to have to depend on someone in the short term.
Yeah, but I'm saying like I think it would take probably 8 to 10 years.
Apparently, Israelis can't say anything back about the government or be bad about the government or will be arrested. That was claimed by, I guess, on Nick's live.
Oh.
Of course. God, the amount of Israelis that I hear walk up and just say "fuck Bibi," and I go, "All right." It's like,
well, there it is.
Yeah, they think that everybody thinks BB's like a god. He has such a low approval rating.
mm-hmm. You know, I think I'm gonna start taking clips from the live and just start doing them, because even tonight had some productive conversations.
That's what we've been talking about. That people should take the lives, because the lives don't go as far as content does. And if you have an interesting clip, like that should be like its own little.
I had a dude the other night that straight up was like, I was like, I think you were here, Gold. I was like, what would it take for you to say that Trump did something wrong? And he goes, he'd probably have to harm a baby. And I was like, what about, let's say, do you have daughters? And he goes, yeah, I've got 4 kids. I was like, what if some older man walked in and said he watched your underage daughter changing and just stood there and watched. He goes, he probably wouldn't see anymore. I'd make sure he couldn't see. And I was like, that's great. Now, what about when Trump says he did the exact same thing and he was like, oh, well, he's a comedian. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
I know, I saw you posted that. By the way, DJ wants me to tell you that you lost the game.
Get out. Son of a bitch. Fuck, god damn it, there he is in the chat too. Just for that, DJ's on timeout. DJ's on timeout for that. God damn it.
W timeout.
He used a proxy attack.
What I was about to come up and tell you, I was about to tell you about breaking news that you'd lost the
You're a fucking traitor.
Damn. Golda, you were the messenger.
But was she the messenger of Allah?
Oh,
I'm from
God.
Germany. May I join? Yeah, sure. Anyone can join. I like having discussions. I don't know what the game is. Golda, the game is if you think about the game, you lose the game, and you have to tell everyone around you that they have also lost the game. That's the game. You are always playing the game, no matter what. You cannot win the game. Ryan, if you want to come up, go ahead.
I like the circle game.
Oh, the circle.
I'm gonna start doing that on lives now.
The circle game.
Dude, people get legit mad about that. You're like, hey. Dude, my kids used to like go off and try to slap the shit out of me anytime I caught them with the circle.
God.
Is the litmus test for ism.
For tism? Well, that's a little mean.
I'm surrounded by the tisms. I love all of my tism friends.
Hey Ryan, what's up? What's on your mind?
Hello.
Hello.
Ryan from Germany. Thank you.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag, brother. I'm originally North American from Canada, but living and working in Germany. Yeah, I'm just an interested but external person to this discussion. You couldn't get more external. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Muslim.
I'm not either.
I was raised Asian North American Christian, working in Europe. I've been to Israel. Went to university with everything from Jewish to Christian friends. I'm just trying to understand what has happened in the last less than 2 years, where, like, what I see in the Western world, from Germany to Canada, US, where sort of I'm looking for the words in English. Sort of
shift in public opinion.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. The feeling from these are our allies for very valid historical reasons that everyone should learn in school, and in what seems like an incredibly fast under 2 years, I'm seeing people all over Europe, as well as here in the streets of Germany, as well as all over North America, do a complete 180, and I can't understand it.
We had a good discussion with another guest earlier. We were talking about this, and so for context, Zaddy down below you, he's got a background in the military and geopolitical foreign affairs and stuff, as do I. I've got over a decade in the military, geopolitics, government, a little bit of government relations stuff. And
U.S. military.
Yeah, I was a Marine. Zaddy was in the Army, but I've also done like doctrine development stuff. And there's a shifting of how warfare is working, and it's not something that people are used to. And I've had some discussions with people from the Institute from the Study of War, or for the Study of War, if you know what that is. And basically, there's a little divided opinion on how war of attrition isn't what people think it is now. War of attrition is no longer, I have to destroy more equipment than you. War of attrition is now, can I outlast public opinion? That's all you have to do, because the Western world, if you show them enough emotional stuff and you show them things they're not used to, public opinion will waver. People like with Ukraine, you didn't see as much of it, but people were very supportive at first because it's the tragic videos they were seeing. But now we're seeing the Hamas side in Gaza pull a one-for-one of Russian propaganda and Soviet propaganda that we used to see with ideological subversion, and they're basically doing it in a way where civilians, for the most part, have been saved and spared for their entire lives from war. Most people in this entire world will never see someone get blown up or someone dying in a war zone or someone crying that their parents are dead in a war zone or a building collapse. But now
Right.
I open up Twitter and it's like dead person, dead person, dead person, soldier blown up. It's like it's everywhere and it's shoved in your face 24/7. And a lot of people don't know how to handle that. And I don't blame a lot of people. They're human beings, they're emotional. But the problem is because people aren't used to that and they're not trained in the ways of like separating emotionality from factual information, people don't think. If I see someone get blown up, it's an emotional thing. But me, as someone who has experience in this, go, well, what happened? I'm gonna go, where was this? What happened? Who did it? Why did it happen? What was the information about it? A normal person is gonna go, oh my god, this is awful. I want this to stop at all costs. It's like, okay, well, at all costs has some serious ramifications in a lot of cases, and all you have to do is outlast that public sentiment. All you have to do is outlast that public support, and you have won. We're seeing the same thing with Russia getting people in the West to waver and start to go, well, we just don't care about Ukraine. Let Russia do whatever they want, or just give them the land. They said they'll stop. Same thing that happened in 2014 goes back to the same thing that we saw happen in 1938. Oh, just give me the Rhineland. Just give me the Sudetenland. Just a little bit more land. I promise I'll stop. I promise, baby, it'll be different. I won't hit you next time.
Sorry, what happened in 1938?
I'm talking about like when we were doing appeasement to H-Man. It's like a little bit more land. I promise I'll stop. I won't expand Germany. Like we're
All right, in Germany.
we're doing by playing a non-traditional war of attrition, where we're just causing public opinion to falter. We're easing into appeasement, and we're repeating a cycle over and over, and it's just getting worse. And the Western world doesn't know how to handle stuff like that. The Western world is not used to that psychological manipulation, and a lot of people I wouldn't expect to be used to it, and it's a serious problem.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just the guy from the outside watching
Madness.
like everyone around me change. Like just 2 years ago, 5 years ago, the average Joe anywhere here on the streets in Germany would just say, hey, listen, those are our allies. That's the way it is. There's a reason for it. And now I get the feeling it's more than half. I can't speak for everyone. It just looks that way to me. Are now walking around saying, yeah, their victim cards expired. Or like, we don't give them that automatic like pass anymore.
Or revisionist history is now a thing where people have just suddenly forgotten everything they learned in school. Like people say, I always see the thing of like something basic that a lot of people somehow don't know is the U.S. helped prop up Israel, and they've been like this since the beginning. It's like, well, actually, we were so against Israel that the Soviets got buddy-buddy with them because they thought they were going to be a bunch of communists. We had an arms embargo against them. We didn't even support the state of Israel. We didn't even start having relations with them until the Arabs got involved with them in the 60s, or until the Russians started getting involved with the Arab countries in the 60s. And then you still don't even see a developing relationship until the mid to late 70s. Like there's this revisionist history that's come out of nowhere that just, if enough people say it, now it's somehow a fact.
I did not know that. I thought that Great Britain and the U.S. were some of the founding nations.
Oh, God, no. Israel declared independence. The British noped out because they were sick of everything that was going on in the region, said, you guys can't stop fighting. Fuck off. We're out. The U.S. did not support it. The Soviet Union was the first group to actually support the founding of the State of Israel.
So is Russia still an ally? It's got to be.
They've got a very touchy relationship with Israel, where Israel kind of was oil dependent on them. And it was basically, okay, because Israel was a little bit oil dependent on Russia. Israel openly supports Ukraine. Bibi Netanyahu and Zelensky both have a working relationship. They've even started doing military cooperation together. Ukraine's been handing over Iranian equipment that's ended up in Russian hands. It's been used against Ukraine. They've been giving it over to the Israeli military. So they've got a great partnership. But the problem is Israel was getting oil from Russia, but at the same time, they want to fight the groups in Syria because the Syrians had a bunch of like Assad and rebels that would come to fight against Israel. But there's also a bunch of Russians around them. So they had this kind of backhand deal where Russia's like, okay, we kind of won't just turn on our air defenses when you're in the area. Just don't hit anything near us, and you can still have your oil. And Israel's like, okay. And it was like, when Israel was questioned at the beginning of the war, like in Ukraine, like, hey, are you going to send stuff to Ukraine? Russia's sitting there like, you still want oil or no? Better not send anything. But just we saw this week, Israel just sent their retired Patriot missile systems to Ukraine. So it's a very rocky relationship too. And then you've also got, like someone in chat brought up, there's a lot of Russian Jews that fled Russia and the Soviet Union during persecution there and fled to Israel. So you've got a lot of weird public sentiment.
Ah, I see. Yeah, the biggest question mark in my head is, like, I appreciate you educating me. I definitely have the feeling you know way more on the topic than I do. I'm just the
I am a
kid that-
nerd and a walking encyclopedia.
No, I appreciate it, but beyond you and this talk, how do I know what information to trust, or like, my calibration is all over the place. I don't know what to trust anymore because I'm getting so much conflicting information. You know what I mean?
So other than the basics of, like, I could just tell you, hey, just go do some research. That doesn't really help. I like to
That
use
doesn't
something
help.
called, you don't have to pay for the service. I personally do. There's a website. Have you ever heard of Ground News?
Ground News, no.
So it's an aggregate website. So basically, it will pull articles on specific topics, and let's say, like right now, I want to look at. Let's say I want to look at stories about David Hogg departing the DNC. I'm going to click on that, and it's going to show me what the percentages of reporting. So I can see 28% of the reporting is coming from news organizations that are left-leaning. 49% is coming from central news organizations, or centralist news organizations, and 23% is from news organizations on the right. I can sort through all of the articles. I can sort through articles only from the left, center, and right. It'll show me who owns the media organization, how factual this is. Like right here, New York Post. There's a right-leaning news organization with mixed factuality, and it shows me that the Murdoch family owns them. And I can filter through all of that stuff. And if, let's say, you start clicking on these articles, it'll even tell you, hey, you're starting to read a lot of right-leaning articles lately. Here's a left-leaning one. It'll even give you a blind spot. Like if I want to go here to the blind spot tab, maybe stories that it thinks I would be interested in, but it hasn't seen me click on. And you can go through all this stuff.
Wow.
So this is a basic way. Like if you don't want to do like in-depth research, this is a very basic way to do it. And I love using Ground News. What you could also do is read both sides just for the fuck of it. Like I read anti-Zionist books. I read anti-Israel books. I read all sorts of stuff from throughout history with regards to stuff with the Israel and Ukraine conflict. When it comes to Russia and Ukraine, I am staunchly pro-Ukraine. I've been to the front lines training Ukrainian soldiers. I read Russian news every day. I'm in Russia's TASS network, their state-owned media. I'm in their Telegram channel. I watch their videos. I read their news every single day just to see what they're saying. And then I compare it to what I'm seeing, and I compare it to the Ukrainian side, and I see what's actually the truth and what's not. I can see that on Russian media, they say, well, we didn't attack anyone. Or like when Ukraine did their big drone attack the other day, Russian news stations said, we didn't lose any planes. Nothing was destroyed, actually. We're totally fine. But then I look at videos coming out of Russia from Russian citizens, and I can go, well, that's a dead plane, that's a blown up plane, that's a blown up plane. Okay, cool. So the Russian media is lying to me on this one. You kind of got to figure out what it does. It does get time consuming, but like,
Yeah.
I don't like making my opinions and statements on certain stories unless I've done the research on it or it's something very obvious. You kind of just got to bounce around with it. But at a base level, Ground News, I highly recommend it. It is a great source for
Ground
ground news, like I
Dude,
said,
that
for
is
anyone.
so true what you're saying. Just sort of as a hobby guy snooping around.
Mhm.
If I look here and there at like European news, North America, like U.S. American news,
Totally
or
different.
Chinese news or Russian, you get like completely different stories from one region to another. And I'm thinking, what? What? You
Like
know what I mean?
just the other day, Russia had a Su-30 plane fighter jet shot down over Russian territory. Ukraine came out and said, oh, by the way, we actually shot that down over Russia with an F-16 provided by Denmark. And Russia was like, actually, that's a lie. We didn't lose a plane at all. And then a Russian Telegram channel posted a video of the plane getting blown out of the sky and hitting the ground. And I went, so there's the truth. So it did happen. It's like you kind of have to bounce around. Like I don't expect everyone to be in all these Telegram channels and looking at all these different countries' news organizations and stuff. But reading an aggregate like this that can even give you that little corrective nudge, like, hey, don't go too far left or don't go too far right. Something like that at a base level is very good.
Wow. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Take care.
All right, have a good time or have a good day. Bye-bye. What the fuck is going on in YouTube chat? Oh, the Nazi's back.
That's like weird timing for me to come up on the panel.
No, I'm talking about YouTube chat.
Yeah, I know, but like I came up on the panel and you're like, "Oh, look, the Nazi."
Actually, wait, do I get to put him on the Yahtzee counter if he's in YouTube chat and not in TikTok chat?
I don't know.
Do whatever you want, Sam.
I'm gonna add him to the counter.
I don't appreciate being a patsy.
You got used by
You gotta
DJ.
take it up with whoever sent you the message.
But I do appreciate everybody's free Golda and stop the Golda Fada.
You guys tap that screen, get the likes up. We got 93 people in here. We've got 21 followers so far this live.
Like, we got
Tap it
another
up.
one.
What?
Yahtzee.
Where?
Right in the chat.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, bye-bye, Yahtzee. The 271,000, what they claim was actually unalived in the Holocaust. They say it was fake, and it wasn't 6 million. Yeah.
We got the 109, 271. Okay.
Yeah, John, sorry about that earlier. We were having a good conversation, then people just wanted to be assholes.
No, you're good, man.
Did it show you a clip of what you said that you got banned for? When you went to appeal it?
Yeah, it popped up, but as soon as I tried to play it, it had like the can't play video.
Oh my
symbol
god!
on
Of
it.
course it did.
Right. So that like I appealed it and it was resolved like very quickly. But
Good. Well, welcome to the band club. That happens a lot here.
Yeah, I know. And you know what's insane? As soon as I started talking about how I have a distrust for a foreign government that does not align with my values, it was gone. Like,
Wait, did it start with a C?
no, it started with an S. It was a 2-word country. I don't want to say it again. I don't want to get banned, but
Don't worry.
Wait, hold on. I'm having a brain fart here. 2-word country that starts with an S.
Middle Eastern one, S.
Oh, Saudi Arabia. Fuck them.
Yeah, dude, as soon as I started
Fuck 'em.
talking about how I distrust them and how they've been exploiting the American government, guess what? I'm gone. Like,
No,
Yeah.
I think people don't like mass report if you like start agreeing or if you like are seeing,
Yeah, like when you, I don't know if you looked at. I glance at the chat sometimes. I try to avoid it when I'm on when I'm talking to someone, but it's kind of there to the side, so I try to ignore it. But when you first came up, because of your first comment about how you were confused about how Israel and Ukraine at the same time, there was a lot of people in the chat that were like, "Yeah, get him." As soon as you started agreeing on just like the whole thing of emotionality and propaganda and trauma and stuff, those comments kind of stopped, and then you very quickly got banned.
Yeah, that happens a lot to people.
yeah, I won't lie. It's kind of a method I use to branch out how some people will agree with some things, and it proves my point exactly what we were talking about, emotionality. Because you and I had
Yep.
that conversation about the fact that literally double the amount of what's happened in the Middle East has happened in a singular city in Ukraine, and the attention has been completely.
Oh,
wiped
they
from it
immediately start
because of
pulling
that.
Russian sources too. That's the great part, is when they'll start pulling Russian sources or say this didn't happen or look how great Russia's treating. It's like, or like it's insane how much people will go through the excuses ladder. Like there's an actual list of shit that I could probably name off of the excuses they'd make for that. Or
And
they don't know anything about Ukraine. They'll do a single Google search and ignore the fact that, like, and I even told you, and I say this every single time, the Ukrainian government does not officiate death tolls in cities they do not have control of because it's occupied
Right.
territory and they can't verify it themselves. But we have
Right.
other sources and third-party investigations that go in there and do those numbers. And I state that every single time I give those numbers from Mariupol. And yet I'll see someone who will go, well, I just Googled it, and the total death toll of civilians in Ukraine is only 20-something thousand, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, did you not listen to what I just told you? They won't listen.
This is kind of the same point that I always love to bring up, because it really feels like a majority of the discourse that's going on is regurgitated, and there's no research done on an individual basis from a majority of people. It's just what
Well, I
they've
hope
heard from
you liked what I had
some
about ground news and doing research.
yeah, they don't care about doing research on their own. They just kind of regurgitate talking points that they've heard.
100%.
And I've said this before on multiple different lives. It's almost like they're following the exact same script, and it gets annoying to a point because they refuse to acknowledge. Look, having disagreements with other people on certain topics
Mhm.
is natural, right? The only way we can grow is by, having these conversations. But if you are going to sit there without an intentional listen and then just spam or argue the same things that you've heard over and over again.
Spam flags in the chat. That'll make my point.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Like,
I disagree. I run into people like that are even on the same side as me. I run into pro-Ukrainians that are like that, and I run into pro-Israelis that are like that. What made me mad is I found out that there was I got told by someone who actually dropped some names that there was a group of people that was running around lives quoting myself on Ukraine topics and then also quoting our friend Nick on Israeli topics. And the second they would get countered, and so told, "Well, show me a source, or can you go more in depth than that?" One, they either hadn't even they either had looked at the source but not read it, so they couldn't even say anything on it, which is the same thing I argue against when people come up to me against me, or they would go, "Oh, well, I heard Anthony say it, or I heard Nick say it." It's like, okay, cool, that's not a source. I'm not a fucking source. I am relaying to you what I see in a source, and I am showing you the source that you can go and verify it yourself, but I am not a fucking source. If you're going to be on this side, sure, that's awesome. Do the fucking research. Otherwise, you're no better than the people on the other side.
right. So obviously, I'm a college student. I'm a grad student, right?
Mhm.
When I started my bachelor's degree, the first thing that we had learned was primary, secondary sources, stuff like
Oh,
that,
God.
right?
A lot of people
Very,
still have no idea what that means.
very fundamental things. I just find it hilarious that a majority of the conversation you and I were having was
Mhm.
about Ukraine and Russia and
Mhm.
what was going on there. And then the minute I brought up Saudi Arabia, I'm gone.
Now,
I
someone probably just didn't like that we were tying it into Israel a little bit and how it's
yeah,
tying it
that's what it
to the
was.
public sentiment.
I don't think it was because you mentioned Saudi. I think it's like, again, like Sam said, like the minute they thought you were opposition, and the minute that you started like agreeing, I think people started mass reporting.
They do that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's ridiculous. There's no way that you can reach a fundamental. You can't get everybody to agree on the same thing. But if you're gonna be that petty, come on, like
But
grow a bit of a
it's been
spine.
2 years and people are that petty. It's not the first time this has happened, and it kind of ends up proving our point to the person we're talking to. Because they're like, "What the fuck? Why did I just get banned?"
Yeah, I get banned all the time for that shit. It's just, and it's like they can tell too when certain reports don't work, and they'll flip it up, and you'll go to the reason you got banned. You're like, what? When the fuck did I display alcohol or tobacco on this stream? What the fuck is like? What are you doing? I didn't even have my camera on.
Yeah, but I mean, when they do it to our guests, it's like
Yeah,
somebody who's like on the fence or whatever, and it's like they've never been banned for anything, and all of a sudden they get mass reported and banned for like nothing.
mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been banned before, and I appealed them, and they've all, like, I've never been permanently banned. You know, as soon as I appeal it,
I
it's
have.
gone. But
Oh
like,
yeah, I have 4 accounts.
I have 100% been permanently banned before. I had an account with about 50,000 followers, and I had 30 videos go down all at once. Didn't even get to appeal it.
yeah, I
And then
I
and
don't
then wait, no, I got now that was actually this account. The first time this one got permanently banned. This one got permanently banned. Didn't even get a chance to appeal it. I then started on my other account, which I built that one up to 50,000 followers. Because this one was only like 14,000 at the time. So I built that other account up to like 50,000 followers, and then for like a 30-day period, every single comment I made, no matter what it was, even if it was just a single emoji, even on my own videos, every single thing I did got flagged, and I would have to go appeal it. And then one day, just poof, account gone, lost the
Yeah, I
appeal
stopped
instantly.
appealing the comments thing because they just give me a strike for it. But Sam, honest question for
Mhm.
you, because you were posting on here, I'm sure, about Ukraine before Israel.
Mhm.
Did you start? Were you getting banned posting the same Ukrainian content,
Mhm.
or did you start getting banned more posting Israel content?
Ukraine content. I've now just gotten hit with both. Because
Okay.
there's a lot more strength in the Russian bot farms. I'm guessing, like the Russian government openly admits that they have bot farms as part of their military in cyber
Because like
warfare.
I know people who like were talking about different subjects, and the minute they started talking about Israel, their accounts just started getting targeted for everything.
Oh, I was getting targeted long before the
No, I
conflict with Israel.
figured that's why I was wondering, because I know about the Russian bot farms.
Golda, can I ask you something?
Mm.
I've seen you on another guy's lives. I can't remember his name, but he's kind of had the same issue. He's debating like Israel, Palestine, stuff like that. And I joined his live before, and him and I were talking, and it was the same thing that happened here, right? Him and I reached a point in our conversation where we had like a mutual understanding, right?
Mm-hmm.
because as soon as I joined, he kind of assumed like I was a,
Wait,
you know,
whose live was it?
I can't remember his name, but he's got like a U.S. and Israeli flag behind him every time.
That's Nick. That's Nick.
Nick, yes, yes. So
Yeah.
yeah, so him and I have had the same thing happen, and I gotten banned on one of his lives before, because him and I started talking about it, and he'd asked me my stance on it, and I told him exactly what I've been saying here, right?
Hmm.
And how it's kind of ironic, you know, as soon as Russia comes under fire, this entire conflict breaks out.
This guy.
It's yes, him exactly. So I was on one of his lives, and I said the same thing that I said here. It's ironic. As soon as Russia comes under fire for what's going on in Ukraine, and it's getting to a point that they can't really control the social media war, guess what? We've got a brand new conflict to worry about and concern ourselves about.
The thing is it's
And
not
I
even
get banned
weird.
on it.
They admitted it. Like, they publicly admitted it. Like, again, Dmitry Medvedev, the former prime minister and president of Russia, was like, oh, yeah, we helped with October 7th. We armed, funded, and trained Hamas because it's going to distract the world from what's going on in Ukraine, and there's not a damn thing you guys are going to do about it. And the world went, wow, what's going on over there?
Putin made a deal with Hamas to release a hostage, then had that hostage come visit him and told the hostage that he should thank Hamas for
Like,
releasing
he invited Hamas to Moscow the week after October 7th.
Dude, it's not a secret. And again, I said this earlier before I got banned. Anybody who has the slightest bit of knowledge knows that Russia has been a staunch supporter financially
It's
of a
more
lot
than
of
that.
groups, in the Middle East.
I mean, dude, they had Russian and Soviet generals in the Middle East in the 60s helping fight in those wars. Granted, they got their asses kicked,
The whole
but you know, it's
idea-
really weird when in the War of 67, Israeli F-15s go to lock on with their radar to a plane, and all of a sudden the pilot starts screaming in Russian.
You
Yeah,
don't even have to
John,
go
it
back
goes
as far
deeper
to
than that.
67. You don't even have to go back as far as 67. You can go back very recent times. Assad was fully backed by the Russians, right? And guess what Assad was doing as well in this time? From multiple different sources, funding a majority of different groups in the region.
No,
It's not a
listen,
secret.
listen. Russia is so close to the Middle East. I don't think people understand geography.
Well,
Okay.
they fail to understand like the
they're
Cold
very
War era
heavily
as well.
involved, but it goes so much deeper than that. The whole idea of Palestine is a Russian thing. The
Oh,
like
yeah, I was just gonna say that.
literally like the flag, the disinformation campaign.
The flag's
all of this is,
British,
like
to be fair.
KGB, like by the book.
Well, John, did you know where the PLO? You know who the PLO is, right?
Of course.
Okay. Did you know where they were founded?
Yep.
Yep, Moscow. The PLO
Yep.
charter was literally written in Moscow. And people are like, "Oh, no, Palestine supports Ukraine. Ukraine supports Palestine." No, the fuck they don't. They're
This whole
Palestine or Gaza is literally aligned with Ukraine's #1 enemy in the world right now. What are you people talking about?
And also, when I was trying to rejoin earlier on.
Yeah, sorry,
in
I just
between
didn't want to
my
have
ban-
too many people up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. In between my ban and now, I wanted to bring up this point. I feel like people fail to understand how small the Gaza Strip is. And if we're being fully honest, we know for a fact that Hamas has very active in the region,
Bye,
of
Mickey.
course.
Mhm.
So logically speaking, right, you are going to have a group that is fundamentally based upon the upheaval of a foreign country's doctrine. They want to cause as much damage as possible, and they're limited to a small area. What do you think is going to happen?
I mean,
I don't understand. What
they've
people
got
think
all
is
the what I like to tell people too, because I know that again, you may not like Israel, you may not like Hamas, but and you can still be pro-Palestinian. But what I tell people, there's something that I like to tell people is said by one of my friends is the reality is the Palestinian people have never once in their history had a single leader give a fuck about them. They've never had a leader that's even from the Palestinians. Every single leader they've had has royally screwed them, including Yasser Arafat. The best chance they ever had, it was Mahmoud Abbas was the closest chance they ever had. And he fucked them. And the rest of the Arab world has also seen that they don't like the Palestinians because of what's happened when they've gone to their countries. They've all given them a shot. They come to their country, they start a civil war, they assassinate a leader. And then all those other countries have gone, you know what? We really don't like the Palestinians, but we also don't really like Israel. And then they use the Palestinians to wage a war that they don't have to suffer the repercussions of. Egypt doesn't have to suffer the repercussions if somehow some groups fund Hamas. Jordan doesn't have to suffer the repercussions. Lebanon doesn't have to suffer the repercussions unless, Hezbollah. But like all these other groups have used and abused the Palestinians to wage war against Israel while they get off scot-free.
Yeah.
Again, you don't even have to look that far back. What did Egypt do during the outbreak of this when Israel had warned? Hey,
Oh,
there's
they
gonna be a full-blown-
built a border wall that would put the U.S. border wall to shame, and their
put
president
7
their
border walls.
president openly stated, "I would rather sacrifice 1 million Egyptian lives than let in a single Palestinian." Openly stated
No,
it.
but they did. They let in 100,000.
But no, I'm saying that's what
that
he's
had to
no, but
pay
that
to get
yes,
through.
but Golda, that's what I'm going off of what happened at the beginning of what he
No, I
said,
know.
and the rest of the world completely ignored it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
John,
Look,
have you seen how many border walls? They have 7.
There's a lot of border walls.
dude,
Israel has
it's
one
like
fence.
it's like medieval warfare between Egypt's border with the Gaza Strip. You look at it and you see the same stuff that Alexander had to overcome when he was invading Tyre, right? Uh, Essentially, and it's insane that people don't really talk about it. But there have been warning the same way the United States warned Japanese civilians, "Hey, leave the area." You know, this is not going to be a good place for civilians. Civilians.
Oh,
Heavy emphasis on
I
that.
know. That's kind of an over exaggeration of what we did. We kind of did.
No,
We dropped a couple
we dropped
leaflets in there.
leaflets.
We dropped a couple leaflets and basically said, "Hey, this place is about to be more on fire than hell. Good luck."
Right. But like, dude, what was Egypt's immediate response? "Hey, we're closing the border."
Yeah, the immediate Egyptian
if
response
you
was, "Fuck the
cared-
Palestinians."
Dude, if they
don't care
cared,
about Egypt, they only care about Israel. They want them to let the Gazans into Israel. Like the country they attacked, they want us to let them into.
and it's rich coming from a bunch of Americans who really are not educated on it, refuse to read on it, and again, like I said, just regurgitate the same information they're being fed.
John, you could go down a list of propaganda for each conflict, and 99% of the time, they either don't actually know anything about it, and they've heard it, or they've read a title at the most. They haven't read any articles on it. They haven't even read. Dude, most of the people, if I asked them what river to what sea, they wouldn't know.
Oh, my favorite is people who bring headlines to me, and the caption under the headline debunks their entire argument.
Yeah. Like people talking about settlements and stuff being illegal, and I go, "Oh, cool. Where is that settlement?" And they go, "All over the place." Okay, where? Well, it's in the West Bank. Okay, well that still doesn't help me. Where in the West Bank? And we find out, "Oh, it's in Area C." And they go, "Well, that's the West Bank." And I go, "Yeah, you're right. It is the West Bank. Do you know what areas A, B, and C are?" And they have no idea. They have no idea Oslo II exists. They have no idea the Palestinian government agreed to this. They just say it's in the West Bank. The news said it's illegal. Or they say, the ICJ said this, the ICC said this. We're like, no, they actually didn't. At most, the ICJ, if anyone saw it, the ICJ released like a 120 paragraph opinion statement on it, saying that the settlements in Area C are illegal. But
Not
even
the
hang on, Golda. The ICJ or a couple of judges from the ICJ released their opinion statement. It wasn't even a judgment. But then, if anyone actually read the report, in paragraph 88, they openly admit, by the way, this whole document and everything we've written is entirely invalidated by the fact that Oslo II exists. So we're going to keep ranting, but just keep that in mind that everything we say is invalid because this treaty exists. And nobody read that. Nobody bothered to read. They saw the title, they saw ICJ judges, and they went, the ICJ made an official ruling that the settlements that Israel is making are illegal. It's like, you don't even know what you're talking about. And they refuse to listen.
Basically, one judge wrote one opinion, and another judge wrote a dissenting opinion, and they just hear the one judge with the narrative that fits their thing.
Again,
Paragraph 88 literally says this whole thing is invalid.
Back to what Host was saying, it was an opinion piece that was released as well, and they're running with it as if it's fact,
Because they don't know. They don't know the difference. Or they assume like, look, I know that based on the evidence presented that Putin is definitely guilty of the war crimes he has committed in Ukraine or has caused in Ukraine, and that the ICC warrant is valid, but he still would have to go to trial for that. I know that based on the evidence that I have seen, that anyone can find that he is guilty of that, but he still would have to go through trial. But they go, oh, Bibi Netanyahu has an arrest warrant out from the ICJ. It's like, well, first of all, it's not the ICJ, it's the ICC, which Israel isn't party to. And also, that doesn't mean guilty. A warrant doesn't mean guilty. It just means, hey, we need to arrest this person and we have the right to investigate it. That's it. Doesn't mean that they actually did it.
He actually didn't even go on the fact finding mission he was supposed to. He just like declared a warrant.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and
and
it was taken down to the lower courts.
And this goes back to what somebody in the comments was saying. You want to talk about crimes and human rights violations in the Middle East? I can name so many countries guilty
Literally
of
just go to
horrible things in
Jordan.
the Middle East. Jordan,
Like,
Lebanon,
if you care so
Syria,
much about
Iraq,
Palestinians,
Saudi Arabia.
look at what Jordan does to
I could keep
Palestinians.
going on.
Fucking camps. They're not even allowed citizenship.
The United Arab Emirates, for God's sake, if you want to talk about human rights violations, look at the UAE. The entire basis of their country was essentially labor that was, unpaid.
Labor.
Yeah, I don't want to get banned again, but you and I both know
Slaves.
exactly. Like, if we want to talk about human rights violations, look at them. But guess what? They're seen as like the richest playground in the Middle East, so
Hey,
nobody's
Sam.
going to say anything about it.
Sam, who is the current leader of the Human Rights Council at the United Nations?
Let's see who it is this month.
Because like
they
put
they
Iran in
rotate.
charge of that the year that Iran was like murdering their own women.
Council.
So
Current members. So, like the Security Council, the Human Rights Council rotates members. Who is the current leader right now? Thank you, UN website, for being absolutely useless and just telling me what countries are in it and not who's in
Mayan
charge.
is saying China.
Of course they are. China, who's putting Uyghur Muslims in fucking literal death camps, re-education camps, is head of the Human Rights Council right now.
And at different points, they've had like Iran and Saudi and all of these countries.
Russia was in
human
charge of the
rights.
Security Council in the middle of their invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, like it's fucking insane.
If we want to talk about violations, about China, we could look at the Uyghurs, we could look at Hong Kong, we could look at
Hey,
so many
careful
different
careful about China on the app. We
Yeah,
love
I know, I'm
China.
about to
Buy
get
from
banned
TikTok
again.
Shop, everybody.
Guys, tap the screen, drop some follows if you haven't already. Thank you guys all for being here. We got 100 people in here. We got 14,000 likes. We're doing great so far. This is the first night back on the main account, so we're doing good. Yeah, it's just it's people don't
call
do
it the
research.
sea country or something.
Yeah,
Cunt country?
The what?
I said the cunt country.
The see you next Tuesday.
But yeah, no, people just don't do research. They're emotional, and again, I don't expect most people to be able to separate that emotionality from facts. It's just human nature. But the problem is there's too many people doing that now. Usually there's a level of common sense, at least in society, where a lot of people will go, maybe I should do some research in it. But what we're seeing with sensationalism and fanatics of different politicians and different countries, we're seeing a lack of people doing a base level of research. Thank you, Mayan. Thank you for hitting the goal.
There's also like the fear of being ostracized.
Yep.
Like people have a great fear of being ostracized, so they just like go with the herd mentality instead of actually doing research.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I mean, it's always interesting to me to see how people are going to react to this, let's say 20, 30 years down the line, right?
It depends on
How they'll react to it.
depends on which group you're talking to. It's like there's also this weird thing right now where we've got horseshoe theory in full effect right now. We're like,
Oh my God.
this is I shit you not. Actually, he's in the chat. I believe the guy who hosted it. I think I saw him earlier. My friend Brady had a live where he had an actual neo-Nazi on the stream, tattoos
Wait,
and everything,
Sam.
and they were picking his brain, just asked him stuff, and he was like, he said something to the effect of, it's really weird. My biggest competition in hating Jews right now is a blue-haired lesbian, and that was the wildest fucking thing I've heard. I was like,
Sam,
Could you?
I forgot which bill it is, but Deb told us that there was one bill, I think it was about Israel or anti-Semitism or something like that, where the only two people who voted against it were Marjorie Taylor Greene and Rashida Tlaib.
Jewish space lasers.
No, but literally, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Rashida Tlaib on other sides of the aisle were the only two who
Mhm.
didn't vote for it, who voted against it.
Yeah, but like we're seeing people just be fanatics on each side and aren't doing a base level of research. Which is why I like telling people about ground news. I like telling people how to get in different Telegram channels to do the research and stuff. It's just, it's disappointing to see where society is.
I mean, you're a Marine Corps veteran, right?
Mhm.
So I'm an Air Force reservist right now.
Ew,
So
tampon.
chill.
Wait,
Hey,
hold
we do
on,
some.
hold on. Did you see the nasty bag tampon that fucking Mag dumped into a car yesterday in LA?
No.
Yeah.
What are you
So
talking
there was
about?
a bunch of National Guard guys at an intersection blocking it off, and a car tried to go through the parking lot to get around them, like because they were in the center of the street four-way intersection. He tried to go into one of the parking lots to go around them, and a cop rolls up and goes, "Hit him!" and lifts up a beanbag gun and shoots a beanbag at the vehicle. And this fucking specialist on camera drops to a knee and drops 4 shots into the side of this vehicle. And then they go, "Whoa, ceasefire, ceasefire." Yeah, it wasn't a mag dump. It was 4 rounds, whatever, line. Still going to make fun of him. And then immediately the kid goes up and goes, "Well, he told me to shoot. He told me to shoot." And everyone's like, "Who? Who the fuck? Nobody told you to shoot. What are you doing?" It's just like, wow.
Speaking of the protests, isn't it hilarious how it was an immigration one and we saw a
Mhm.
lot of certain flag there?
Yeah, hang on.
I'm
Ag
confused.
Mask, I am not bragging about being called a Yahtzee. This is for people that come into my chat and say things like calling me a Jew or saying 6 million wasn't enough. This is people who are in my chat being Yahtzees. This is not people calling me a Yahtzee.
Yeah, there was like a lot of keffiyehs and Palestinian flags and throwing rocks that like it was very oy oy oy.
Oy vey.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I was saying, yeah, I'm a Moroccan American. I'm Muslim, live in the U.S. Air Force reservist. It's always hilarious.
Man, you're a
hearing
whole
from people.
fucked up bag of stuff. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's hilarious hearing from people when I disagree with them and they just straight up resort to insults and call me like a traitor. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
I have a friend that I went to boot camp with. He's a gay Catholic Republican Asian from Texas. Dude, he dresses up as Uncle Sam and goes to amateur WWE events. He's so fuck, dude. Oh God,
We have
I
a
miss that
friend
man.
who's Moroccan Jewish, and he recently did his DNA test and found out he's like 71% Moroccan Jewish, 0% Moroccan. And the pro pallies are having like a field day cutting off the Jewish part and just telling him he's Moroccan. So they like cropped out his Jewish part completely.
I wonder how many Zios the IDF had to pay to sit there. By the way, you used the wrong there, and spread propaganda on this platform. Well,
Again,
it wouldn't
I
be
wish I
the
was getting
IDF that
paid.
would pay. Wouldn't be the IDF that would be paying me. It would be the Israeli government. And
Yeah.
hey, could you tell the Israeli government that I'm missing some paychecks? I've never even got my first one. So
Me neither. I've been doing this for like almost 10 years.
I can send my information if they want to cut me a check. I'll be more than happy to.
I mean,
I
if I'm already
actually
sitting,
tried
if I'm
to.
already sitting here having discussions, and you want to send me a paycheck, I'll accept a paycheck for doing the thing that I was already doing.
I'm trying to get a job with APAC, like doing photos for their events.
Hey, if you happen to get in contact with them, send them our way. Apparently, we're missing paychecks.
Yeah, right? Everybody's missing a paycheck.
Where's my Mossad contact?
Meanwhile, if everybody's aware, like the pro-Palestine movement had all their hashtag and funding and tents and signs and everything ready to go October 8th.
Yeah. Agmask, you say doing this for free. That's a bit sad. What am I doing? I'm having discussions with people about geopolitics and educating people, showing them how to be objective and look at facts. I'm not like going out and just attacking people. I'm not doing propaganda on behalf of anyone. I can still be critical of all 3 flags above me while still being objective and factual. But you seem to be the one that's sitting in the comments just spouting stuff without wanting to come up and discuss it. I don't know.
Again, this ties into what I said earlier, right? We're able to speak about things, but if you disagree in the slightest bit or whatever, it's
Mhm.
gonna immediately resort to somebody in the comments calling you one name or another. Like, you can't just
Mhm.
have a conversation.
We see that happen to a lot of people who are either like Arab or Muslim and don't agree. They get called traitor. Like, we have Palestinian allies, and when they like go against the pro-Pali movement, they're like, "Oh, you're not actually Palestinian. You're Druze." Like they
The,
like prove where you're
our
from. It's
I feel
our
like
disgusting.
friend,
people fail to understand that a lot of Palestinians work in Israel, live in Israel, stuff like that.
yeah,
You know?
we had a friend named Mia who was hosting a live one night, and I sat there and watched, and she had a dude from Gaza on the panel, and verified it and everything. If you go to his account, he even showed his camera. It's just a Palestinian who cares about his people, who cares about his neighborhood. Every single video was him making sure people got medical treatment, him making sure people had supplies, him taking people to the doctor or serving them food. And he was talking about like how I don't think it's a genocide. I know where Hamas is, but I can't say anything because it'll put my family in danger. I can't really go outside in the out of the Al Mawasi humanitarian zone because I don't know where they are out there, but I know they're in here and they're hiding amongst us. And the Palestinians were dogging on him in the comments. You've got an actual Gazan who's there, and we even had a Gazan come up on the panel, and for 30 minutes, all they do is scream at this man and try to silence him. And it's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't have electricity. He doesn't know what's going on in the war. It's like the
Right.
dude
He's
just
too
showed us,
hungry
yeah,
to think
the
straight.
dude just showed us his TV and he's on a cell phone. What do you mean he doesn't have electricity? And they're like, well, he's just starving. The IDF said they'd give him food if he said this stuff. It's like, what proof do you have of any of this? 3 hours later, his account was gone. They got him banned. That was an actual Gazan, not asking for money, just actually trying to give the actual plight of his people stuck in a war zone that they didn't ask to be in. And they silenced him for it. The second it went against the narrative, an actual person that they're supposed to be representing, they attacked him.
Well, here's the thing. I've been asked this before when I join a panel and don't speak yet, but they ask me like where I'm from, all of that,
Mm-hmm.
and I tell them I'm Arab. One of the first things is, "Hey, do you agree with what Hamas had done?" I'm like, "Of course not. It's heinous, and Israel has a right to defend itself." Right? As soon as that statement comes out of my mouth, if they want to discredit me immediately.
What do you mean you don't support your Arab brothers? It's like, well, what?
Well, it's not even that. Hamas have been considered a T organization between many
No,
different governments.
resistance group. Come on.
Wait,
No.
don't answer with logic. They don't understand that.
Right, but like not even that. Prior to all of this, they were considered a T organization by many Middle Eastern countries as well,
Mhm.
until it aligned with their interests, and then it switches.
But they're using the word Zionism and they're changing the definition of it and they're flipping the narrative to make it seem like Israel is doing this to them. Israel has been doing this to them, exactly the same or worse. And they're feeding this narrative to an uneducated Western public who again doesn't actually do the research.
Again, you're dealing with people who kind of grew up in the generation of Instagram Reels.
Dude,
and they're so easily influenced.
You've got someone in the comments right now. The same dude, Agmask. Sounds like your little fifis are hurt. No, Agmask, what we're talking about is exactly what you're doing. You have a dissenting opinion, and you are unable and unwilling to have even the slightest bit of discussion on it. You are immediately resorting to insults. You are immediately resorting to ad homs. You are not even willing to have a conversation at a base level because you are incapable of accepting what anyone thinks.
Agbask, here's my offer to you. Join up, argue with me if you have evidence of what I'm saying being wrong.
Oh, he just said he's not willing to come up. Obviously, there we go. You're proving our point.
See,
This isn't
that's-
about
yeah,
being
no,
called
no, no.
names. This is about the fact that you are refusing to accept anything.
Oh, that's a good question. Alex Quenzer, why don't you request that?
Why did Israel use the Hannibal Directive on October 7th?
They didn't.
One, they didn't. Two, do you even know what it is? What is Zionism? Josue, Zionism is the belief that Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral indigenous homeland, which is the land of Judea, Israel. I mean, you can
Do
say
you?
so and so Palestinian sides with Zios, but that's anecdotal. The Jerusalem Post. No, quite. I'm not saying that to be using anecdotal stories. What I'm saying is, I'm giving it as an example of when a dissenting opinion that's supposed to be from the same side is given, an opinion that even slightly disagrees, it is immediately silenced. Like there's probably plenty of people like that who have the same mentality as that guy that they went against, but they are not willing to hear it.
Not just that,
Colonization.
but some of them are literally in danger for their lives depending on where they live and what they say and who they say it to.
Look,
Agmask, by definition, it's not a genocide. Josue, you can't colonize your own land as the indigenous people. There you go.
John, we've heard them, like like I said, we have some Palestinian allies, like people who like legit live there, like in the West Bank, which they, gratefully for us, they call Judea, and they try to find out where they are to send people to their houses to threaten them and to threaten their families. And so like it becomes
Look,
very weird and
the man literally
dangerous.
just resorted to threatening lives. He said, Zio should be in danger of their lives. The world is healing. And this is how you get banned from my chat. Goodbye.
Again, this goes down to a fundamental thing. How much of this discourse do you really think actually agrees with them, and how much do you think is just pure anti-Semitism? At
A
the
lot
end
of
of the
it.
day,
It's
like
both.
it's
It's both, because here's the thing. I don't think that most of these Western kids are like inherently anti-Semitic, but they've been fed this like narrative, this idea, and they truly believe they're fighting for a humanitarian cause without knowing anything. I don't think they actually hate Jews. I think they're just stupid sheep.
Yazan again, supporting Ukraine and Israel. Or wait, what did he say? Supporting Ukraine and not Palestine is funny. Not really. Just kind of makes sense. At a very base level, it makes sense.
Russia is the bad guy.
here's also what I want to say, because I said Israel and Ukraine is funny.
But you came up and had a discussion.
If you want to look at it, the United States, as a fundamental body and government, has a moral obligation to support their allies. Who are their allies? Ukraine, Israel.
Depending on the day of the week, Saudi Arabia.
Again, don't even.
No way he got. Oh, he paused. I thought he was about to get drunk.
Don't get me started on that. I might get banned. But like,
Koi, reading comments of Zionists is not like painting what you don't know what Zionism is. Go open a dictionary.
again, I would love for somebody to come up and try to disprove it. Just
And here's where an anecdotal story comes into this, Koi. You said we're not sheep. It's pretty logical to side with Palestine. I've read many comments of Zionists. Cool. Well, for a 2-week period, Koi, I had the most anti-Semitic comment section on all of TikTok because I'm a Zionist. For 2 weeks, I was accused of being Jewish. And out of 20,000 comments I had over a multitude of videos, 10,000 of them were anti-Semitic. I went through every single one, categorized them, went through every single comment. 10,000 of them were anti-Semitic to the effect of H-Man was right, 6 million wasn't enough, it was only 271K, should get in an oven, everything. They did I had over 500 direct messages of just straight up death threats. They did a facial structural analysis of me. Multiple accounts took screenshots of my face and measured the proportions of my face to Yahtzee proportions to determine that I was secretly hiding that I was a Jew. Therefore, what they were saying was justified. And that's what I've experienced from the pro-Palestinian movement. I'm not Jewish. I'm just some random fucking agnostic white dude in America. And because I have an association with being a Zionist and being pro-Israel, I got accused of all of that. Got evidence? Yes, Congator, I have a video that goes through a bunch of the comments somewhere on my profile that shows all of the shit they were saying to me, including the unaliving threats.
I'd like to respond to Joaquin Espino in the comments. The United States should not prioritize foreign countries over their own citizens. We are not doing that. However, the United States as a governmental body, when we promise to our allies that we will carry out certain tasks and support them in certain things, we have a moral obligation to uphold those promises, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we promise to Ukraine, hey, if you hand over your weapons at the end, at the fall of the Soviet Union,
Mm-hmm.
back to Russia, guess what? We will protect you against the Russian invasion.
Mm-hmm.
If we have an alliance with Israel saying, hey, after everything you ended up having to go through, multiple wars in the area, after the founding of your country, we will support you. And guess what? We, as a country, have a moral obligation to support them. That is just the way that our country works, because we do not want to renege on our promises. How would that
We
make us look to
shouldn't, but
our
we
allies?
do a lot, which is really shitty. No,
Yeah.
you has a moral obligation as a founding member of the UN to prevent a genocide. Thank God, according to the Genocide Convention of 1948, it is not in fact a genocide. But that's a conversation that a lot of you aren't willing to have. You aren't willing to hear it out because you are emotional, because you see people dying, and you think that because people are saying something that it must be true. You're not willing to hear out the facts. Nothing that the other side says will be good enough for you. I could show you definitively, using the definition of genocide set in place by the United Nations, that it is not a genocide, and you still wouldn't listen. And then I could tell you that
Again,
what's going on in Ukraine is by definition a genocide, and you probably still wouldn't listen there either.
again, not to be
Abby
that
wants to
guy.
come up for a moment.
Real
Avi,
quick,
what's up in the chat? Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be that guy, but a majority of you guys throwing around the genocide accusation. If I were to ask you what happened in Rwanda in the 90s and how the United States responded to that, guess what you would say? I have no idea what it was. I have no idea what we did. If I were to ask you about Armenia, a majority of you would deny it. You guys are so quick to throw terms around that you don't understand.
Ooh, hungry. My stomach just growled. Yeah, people don't understand terms. They hear stuff, they're emotional. Like, dude, a lot of people will literally come up here and say that mass unaliving of people just equates to genocide. It's like, cool. So, what's the number? What determines a genocide? Is the school pew-pewing a genocide? Was the Vegas shooting a genocide? How far do you want to go with this? Because that's not how legal definitions work. You could still be against what's happening. You could still be staunch against Israel. But you don't have to lie and throw on fake terms that you don't understand the meaning of, or just say blatantly false information. You could just say, I don't like what's going on. That's totally fine. But that's different than falsely accusing someone of genocide when literally everything, even from the side that's supposedly being genocide, says otherwise.
Just really quickly, there's 110 people here. Anthony should be way above 20K. Let's get to tapping, liking, sharing, do the whole thing. Thank you.
Ooh, next goal gift. Corn.
Oh, federal agent, great message. You're really telling us.
Zionist Jews run the government. Oh, there we go. One for the Yahtzee counter. Hey, guys, if you're a subscriber, by the way, you do have some emotes. You even have the Yahtzee emote. So when someone like that comes in the chat, do I have any subs in here? Someone spam the Yahtzee emote. Someone spam it. Fuck the Zog.
Sam, you
Great
have
comment.
you have an op in the chat. In the request, I mean.
I know. I'm not trying to have too many people up at once right now. I'll get to him in just a second. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for coming up. I appreciate the conversation.
John, I gave you a follow.
I'll see you guys.
Yeah. Have a good
a
night.
good
Oh,
night.
there's the
Yeah, as
Yahtzee
well.
sticker. So if you guys do subscribe, you guys get that little Yahtzee sticker down there. Thank you, Mayan. Thank you, Nope, for the gifts. Hang on, before I let him up, I gotta grab a Red Bull from the fridge. Just 1 second. Set up the new goal real quick. Bada boom. Get this live on the algorithm. Summer 2025. It's a sun. Neat.
Nope wants to come up to give an update.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, she can give her update real quick, then I'll bring up the opposition. I gotta grab this Red Bull though. I can still hear. I just won't be able to talk because I'll be in the other room.
Okay, I will give the update very quick because I'm at work. So I don't know if you heard, but H Group just took a bus of humanitarian aid.
Yeah.
They unalived. You saw that?
Yeah, we heard they unalived like 5 people.
And we have.
They took a bunch hostage.
Yeah.
But
and more
no,
than
I heard that it wasn't from the humanitarian aid. Like I don't know if they were helping with it, but it was like 5 members of the Al Shabaab group.
No, the foundation, like
No, I know
the
they took members of the foundation hostage, but the people they unalived were members of the Al Shabaab group.
I saw you
no,
jump out of the
no,
request,
no,
Cyber Guy. I saw that.
They just gave an update that 5 of their workers were unalived by H
Mhm.
group.
Yeah, they gave
Not
an
Al
official
Shabaab,
statement a
the
couple
workers.
hours ago. It was
No, I
5 people
know, but
unalived
they were
and some
using
possibly kidnapped. I think like 10.
they were using members of the Al Shabaab group working for them. They said it was locals that were working for GHF.
The last thing I saw right now is that the 5 aid workers. So okay, we will.
We're waiting for more
We
updates.
will
We'll get them
wait.
as they
Have a
come.
nice day, everyone.
Have a good
All right,
day.
thank you, Nope.
Bye. Hmm.
Uncrustables are delicious.
What are you eating?
An Uncrustable.
Oh,
You connected? Oh, there you are. What's
yeah,
up?
this guy's super
Good
weird.
morning.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
What's up?
For me to falsely confess,
Are you playing AI?
What? Are you there?
no,
Sounds like
no,
a
I'm asking you,
robot.
would you like me to turn on the camera to prove that I'm who I say I am?
What do you
Well, I
mean?
sound like a robot.
What do you mean? Who's here? I'm confused. What? I just asked what's up.
I told somebody that I had paid someone to dress up as a Marine Corps colonel and
Okay.
hand me a fake award for a running race that never actually took place, when in fact, it did happen.
I'm so confused.
race-
I have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
He's really
No, well,
weird, Sam.
I apologize for that. I came from out of nowhere with it.
Okay, so what'd you come up here for?
I'm not sorry for doing it. I just want to know if it's against the law for me to do that.
Do what?
To
Take a photograph of myself shaking hands with this guy, this full-bird colonel from MARSOC, and then lying and saying that I paid him to dress up in a fake uniform, when in fact he really was who he said he was. I really am what I say I am.
Okay.
I'm just gonna move on now.
I don't think
I
that's
have no idea.
legal.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm gonna
Hi, Avi.
move on. I have no idea what that was.
Hi everyone.
Hi,
How are you?
Avi. Sorry, I'm trying not to bring too many friendlies up at once. It's just every time
Yeah,
I do,
have
people
only
stop
3
coming up.
points. I have only 3 points. 2 of them are his news. One of them is something that bothers me.
Mhm.
You know, the roof knocking and all the
Yeah.
leaflets and the drones speaking Arabic.
Uh-huh.
You should know that this comes with a cost, because the first people that flee from the area that is going to be targeted, it's the age group. And we know that, and we even pay with the life of our soldiers. But nobody mentions that this practice has its cost, and it saves the life of the civilians. This is first one. The second one is a news, tactical. 3 H members were extracted last night from extracted last night from Syria. But this is tactical. They need the information from them, so they will interrogate them. And the last thing, which is geopolitics, and happened yesterday, is that Israel released red lines to the Turks,
All right.
telling to them what is acceptable and not acceptable for them to do in Syria.
Mhm.
And this is I think, a conflict which will evolve.
Wait, hang on, Avi. Hey guys, tell truth in the chat. We've got Yahtzee number 5 tonight, everyone. Yahtzee number 5. If you guys are a subscriber, spam that Yahtzee sticker. Goodbye, truth. Get the fuck out of my life.
This was the 3 points that I wanted to talk and tell, because it will be on the news in the next 2 days, 3 days. But the document that Israel sent to the Turks is very important.
Mhm.
With red lines.
No,
In Syria.
yeah, I'm still waiting to see what's
Thank
going to
you.
happen with all that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Avi. Have a good day.
Bye.
Remember, guys, we got the gold, the 100 little sun thingies, individual coins, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Join the team, subscribe. I got the cheapest little subscription option. Any of the money I make from these lives and from my videos, by the way, goes directly to my boys on the front line in Ukraine.
Hey guys, let's everybody get 200 likes each and get Sam up over 20K, please.
Because Israelis come from Europe, us, some of them,
I think
who
you said
knows which one who has descendant of Israel, how if it Palestines.
we don't descend from Europe, silly. If we descended from Europe, the Yahtzees wouldn't have tried to unalive all of us.
Oi to the vey to the oi. Finding joy in the struggle.
All right.
It's a good song.
All right.
Tough crowd.
I'm just confused. What's up?
song is that? Did you just make it up?
What's up? What's on your mind? I know you were here earlier, and then I don't know. You dropped in the middle of, or no, in the middle of asking something weird.
Why are they attacking Iran?
You mean
I hear the jets are going to take off soon.
people have been saying that every day, and so is even Israel. Who knows when it'll happen? But what was I going to say? Because Iran has stated that they're going to nuke Israel over and over and over every single fucking year. Oh, it's a horse here.
Well, what happens if they're just bluffing?
Well, we know that they've shown a propensity to attack Israel already multiple times, so, and fund the groups that attack Israel. So,
I'm guessing you're talking about the proxies of Hezbollah, Hamas.
Houthis, among others. Yeah.
I see. But what if they attack Iran and then Iran kills Americans?
Iran knows the repercussions of that.
But don't you think they're more powerful than they say?
No, absolutely not.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Israel literally took out their air defense systems in a night and hit them really hard in all their, military sites. They did nothing.
Oh, like how Israel funded Hamas through Qatar to pit them against the PLO, preventing a unified cause. You mean when Bibi openly stated, this isn't our money, it belongs to the Palestinians? So either we keep it and get vilified by the world for refusing to give Gaza their money, or we let them have it and it's just going to get used against us anyways. And he chose to let them have their money because it's their money and not Israel's? You mean that, B-Dog? Is that what you're talking about?
Do you think Israel will win the war?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
But don't you think they just created more of these members? But if Iran's gone, they can't get nothing.
I mean,
done.
they're always going to have those members. Like, the ideology is always going to exist. They openly admit and post videos of them recruiting as young as 14. But you can still fix it overall. Like, you've still got people in Japan that, even though we dropped the sun on them twice, there's still a minority of people in Japan that think that the U.S. should burn alive.
Really?
Who cares? Yeah, dude. I lived in Japan for 3 years when I was stationed there. And there's occasionally protests. Most of the protests are genuinely paid for by the Chinese government, to the point where, like, the people literally sit outside the base with their signs and they won't actually even protest. They'll just sit there and collect their free paycheck, and then they'll stand up and they'll post their signs, they'll take a picture, then they'll go sit back down. All they got to do is sit there for 8 hours a day and they get paid by the Chinese government. And the Japanese government's like, eh. But, like, there's still some groups that actually do dislike Americans, dislike America.
What do you think about the idea of California becoming an independent country?
That's fucking dumb. I mean, the people in California that want that are the same people that lost their fucking minds when Texas joked around about doing it.
But, like, ideally, like, do you think it would work?
No, it's fucking stupid. They'd get invaded immediately. Fuck you, you're
about
back in the United
Texas?
States now. I think it'd be stupid if Texas did it too.
But, like, wouldn't they survive?
Yeah. We got a lot of problems in Texas. Granted, our electrical infrastructure is entirely independent, so we got that going for us, but it ain't that good.
All my exes live in Texas.
Yeah.
Anthony's vagina stinks. Anthony's
Why do
vagina
you why you gotta
stinks.
get weird? Oh, all right. Okay, we got Joaquin, then Shorishvan, and then House of David.
Hello.
Hello, Joaquin. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, I'm just a guy trying to figure out what kind of like opinions you have in regards to Israel, trying to get your like understanding of things. What is your idea about the October 7th attack?
Which one do you want? My opinion on Israel overall, or just October 7th?
No, just the October 7th attack.
The October 7th attack was an atrocity and an act of terrorism, which H group carried out, knowing full well the repercussions of what would happen, intentionally to shift public sentiment, and their goal is to take out as many Jews as possible.
Do you think that there was any attacks from Israel that may have caused that to occur?
I know they use that as an excuse, but the fact remains that on October 6th, there was still an ongoing ceasefire, and there was no reason to do October 7th other than to start a war. Like,
Okay.
they
Would
openly
you say
declared
Pearl
war.
Harbor was an excuse
An excuse for what?
to join World War II and go against?
No, because the intention of the Pearl Harbor attack was to prevent us from joining the war. That was the whole purpose. The whole purpose being that if they sunk our aircraft carriers, we would have nothing to combat them, and therefore we would not be able to help.
Okay, who do you think funds Hamas?
Iran and
The
Qatar.
IRGC, Qatar, Russia, like what?
Okay, you don't think there's any ties with the United States or Israel to Hamas?
I mean, Hamas definitely steals money and stuff from UNRWA, and the United States has been the largest funder of UNRWA in the world. So, by proxy, yeah, we have funded Hamas a bit.
Okay, and you think that with the funds of to Hamas from the United States and Israel, that the problem was kind of made from Israel's previous attacks and fundings?
Nope.
Okay, and
Because
why is
I
that?
would base it on what the Muslim Brotherhood did when they participated in propping up Hamas to start with, changing them from a charity organization to a literal terrorist organization, with the goal of wiping out as many Jews as possible until none of them ever exist on the land again. Like, this isn't just like Israel didn't just magically create the ideology of, oh God, I gotta wipe out all the Jews. Like, that's not Israel's fault.
Okay, what do you think about Israel trying to remove Palestinians from the land, even though previously when Palestine was was mainly the holders of that land, Jewish people lived there.
Wait,
Jewish people
Palestine
lived
was the
there.
holders of the land?
They never
yeah,
owned any
Yeah,
land.
Palestine's never been a country.
And they
Palestine
never
has.
owned any.
Okay,
They
I
never
mean,
actually owned any land. They were tenant
Yeah.
farmers for other people.
okay, I will just let that pass and
No,
agree
that's
with you if
that's a core part of the argument. Palestine's literally never been a country. It's only even
Okay,
been
well,
named
well,
Palestine or something to the
before
effect of
Israel,
that twice in
what
history.
was the name before Israel? What was the name of the land there?
Bilad
Brit-
al-Sham.
Yeah, no, the British mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel. British mandate
Well,
of Palestine, land of Israel.
Palestine was formed a couple of years before Israel
No.
was formed.
It was a mandate.
No.
It was owned by the British government.
Jordan was formed a couple
Yeah.
years before.
Okay,
So
before Israel,
so-
in this case, before Israel existed, the land was peacefully
No, it wasn't.
beholden of
No.
Jewish people,
It
Christians.
was it was under the British mandate, and the name for it was the British Mandate for Palestine, Eretz Israel, which means
Okay.
land of Israel.
Yeah, it was not peaceful by any means. Like, you can literally check any of the records, even from the British government who ran the land, even back to
Okay.
the Ottoman governments. There was constantly slaughters of Jews from Arab Muslims in the land, constantly.
Yeah,
We can
also
go
you
back
have-
centuries.
No, we go back
You,
centuries.
you,
The-
you said
the
hold on
main-
hold on
the
you
main-
also said something like the only people to help the Jews were Palestinians. Under the British mandate, all
I did not
citizens
say
were
that.
called. You said that before.
What
You
did I
said
say?
you said that the Jews came there and the only ones to help them were Palestinians.
No, that is not at all what I said.
I actually didn't hear him say that one, Golda. Maybe on
heard.
another live. I don't know, but I didn't hear him say that.
Well,
But
I
no,
mean,
it wasn't
okay.
peaceful though by any means. In fact, that's kind of why the British left when they did. They went, "You people can't get along. Fuck this. I'm out." And that's also why they abstained in the vote when Israel declared independence. Like
Okay.
they didn't want to participate in it. But by no means is it
definitely
peaceful.
were.
But by no means did Palestinians ever own it. They weren't even Palestinians back then.
Okay, disagree with that, but that's totally fine. When it
Hand,
comes
hand,
to
hand,
acts
do,
that
what
happened before,
what did the Arabs of the land call themselves back then, or what did they want? What did they want for their
well,
group?
it was part of the Ottoman Empire for a long time.
It was,
Um,
but when the British Mandate was founded and the British government started calling the Arab everyone in that land, not just Jews, everyone Palestinians, what did the Arabs of that land do?
well, wait, what was the question?
When the British took over that land and they referred to
Mhm.
everyone in that region, in
Mhm.
what is now Jordan and what is now Israel and Gaza
Mhm.
and the West Bank, when they referred to everyone in that land as Palestinians, what did the Arabs in that region do?
Inform me. I'm not sure.
They officially petitioned against the British government from calling them Palestinians because they were not. They saw it as a Jewish Zionist identity, and they also petitioned the Syrian government to annex the land and absorb them and to be known as Southern Syria. They had
Well, there
absolutely
was
no idea.
yeah.
They had absolutely no ideology of becoming a Palestinian state. They did not want to become Palestinians. It was not even a thought in their head. The first time you ever see Arabs in that land calling themselves Palestinians is 1964 with the founding of the PLO in Moscow.
Okay. I think that when it comes to the British being involved in that land, they promised the Arab people in that land as
Mhm.
well as the Jewish people in that land
Mhm.
to they promised them that land
Two
basically.
states, right?
They promised them that land before World War II.
They said they were going to give them a state, and they did.
No.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
called
to Jews as
Jordan.
well as to the
Mm-hmm.
French and to the Muslims in that country.
Yeah, but Joaquin, the
Basically
British
promised them,
mandate.
basically promised them three different groups of people that land, which
No,
caused a lot of
wait,
conflict.
no, you're wrong.
No,
Hold
it's only
on.
two. They only promised two groups of people.
The Br-
Part of the
Who?
British Mandate, no, part of the actual writing of the British Mandate is to establish a Jewish state. But they also, for the people that helped them fight off the Ottomans, they promised them a state as well. That is what
Yes.
we now know as Jordan. They got
yeah,
their state.
the whole mandate included
Well,
Jordan
isn't
and
part of
Israel
No,
today.
no, yeah, no. Jordan or Transjordan was actually part of the British Mandate. It wasn't just Israel. The entirety of the British Mandate included what you would now know today as Jordan.
Is that why Israel's trying to invade Jordan and trying to take over
Israel's
the
not
land?
trying to invade Jordan at all. Where is Israel trying to invade?
What?
Have you seen the Greater Israel kind of
Okay,
movement? that
where
they're having?
again, my question to you is, where has Israel tried to invade Jordan?
I mean, they're constantly attacking them.
When?
No, they're not.
When's the last time Israel attacked Jordan? Israel's like in cooperation with Jordan. Jordan and Israel.
Jordan literally shot down missiles that were coming from Iran into Israel when Iran attacked both times.
Okay. Well, I've seen many
They
attacks.
have
from
a
them.
fucking peace treaty.
have
No, you
not.
have.
You're
They have a
lying.
peace treaty.
Yeah, they now did, but I'm talking about the past. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about in the past. They have this plan.
How
of
far
Greater
ago is the
Israel,
past?
like last 100 years since Israel was.
You mean
founded
before Jordan
by
existed?
three terrorist organizations.
You mean before Jordan existed? By the way, nice little fucking slip in there. That, but founded by 3 terrorist organizations. Okay, but yeah, you don't know anything about this land.
Documented.
You hey, when they say from the river to the sea, what river and what sea?
What does that have to do with the? With
I
what
just
said?
want to know. Just want to know without googling it. What river to what sea?
I'm not like okay. I don't have the names. Of
Wow. It's almost like you don't know jack fuck about this conflict, and you should probably learn more about the land before you come up here being such a condescending little douche. Jesus fucking Christ. You don't know anything about the fucking region. You don't know anything. But Israel's founded by a bunch of terrorists. Okay. Okay, bud.
Literally, Al-Aqsa is controlled by the Jordanian Waqf. They work together. We give Jordan
Oh.
water.
B-Dog, what happened? You were talking all kinds of shit in the comments, and now you don't want to be up here? Why'd you drop? Why'd you drop, B-Dog? Where'd you go? Talking all kinds of shit down there. What up, Pastor David?
Yep.
How you doing?
Oh, look at this
Just-
propeller.
Having fun. Just deal with morons.
Yeah.
House of David, would you
crazy.
consider yourself Jordanian?
Yes. I was going to tell him to like invading Jordan is next.
Oh my god.
Right now, like it's Lebanon, Syria, Gaza.
Hang on.
Iran.
When you invade Jordan,
Next
like this
thing.
guy said, can you put like a giant Michael Jordan logo across the country? Please? I just want to see the big fucking dunk thing across the country.
No,
I'm
he's
wondering.
not roadside rant.
No, I'm not. I love Roadside Rant.
Yeah, he
Great.
came up on a panel the other day for the first time in a really long time, and then somebody came up, another pro-Israeli, and just scared him off completely.
Really?
Yeah. Like
He has,
somebody came up and didn't like what we were talking about and started like screaming and stuff, and he was like, "Up, I remember why I don't come up on panels," and just left.
They will invade Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Syria. Bro, there's not even enough Jews to fill that land. Do you guys realize how few Jews there are in the world? If you had all of that land, you could not get enough Jews to fill it.
Not just that. Let's say we couldn't fill the land, but we, quote unquote, wanted to control it. Do you think that the Muslim population there would have enough respect for Jews to let that last long? They would literally try to unalive whoever was in charge. Like, that's not an actual legitimate possibility if you guys actually learn to think critically.
We can't even deal with 2 million Arabs in small little Gaza.
Wait, hold on.
Roadside.
Hold on.
Here.
Someone just said, "Is that Roadside?" And then Roadside comes in, and I don't even know who this guy is, but he was just mentioned.
No, he's a great content creator.
Nice.
Roadside,
Yeah,
I
follow-
hope
go
you
fo-
weren't
go
scared
follow him.
off. He doesn't come up
Great
that
takes.
often.
Wait, the question is, what right do you have to that land? B-Dog, you realize that we're joking about this whole Greater Israel thing, right? I know there's still some people actually in Israel who do believe in that stuff. I don't give a shit. It's not a majority belief. It's not a popular belief. It's not even the belief. And it'd be stupid.
Again, think critically. I know you, like, if you need to look that up, go look it up.
Vitamin C. Are you okay?
Yeah, vitamin C.
Match
go to-
DNA with
Hold
Israel.
on. Vitamin C, go to the second video on my page and see how me as a 100% Ashkenazi Jew completely matches with where Israel is.
No, their plan is not Greater Israel. Hello, it is not. Satan Yahoo said, B-Dog, I want you to find me the quote of Netanyahu saying the goal is Greater Israel and they're going to take over all of that land. I want you to give me the name of the article and who posted it. I want to read that quote. What's the main?
Netanyahu.
Yeah. What's the main
Netanyahu's,
topic? Let me just
plan.
The Roadside. I used to have specific topics up here, but I've discovered that just having the flags pisses people off enough. So
Yeah, they
it's
don't-
just general whatever the fuck about these.
They get triggered because a lot of the pro-Ukrainians are anti-Israel, and they're like, meh, say meh.
It's not a lot. It's just the morons that think that they just fall for the. It's ironic that they don't fall for the Russian propaganda against Ukraine, but they fall for the Russian propaganda that is the exact same thing against Israel. Oh yeah, Oba says they don't read the topic half the time. Yeah, they half the time you'll get people come up will go, "Oh, what's the topic? I just got here." It's like, then why did you come up?
Vitamin C, you want to talk about American Zios? What for? You want to keep unaliving them in the streets of America?
Yeah. Good job, RK. Yeah, I think I got some.
I'm wondering what we're going to see if there is an Israeli attack on Iran, how it will happen. Like, I mean, nobody saw the beepers happening. Nobody saw back when we
Yeah,
did.
but why didn't someone leak the information that we were gonna attack Iran?
So here's something that a lot of people don't realize is that sometimes leaks are intentional, something like that. Like now with our Signal leak where the group chat thing was leaked, that's not intentional. But let's say I've previously attacked a nation before and had a tit for tat with them, and I want to see how they've adapted. The last time I attacked them, I took out the entirety of their air defense systems. But I want to see how they're going to react this time. Have they adapted? Have they changed? Well, maybe I just leak that I'm planning an attack. And Maybe
the
I see
US
how they
pulls
react.
out everybody?
No. You see how they react. There is genuinely, because you can't leak something like that and then have it look fake by no one else around you reacting. Like, if the US just didn't do anything, then it would be convincing. The
So
US I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm
So
saying
you
this
think
is.
the US pulled everybody out just
I'm
to,
saying
like, make
this stuff like this has actually happened before, where attacks have been called off because it's just trying to see what's going on. It's an actual thing that just happened. Not saying it's what's happening now, but it very well could be. Israel may be seeing, how does Iran react? Okay, we leaked that we're going to attack them. Are they mobilizing their air defenses? Are they moving stuff? Where's Khomeini? Where do we know where he was? Have they moved him into a tunnel? Can we find that tunnel? Let's see what they do. Like, it could very well be a thing, but if you're going to go for that and the United States just sits there like nothing's going to happen, it's not very convincing. But, like, if they could actually attack, who knows? It's just in the realms of possibilities.
I mean, like, how also Israel
Yeah.
is going to attack.
Yeah, they could fit based on that. They could structure how they're going to attack depending on how Iran reacts. What's up with the unaliving of aid workers? Hamas shot up a couple buses of Gazan aid workers in Gaza and unalived 5 of them and kidnapped 10 of them.
Because they were working for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Same guy who said Palestinian identity was formed in the 60s. I'm sorry. Are you unaware that the Palestinian founding charter, or the PLO's founding charter, was literally created in 1964? Can you find me Arabs identifying as Palestinians before then? No, because they all hated it because the Jews were Palestinians before then.
Yeah,
It's
they call
crazy.
themselves the Arabs of Palestine.
Do you think the U.S. will join the attack? I don't think we'd have to. We'd probably just sit there and watch. DNA test, tell your Zio friends. Zionist isn't something that's identified with your DNA.
Yeah, my
Zionism is a
DNA
belief. If I take a DNA test vitamin, it doesn't tell me if I'm a Zionist.
Sam,
What?
you and I have the same DNA test. It says 100%.
I'm just gonna put you in a timeout for 5 minutes. Yes, you clearly can. What is the Palestinian mandate? The British mandate for Palestine, Eretz Israel, otherwise known as the British Mandate of Palestine, Land of Israel, was a mandate owned by the British government. That's not the Arab Palestinians. What are you talking about? They were known as the Arabs of Palestine. They didn't want to be called Palestinians.
That deserves a +1 for Yahtzee Camel.
Wait, what deserves a +1? The DNA
don't
test?
know.
I think he's too stupid for it to be it.
Yeah, I
count.
think they all ask for a DNA test at this point. If he was an actual Yahtzee, he would know we're Jews and not ask for DNA.
Yeah.
The mandate was for the creation of a Jewish homeland.
David, did you have anything else? I'm trying to limit it how many friendlies I got up tonight.
DJ, have you
Yeah. I also wanted to ask how long till Russia runs out of tanks, because I saw that
At the start of the war, they started with 15,000 tanks, or about a little over that, based on all satellite imagery available of every single base they have, every single storage facility they had, maintenance facility they had, and stuff in active service. They have currently confirmed lost, had stolen, or damaged over 10,000. So we're already at the point where the Russian Ministry of Defense has openly admitted that they cannot produce enough armored personnel carriers to keep up with demand at the rate they're being destroyed. So we'll see what happens with that. The current most common tank on the Russian front line right now is a T-62 from 1955.
Oh my god.
No, they've been using them as vehicle-borne IEDs as well. They'll fill them with explosives, have a dude sitting inside it, driving it, and then I don't know what put a fucking brick on the gas pedal or whatever, but someone will actually jump out. Like, they'll start it behind their trench line, they'll get in it, put something on the gas pedal, and it'll just keep going. And then there's it'll go across no man's land, and then it just fucking blows up in the middle of nowhere. It's like, you didn't do anything. What are you doing? You wasted a fucking tank.
We do that. We do that with the old Zelda with the M200.
Yeah, but that's like an intentionally purposed vehicle where it's like, we've got a fuck ton of these. We don't need them. It's old. It's outdated. Let's just blow it up. With them, it's, hey, this is all we have left. Let's blow it up. It's What are you doing?
No, but we don't drive them and we have to like remote control.
Isn't those 5 aid workers just casualty of war because war is hell? No, because Hamas openly threatened that group and intentionally targeted them. A random casualty of war or collateral damage is not the same as I'm going to attack this group. I've attacked this group. Sam, armchair tank commander.
Sam,
What?
Oba just asked about Israel unaliving aid workers. Israel didn't unalive aid workers, Oba.
Yeah,
Or not aid workers,
other than aid
people
scoop attacks
seeking
at aid
aid,
workers, what
excuse
are your
me.
thoughts on the unalived seeking aid?
I'm gonna
Oh,
drop my
the
tank for
unalived
you.
seeking aid? You're gonna have to be a little bit more
Seeking aid.
specific. I don't know what you're referring to.
No, there's a claim, okay, that Israel unalived people who were coming to get aid, and that
Oh, is that the one from the from a couple days ago where there were like 31 people unalived at an aid
Yeah.
station? Yeah, that was debunked. That they actually showed the CCTV camera footage from that exact time period of day and the exact location they said the attack happened, and nothing happened. Make democracy great. What's up?
Hey, how you doing? I always enjoy listening to you, and I was gonna
Doing
ask.
good. Love the profile
Yeah.
photo.
Hey, thank you. I was gonna ask. Do you know anything about the recent attacks from Ukraine?
By Ukraine or into Ukraine?
By Ukraine, specifically the train car.
I know that some random units in Ukraine took credit for it because it was funny. But the funny thing is, if you actually check the local news from those towns in Russia, the very funny thing is the local news is reporting that it's the Russian government's fault and it wasn't Ukraine. The Kremlin's official statement is that it was Ukraine committing terrorist attacks, blowing up the bridges. But if you ask the local governments and the local Russians from those towns, they state that these bridges have been collapsing for years. We have told the Russian government for years, and they've even, one of the articles I saw even had photos of it damaged like a year ago. Now, it's entirely within the realms of possibilities. I know one of the trains was indeed a military train, which would make sense that if Ukraine did this, that would be a target. But I don't really know what to think on that one because, yeah, there's some Ukrainian units taking credit for it, but also the locals are saying the complete opposite. So I'm not really sure what to think about that one.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that they had a train car and they had a remote roof like the other ones. Is what I was reading.
I have seen talks of something similar or theorizing. I haven't seen any confirmation. All I've seen is like pictures of the bridges basically collapse, which is weird because it doesn't even look like they exploded or anything. They look like they just genuinely gave out. But I mean, that's also a possibility. Small explosive on a pillar that's already collapsing. Take out something that's already damaged. Kaboom! It's gone.
And was this in Moscow?
No, I can't remember the exact locations, but there was 2 of them. I don't remember the exact locations.
Okay, because I was also scrolled past some feeds, and it was saying that they had attacked Moscow, which I didn't necessarily think was true.
I know that they launched a couple things at Moscow after Operation Spiderweb, which would make sense. You've now got all of these air bases you've attacked. Russia's going to be scrambling to protect what planes they have left.
Ammunition,
Did they?
ammunition
Yeah,
factories,
and then the next thought is,
yeah.
okay, they're probably going to move air defenses. Did we now just create a gap in Moscow's air defense? Let's see what happens. Lob a couple missiles, see if they get through.
Yeah.
Now, let's say that could also cause a multitude of things. Does Russia panic and go, oh, fuck, Moscow has a higher priority than our planes. Let's cover Moscow. Let's leave our airfields open. Like, lobbing a couple things at Moscow entirely makes sense.
Yeah, and then also, have you heard anything about I believe it's Prime Minister of Germany telling Putin, get out or we're going to give cruise missiles to Ukraine?
I haven't heard any recent statements on that.
No. I thought I saw one.
I'll look. I haven't seen anything though.
Yeah. I know that you keep up on a lot of this stuff, so I like coming across you on these lives.
Prime Minister of Germany statement to Putin. God, why is everything from 2024? This doesn't fucking help me. Oh yeah, I'll look into it because I haven't heard anything, but I'll look into it.
I'm amazed, man. Ukraine's doing a wonderful job for what they got, you know?
Oh yeah, they've lasted a lot longer than anyone thought they would.
And I'm sure that well, I was gonna say I'm sure that our military is looking at our fleets and making sure, you know, they're probably worried about, you know, thinking about their safety, but I don't put any faith into what our military is doing.
Wait,
I'm not taking away from our troops.
in the military doing in where? What?
Well, I'm just saying that after Ukraine had hit the Russian planes, I'm sure that we took note of that. And I was gonna say,
yeah,
I don't have faith that our military leadership or the administration really gives a shit.
There's a lot of stuff that we have had for decades that a lot of people around the world are just kind of getting on right now.
Yeah.
Oh, look, do not redeem. Jew train. Good job, Nazi. Hey, all my subscribers, spam that Yahtzee emote. We got Yahtzee number 6, everybody. Woo!
Yeah, but I'm not sure your point here. GHF is an organization backed by Israel and the United States. It doesn't make actual sense to target civilians that are going to those sites. Okay, Israel said that they didn't do that, and you're literally believing people who work in the hospitals operated by H group. I don't understand.
I haven't seen any other comments other than her saying what the source was. Just we'll have her come up and just say, because it's fucking hard to communicate with the chats.
It's crazy too. I know a few Russian people here in the States, and it's just amazing how much propaganda has just rotted their brain.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm sure you've noticed too from Russians on this side. I would imagine.
Well, it's not just Russians.
Yeah, well, I agree. I agree.
My parents are diehard MAGA supporters who used to be very centralist or central right, and had people on the extreme left push them down a fucking rabbit hole that I have not been able to grab them out of. And I hear my own parents parroting Russian propaganda on a daily basis that I have to debunk them on, and then they get really mad at me.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure I'm guessing you're probably familiar with I can't remember his name, but the spy that defected 40 years ago, and he's talking about how Russia had a plan to attack America from within.
Oh yeah, Yuri Bezmenov, ideological subversion. Yeah, it's a real.
Yeah,
that is an entirely real thing.
Isn't that reading that? It just makes my hair stand up the first time I read it, because it explains to a T what's going on, and these people can't be pulled out of it.
Except they're doing it on. They're not just attacking the left or the right now. They're attacking both sides, and they're getting more benefit than they ever thought they would out of it.
Yeah, and I saw 2 Russian agencies, I guess, or not agencies, but 2 Russian groups, and they were promoting these riots in LA. They were promoting people to go.
Yep, and they played the both sides thing though. If you watched Russia Today or RT, they were all about white nationalism and going against immigrants. That's what their posts were.
Yeah.
Ironic. They're playing both sides of the field, and I saw people from the left and the right eating it up and sharing both stuff.
Yeah, I understand. I do understand what the Russians are doing. It's crazy that the Republican Party's opened their door to all of it. But yeah, I was just coming up to ask a few things, and I'm not gonna hog your seats up right here.
All right. Thanks for coming up.
But, you have a good day, man.
You too. Bye bye. Obo, I'm not gonna fucking do the whole thing over the chat. What were you talking about? What event?
Yeah, so specifically about the whatever the fuck, the Gaza
Whatever
humanitarian, yes, whatever it is,
GHF.
Gaza GHF, whatever it is. Like specifically, I've been reading like a bunch of articles, specifically just recently, like 60 unalived, 25, whatever, like people being civilians trying to get aid unalived. I was wondering if y'all have heard, on the ground what specifically is happening where all these people are coming up unalived. Is it
the only one that we know that the only one that's actually been making it to big mainstream, because I haven't even seen all those things. I did see the one the other day from where they were like, 30 people on live. Did you see that one? It was like last week or so. They were like 30 people unalived at the new U.S. run aid distribution center.
I saw like 200. It's a bunch of numbers.
Yeah. The funny thing was they gave a specific location where it was, and they gave a very specific time of date. Like they said the exact time of date that the event happened, and Israel went, huh. Well, here's the camera footage from that time looking at this exact location. Weird. Nothing happened. And everyone was like, no, it's a lie. And then the very next day, a bunch of news agencies retracted their statements, edited their statements, and said, reported unalived in this area. Israel fired shots in this vicinity, way over here, a kilometer away. And it was like, wow, it's crazy that when evidence was slapped in your face, you changed your story.
Also,
Do they show it on like Twitter?
Hamas
Sorry.
has been threatening the Gazan people if they go to the distribution site, they're going to be in danger for their lives. And the only people reporting that it was Israel doing it are quote unquote medics at the hospital that are receiving them.
I know they did release the footage. I'll have to see where. I can't remember if it was on Twitter, but I know the footage did get released. Nick showed it on his live. Actually, no, Nick does have it in one of his videos. If you go to, it's either the day after it happened or something. Nick's talking and he's casually just got footage playing behind him, and he at one point goes, "Oh, by the way, this footage you see of me of people walking on normal and doing stuff. This is the CCTV footage from this exact time and this exact location that they said all these people were murdered." And it's
But
like,
also,
it's
like,
like, oh.
What sense would it make for Israel to be targeting the civilians going to the site that they created to feed them?
I'm
Like,
not
why would
talking
Israel
about-
intentionally
Yeah,
do stuff to
I
harm
don't
them?
think they're being systematically targeted. Obviously, I
No,
don't
but my
believe that.
point
But like,
is that like they're trying to report this on purpose right now because they're opening up 3 more distribution sites after Hamas just kidnapped a bunch of people and murdered 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't see the pro-Palestinians. It's funny. You've got all these claimed events, and then they get debunked, and then they kind of go away. But then this one that we're all talking about, where like just hours ago, Hamas openly attacked the group that they had been threatening for days. The group comprising of Gazans, aiding Gazans, was attacked. 5 of them were unalived, and 10 of them were kidnapped. And the pro-Palestinian community is fucking silent. Not a goddamn word.
yeah, and actually, like, oh my God, yo, they're like, I don't know if this is specifically them, but like, I'm in a lot of the telegrams, and they're like posting the,
The unalived bodies, that's them.
yes,
That's them.
they're saying they're agents, they're traitors.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
crazy.
the Gazans who were working for the aid center.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Hamas has been threatening anybody who goes over there. So following up with them threatening it, if there are people that are being pew-pewed at, it doesn't make sense that it's Israel doing it when they're the ones telling them to go to the distribution site to get fed. And they're literally, posting videos and footage to show that they're being fed.
If you go to Moderate Cases, you know Moderate Case, right?
Yeah.
If you go to his TikTok, his most recent video posted 7 hours ago, he actually has the entire statement issued by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, where they even talk about how Hamas had threatened them like very recently
Yeah,
and said,
I watched that video.
Yeah, and everyone was like very silent even about the threats. So if anyone wants to see the statement on that, you can go to
Even the
Moderate Case video.
civilians are coming out on camera and saying Hamas is telling us not to come here. And then miraculously, they're coming out with reports that Israel is targeting civilians. Like, that doesn't make sense.
No, it wasn't targeting. It's just like people are being unalived, and specifically, it was talking about. I guess it was like a war zone area. But how?
I'd have to know about each individual event you're talking about. I'd have to look into which location it is. I'd have to look at any footage that's available, because a lot of the stuff too is like claims that this happened, claims that happened. It's like, okay, everything that we see though is pretty much on film in Gaza. Like there's fucking cameras and cell phones in people's hands 24/7 there.
Yeah.
You'd think if like 30 aid workers had been blown up or mowed down by a machine gun, you'd think that would kind of have been everywhere, right? Like we're seeing right now with the Hamas attack. We're seeing that everywhere. You know what we didn't see? 30 bodies when Israel supposedly mowed down a bunch of people at an aid station.
Like, one of those people would have pulled out a cell phone at one point and started recording it.
I mean, they
doesn't make
did.
sense.
That,
The
like, I
article
saw
that
some
you
videos
sent
that they were
me,
running away.
this article that you sent me basically again claims there's no actual like evidence that it happened. And then the same article also said, oh yeah, and also Hamas took these people hostage and unalived 5 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, like I understand that. I was talking to somebody like about this, and they were like completely denying that ever happened, even though I showed them like the actual statement from the, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, whatever. Like I understand that part. It's just like confusing how if they're supposed to be going to area to get aid, and it's a specific area, and you want the people to be safe. How do they know which areas is a war zone and which area is the
No, but
aid
it's not
distribution
about.
center? If
No,
they're being
the
unalived?
logic you're using there is that Wait, are you asking how the civilians would know that, or how Israel
Well,
would
no,
know who to?
because
No,
the
no, no.
claim is
How
that
did the
IDF is sending
civilians
Oh.
warning shots to if they're entering
No,
the
it's not even
wrong
just
zone.
that. All the zones, Israel has dropped pamphlet after pamphlet after pamphlet, sent out
They have
texts, made phone
maps.
calls. Yeah, they actually have maps on. Let me see if I can find one of the pamphlets.
Yeah, that's why, like, if people are
IDF
entering places they shouldn't be, yeah, they fire warning shots in that direction and be like, don't come in this direction. They have specific maps where the distribution sites are. And remember that those maps are also shared because, like, we don't know which one's age group, which one's not. It's not exactly helpful when your enemy is infiltrated within the civilian population.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like make sense of it all. I'm not like making any allegations.
No, I know, but this is how quickly lies happen, and this is why it's happening right now. Like, these distribution sites are being more successful. They're opening 3 new, and all of a sudden they're claiming people are being unalived. Meanwhile, the Gazan civilians themselves are saying that they're not checking us. It was easy. We go in, we get food. I just posted a video like showing people just going in and carrying as many boxes as they can carry.
Where's the leaflets? I want one of the big ones with the map. Yeah, you could see if you go on Twitter. Enough people post photos of them occasionally when they drop them, but you'll see. Oh God, why is it so tiny? Okay, so this is an example of a leaflet dropped on Gaza. It tells them where to go and everything, what the safe zones are. Hey, you're in X zone. That area is about to get bombed. Please evacuate to this area. You have X amount of time. Use these routes. That's the stuff they give them. So that's how they know where the humanitarian zones are and stuff. And they're pretty established too. Wait, who let up a guest?
I didn't, but they also, like, it's not just the leaflets or whatever. They get like Google Map directions, not Google Map, but like they get like electronically on their cell phones maps and how to get to certain areas.
Abadia? What's up?
Obadiah.
Obadiah?
You got a fucking flat screen TV there. That's crazy.
I love how you come up with these questions, which is like, oh, hey, you ask questions, and then you immediately dive into, oh my God, look at all their lies.
No, like I'm just like I'm trying to catch up on the news because I've been.
Oh,
doing
just
my own
wait. Are
thing
you
with my own
catching
life.
up by watching the TV on the Gazans TV on Snapchat?
They're watching like the fucking IRGC shit. Like, what is this stuff? Man.
Obadiah, what's up?
Yeah, hi, how you doing? You okay?
I'm doing okay. What's up?
Yeah, what would you say the death toll in Gaza is?
According to the Gaza Ministry of Health, the current reported death toll is at 50,021. No, the confirmed identities is 50,021. The reported death toll is 55,104.
Okay, and what would you say the civilian ratio would be?
Based on Hamas's own numbers and using the contributing
I'm
factors.
asking you.
What?
I'm asking you what.
Well, I'm going off their numbers.
The whole world.
Yeah, I'm going off of their numbers. I'm going off of what they have provided to me because I'm not on the ground. I don't know. So I'm going off of what the people there are reporting, based on the numbers from Hamas and some of the other local militant groups, and even some of the estimates from the IDF. I'd say about 23 to 25,000 of those 50,000 are Hamas, not Hamas, just Hamas, Hamas or
Combatants.
adjacent combatant groups.
Hey, Obadiah, just so you're aware, the UN also uses numbers from Hamas. It's all coming from the Gaza Ministry of Health. The whole world is only using those numbers.
23,000 combatants.
I'd say about that, yeah, just based on an estimate, based on the evidence that we have at hand.
Makes about 30,000 plus civilians, right? You'd agree with me there.
Something around there, yeah. You've got like a 1.1 something to 1 civilian to combatant death ratio, which is like the best civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare.
No, I'm glad you're saying that because I've heard a lot of revisionism on these numbers. I've heard even Israelis saying that the civilian death count is sub 10K.
So the reason they say that is because if you actually look at the Gaza Ministry of Health's breakdowns, there's some very interesting things. One, they do. Oh, no problem, Oba. So one, they have this very funny thing where, so the Gaza Ministry of Health does daily breakdowns of the death tolls and the injuries. Then they also do a weekly breakdown, and every month they issue a PDF that has a full breakdown of like how they categorize people, what their methods are, the different categories, like hunger, who's died of starvation and stuff. And they go through all of that stuff. Sometimes it's like 10 pages long, sometimes it's like 50 pages long. But if you look through it, one of the biggest things that you find very striking is, excuse me, would you agree that during war, people don't just suddenly stop dying of natural causes? Like, there's probably going to be less, obviously, but people don't just suddenly stop dying of natural causes.
Okay, yeah, that's probably true, yeah.
They don't count natural deaths anymore. The Gaza Ministry of Health has not reported natural deaths since the start of the war.
Yeah, I mean, how many natural deaths do you think happened?
Actually, Hammer knows the exact amount. They had between 500 and 1,200 on average every month before the war.
Sam, I'm gonna drop down. Have
Okay.
a good night.
Good night, Golda. Hammer, what was it?
Bye, Hammer.
In between, the
Oh,
lower end was
Golda's-
500, the
Golda's
higher
out.
end was 1,200 for natural deaths per month.
Golda's leaving because she's mad at me. but that's
Oh, okay. What was it? Was it 500 was the lower estimate, 1,200 was the upper estimate for each month where they had natural deaths before the war?
Between 5 and 1,500 a month.
Yeah, and now they have 0. So like if you just take, let's take the lower estimate. I'm dumb, so I need a calculator right now. Let's say we only go with 500. We stick with the lower amount they had. 500 times, how many months has this war been going now?
About 19, 20, isn't it? Something like that.
Let's just say 15 months. 500 times 15. That's 7,500. That's 7,500 deaths that we could probably just take off of that list right now. So we've now gone from
Oh,
50,000 to what?
Well, not really. I mean, let's say someone was about to die of a natural cause next month. and
Well,
then
yeah,
they
that's why
dropped
that's why I'm using the lower estimate. But what I'm saying is the deaths that would normally be attributed as natural deaths. I'm not talking about the people that, like, okay, you would have been a natural death, but now you couldn't get to a hospital. That can still be counted. Normally, they would be classified differently. It would be as an indirect death versus a direct death. Normally, in situations like wars like this, there's 2 categories: direct deaths and indirect deaths. They only have 1 category. They're not differentiating them. So that person would normally be an indirect death, would still be as a death from the war. But they're not reporting natural deaths at all. So let's take the lower estimate, 500 a month. That's the lowest they normally had. And let's just take that off, because if they're not counting those people, they're now adding natural deaths to that total. So let's take out 7,500. So we've gone from 50,000 to 42,500. Then you start looking at the combatants. Then you start looking. Once you start getting into it and you actually take away all the extenuating factors, there's a very valid argument for saying the civilian death toll is possibly around 10,000. Like, if you're talking about people who have died as a result of direct conflict.
But when
you
you
also
have
have to remember, Obadiah, that prior to October 7th, about 32% of the people in Gaza were obese, fat pigs, essentially. So they didn't stop being fat pigs right away. If you look at the pictures from Gaza now, you'll still see a lot of fat, overweight pigs. So you have to assume there's a certain level of heart disease and heart attacks and other
Thank you, Sasha.
obesity-related diseases that these fat pigs are
You
suffering from.
You are in a feisty mood tonight.
I've
No,
seen
they
you.
are. So they're just, some of them are just dying because they're fat pigs. They don't
I've
take
seen
care of
you.
themselves.
Yeah. I've seen you, Hammer.
Don't wait. One last thing, and then I'll let you go.
Hammer, I've seen you, bro.
One
You're
last
not-
thing. One last thing. I'm almost done. And then you have to remember the significant genetic deficiencies that exist within Gazan culture because of the inbreeding and the first cousin marriage. It leads to significant recessive genetic defects.
I know he sounds like he's being
So-
mean about that one, Obadiah, but he's actually not wrong. Statistically speaking,
True.
for the Gaza Ministry of Health, about 33% of all marriages in Gaza are between first cousins or closer, which does genuinely lead to a lot of genetic deficiencies and early causes of death. And there's actually a lot of studies that come out of Gaza and the West Bank themselves that actually show that, like, yeah, people actually suffer quite a bit.
First of all, I take issue with even the suggestion that I was being mean. I love my brothers and sisters in Gaza. We're cousins, after all. That's what they keep telling us. I don't want my cousins to be genetically inferior, deficient, abnormality freaks of the world. I want them to be normal, but they're not.
so I'm not gonna lie about it.
I don't know why Hammer's calling people fat pigs. I've seen him. But anyway, you know when you do like these.
Have you seen? Did you ever see Sinwar's wife?
Yeah, she looked like you, body
No,
wise.
well, I'm fat, so what's the point?
Hammer knows he's Hammer knows he's big.
She was fat as well. I'm sure she knew she was overweight as well. So
Right, but you just said they weren't overweight there.
No, I didn't.
No, he didn't say that.
Oh, then I misheard. Sorry.
Yeah, but I just said when you do these like drawn out calculations from
Mhm.
like speculative information, and don't you think it sounds like what some other people do about another?
Well, that's why I said there is a valid argument to be made, but that's not the one I'm making. I'm saying that
But
if
when
you
people
actually
do
take all those extenuating circumstances and calculate that in, there is a valid argument to be made that that is a possible total for the civilian deaths. That's not the one I'm making, though. I'm purely going off of just Hamas's numbers alone, where I'm going, cool, 1.18 to 1 civilian combatant death ratio just based off what they've said. I'm not going to look into it anymore. That's just the numbers they've given me, and I'm going to go with it.
Do you know what? Fair enough for you because you all you did was you gave the numbers that have actually been put out by official.
Yeah, I mean,
channels and
officially, I got nothing else to go off of.
yeah, fair enough. I've just heard people. You ask them what the death toll is, they'll straight up just look. You know,
Well, I mean,
say 10K.
like I said, there is a valid argument to be made for it. It cannot currently be substantiated. It might get substantiated after the war. A lot of people have been very critical of the numbers coming out of the Gaza Ministry of Health, though, because of stuff like that lack of reporting of natural deaths, or the fact that so right now, if you look at the death toll reported by the Gaza Ministry of Health, they have 15,613 children. What is the age of an adult in your country, Obadiah? At what age do you become an adult?
18, I think.
Okay, so the Gaza Ministry of Health considers the ages of 18 to 20 years old as children. So a good chunk of those 15,613 children are actually 18 to 20-year-olds, which means that numbers are skewed. So the fact that we see stuff like that, context clues, leads a lot of people to believe, yeah, the civilian death toll is probably a lot smaller. Like most of these, or a lot of these deaths probably aren't even related to the actual war, or were from other extenuating circumstances. So, like, again, that's not what I'm presenting. I do believe there is some validity to that argument, but I'm just going off of what was presented. But again, it's not to say their argument's invalid. It may be substantiated after the war. We'll find out after, though.
Okay. What would
It's
you?
also important to remember, Obadiah, that in Islam, a 15-year-old boy is considered an adult for the purposes of fighting. That's one. And two, it's also important to note that dying under rubble is one of the 5 glorious ways to die in Islam and leads to martyrdom. So I think all those people that died under the rubble we should be happy because they get to go to paradise as shaheeds.
I think these are the two worst religions to be in a geopolitical conflict, to be honest. But
Well, I mean, I feel like this would happen with any. This would happen with any religion against Islam because they hate every religion.
Wait,
Like,
what's
that's
the
real.
second
No,
religion?
yeah, you guys as well. You guys aren't.
I'm not, dude. I'm not Jewish.
Really? Do you see a lot of Jews flying planes into buildings?
No, but
No, I think he's saying that. I think he's saying.
How many in the last 20 months? How many Muslims have been attacked? How many mosques have been attacked? How many pro-Pali rallies have been attacked by Jews? By Jews.
No, he's not saying the IDF. He's saying like specifically by Jews.
In the United States.
I don't know. How many? Not many.
Maybe one.
Okay.
Yeah, like there was the Jewish Israeli guy that attacked another Jewish Israeli guy in Florida that he thought was a Palestinian.
Oh yeah, that one was silly.
Moron doing something illegal, being a moron that was immediately condemned by the Israeli side.
He belongs in jail, and we can normal people.
But to be fair, right? There's what 15 million Jews, 2 billion Muslims. Like if you protract the numbers out, like maybe it's kind of proportional, you know, the amount of T attacks.
Not even remotely.
Wait, do you? No, that's like a 0.00001% versus a lot.
It's not even close, dude.
It's not that many. If 2 billion Muslims, like I know,
Muslims
Well,
have
not every
57,000.
Muslim is a radicalist, so that's the thing. Like, not every
Well, I
Muslim
disagree
believes
with
in that
that,
stuff,
but
and not every Muslim who is a radicalist is willing to go out and do it because they're too much
57,000
cowards.
57,000 Islamist-based terror attacks in the last decade.
yeah, but I'm saying when you, yeah, I mean it's a relevant argument. I'm just saying when you protract out the numbers, 15 million to 2 billion, it might
So
actually.
so let's do this per capita. One Jewish guy out of 15 million makes it a 1 in 15 million. It's not a very high per capita. 57,000 terror attacks by Muslims in the last 10 years. And that's just direct attacks. That's not supporters. That's not people that assisted.
I don't think it's one for the Jewish.
Yeah, if you think Islam and Judaism are the same, let's just
Like
look at
that. That's the thing. Could like realistic though? Could you point out like Jews going out and attacking Muslims?
Well, this
I
is the
can't.
thing. I think when you have like a powerful government to do, it's not called T because it's by a state. But when
We're
you
not
have
talking about governments, dude. We're talking about Jews around the world and
no,
Muslims.
they don't
around
do
the
as
world.
much. Look, I'm not going to say Jews do as many T attacks as
Because they don't. They just don't.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that. What I'm saying is when you've already got a sort of a government structure to do it for you and
But just being Jewish doesn't mean you're associated with the government of Israel. That what you're implying is that every Jew has association to Israel, and by proxy, the
Not
government of
every
Israel
Jew,
does it
but
for
how-
them.
how-
And also,
how
it's not
many
like even then that argument wouldn't hold water because there's 2 million Arabs in Israel, and a majority of them are Muslims, and Israel's not slaughtering them. They're just
How
chilling.
can we have time? How do we have time to commit terrorist attacks when we're too busy winning Nobel Prizes, coming up with early detection for Parkinson's disease, almost curing cancer? New article today just came out about how Israel's revolutionizing the tomato. Like, we're too busy doing good for the world, and Muslims don't do good for the world.
No, that's
Muslims contribute nothing to the world that the world can use for the benefit of mankind.
No, there are some Muslims who definitely.
No. I'm saying as a community, they have not developed anything in the last couple hundred years that the world uses and can say, "Oh, this makes my life better."
This reminds me of something funny.
They had their age. They had their.
They have like what?
No, I said they had their age. They had their period where they were really.
Okay, well, we're not living in the period. We're living in the present.
We build off, the inventions and discoveries of previous eras, don't we?
Yeah, all the things they claim to have invented, but they didn't actually invent. We're talking about the present day, though. If you need to go back 1,000 years to talk about the golden age of your people, then you've spent 1,000 years not building on top of that.
Hammer, it reminds me
I'm
of
not Muslim.
it reminds me of this, Hammer. You'll like this. One of my favorite things ever is the 300-year gap in Irish. What? Oh, well, I'm reading it for you. It says, one of my favorite things ever is the 300-year gap in Irish inventions after whiskey was invented. So they invent whiskey, and then 300 years later is when they start inventing stuff again.
Yeah, like, I mean, there's just no question, Obadiah. Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim. No.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's just no question they're a net negative to the world. They just are.
Oh God, that's no.
I mean, you couldn't point out a net benefit, so that makes them a net negative.
Yeah, I can.
Like what?
They give a lot of charity, loads.
To which charity?
It doesn't matter. They give a lot of charity.
Well, it kind of does, because I asked you about a benefit for mankind, for the world.
Yeah,
Muslims
not
give
part of
to
mankind.
Muslims only give to Muslim charities.
That's not
They
true.
only
But
take care of their own.
But is that not a benefit to mankind?
No, it's a benefit to Muslims.
So Jews and Christians give a higher percentage of their personal income, but Christians overall give the most. Oh, actually, no. Damn. Mormons have started out donating Christians.
Mormons
Interesting.
by far, it's not even close.
Yeah, Mormons out donate Christians.
Mormons are Christians, but that's a story for this
Yeah, but
question.
in this, they're identified separately.
Christians. They're not.
They're identified
Anyway.
separately.
I don't know. I don't know if I've got anything
I
else.
mean,
to
so
add.
keep thinking. They donate money to themselves. Keep going.
Oh, some of the stuff that's going on in the Gulf states is pretty innovative, pretty.
Such as?
Well, Saudi's got that project they've got going on. It seems to be.
And that benefits mankind how?
Yeah, loads of. I mean, to be honest.
Are you talking about the giant wall?
No, he's talking about the indoor walking city.
That's not
Yeah,
gonna
it's
benefit
the
most-
outside of it's supposed to be a giant mirror wall.
Most of the people who like inhabit that or whatever do work in there probably won't even be Saudis. They'll be like random foreign people they import from
That's
elsewhere.
not a benefit to mankind. That's a benefit to the
Yeah,
Saudi
that's a benefit to their economy and to rich people because they're going to use a bunch of slave labor to work it, and then they're going to have a bunch of tourists come in.
You think a lot of middle class people are going to be able to go visit that thing?
I will never be able to see that thing in my life.
Yeah, but I don't know. Rich people are still part of mankind, right?
Rich
They're not
people are the most important part of mankind, but I'm talking about everybody.
Yeah, like how does it benefit society that some rich bastard gets to go to Saudi Arabia and have fun for a couple weeks?
Rich people go to space too. I mean,
Yeah,
that
what
would
benefit?
be-
What benefit did we get from Katy Perry going to the fucking upper atmosphere, then coming down and going, "Oh my god, that was amazing"? That didn't benefit me at all.
I don't think the Saudi project is that out of reach. I think like people go there to work. People go there to.
Yeah, that's slave labor.
No, they actually
No,
use
I'm
slave
talking about
labor.
slave labor, I'm talking about-
No, they do. They actually have slave labor. Like most of their workers are not allowed health care. They're not allowed a lot of their rights. They can't vote, and they've taken away their passports. Like that's not a joke. And they have a big thing.
Kafala
That,
system.
yeah, there's a huge fucking debate about that because they try to deny it and act like it's not a thing, but it 100% is.
No, there's issues, no doubt.
I'd say slavery
Like,
it's
you
a little
can't
bit more
go
than
a
just an
day
issue.
in your life. Obadiah, you can't go a day in your life without using something created, invented, or developed by a Jew. You could pretty much go your entire lifetime without doing the same from any Muslim.
Like Obadiah, do you have a cell phone? Or I mean, obviously, do you have an iPhone?
Yeah.
The most of the chips in that iPhone, the architecture for those chips was
Look,
designed in Israel.
I didn't say Jews don't contribute. I just
No, he's
said
saying comparable
Muslims-
wise.
Okay, I mean that's your opinion. I'd need to look into that a bit more. I think
The
unfair. to-
front-facing camera on the phone, that was an Israeli invention.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. How long do you think? How long does he think this is going to go on for? You know, does you think it's getting a bit pointless now? You just
You and I will be dead before it happens. Anything happens.
Are you talking about this specific war or in general?
Yeah, I'm
the
talking about
conflict.
this
specific war. Once Israel stops giving a fuck what pussified Western nations think, they could end it within like a couple months.
But that won't be good for Israel, I don't think. in the long run.
Would it? Okay. The two options are continue to allow this terrorist group to attack me year after year after year and unalive as many Jews as possible, or have people be mad at me for a little while.
They don't do that though, do they? Like they don't just. I mean, they send little rockets and stuff.
That still attack Jews, and then they openly stated on international television after October 7th that they would do it again and again and again until the Jewish people cease to exist.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got terrorist sentiment. They're not actually powerful enough to destroy Israel. Are
But
they?
it's
So
if
not
they're
having
going
all
to
that-
do it, period, that's a problem.
Shit.
I don't know. I think that this could be as the world moves further and further towards humanitarian causes and all this stuff.
Wait, Amber, someone just said, you think unaliving 1 million babies is just going to have the reaction of people will be mad at me? Can you show me where 1 million babies have died in Gaza? Where is this the 1 million pregnant baby journalists that I've been hearing so much about?
Bro, there weren't even 1 million kids in Gaza. You think the world is moving towards a more humanitarian world?
Yeah, I think like there's an undercurrent of like.
Do you think the people in Sudan would agree with you?
No.
Do you think
I'm
the
talking
people
about.
in, do you think the people in Bangladesh would agree with you?
I'm talking about countries with like
Do you think the
geopolitical.
people in Ukraine would agree with you?
No, I'm like UK, Canada, France. They've all just.
UK. The UK had 250,000 girls groomed and sexually assaulted and
That
raped
doesn't mean we don't. The
by
UK,
Pakistani Muslims. Is that humanitarian to you?
that's not what I'm talking about. In the government structure, they're a lot more sensitive to humanitarian projects.
I mean, the UK is also the same government that literally arrested a Jewish man for holding a sign up that had a picture of Nasrallah holding a beeper that was blowing up because it, and I shit you not, He offended literal terrorist supporters. He offended Hezbollah supporters who were protesting, and they arrested him for it.
12,000 Brits have been thrown in jail in the past 18 months for writing things online that offended
Well,
people.
that's what I mean. This actually goes to my point. Like, they're more sensitive to like leftist ideals.
Do you
or whatever.
think throwing people in jail for having an unpopular opinion is humanitarian?
No, that's not good. It's not good, but it's shift towards leftism, right? Or shift towards.
That sounds more authoritarian than it does humanitarian.
Yeah. I mean, they've got sympathy for people who seem to be oppressed.
Obadiah, where are you from?
Guys, tap the screen.
Manchester.
Manchester City or United?
I'm actually an Arsenal fan.
Oh God, of course.
Oh, you
Was
used
not
to-
expecting that.
I'm a City fan. The only- I mean, just remember City.
You jumped on that bandwagon when they got the oil money.
No, I was a City fan when they had Pellegrini. Stop it.
Pellegrini had the oil money, bro. They got the oil money in like 2010.
Dude, I only started getting into soccer when my daughter started playing. I'm an American. We didn't believe in soccer.
We didn't believe in soccer.
And I fell in love with Sergio Aguero, and I liked the blue. I wasn't gonna root for United because they're not even a Manchester team. They're not even in Manchester. They don't represent the working blue of the Mancunians.
The
They're
working
in Old
blue.
Trafford. I'm not gonna root for Arsenal because I didn't like Arsene Wenger. I think he's a
Why? Why do
Guys, if you're gonna
Just reminded
spam
me
in the
of
chat and
that.
just copy paste your comment over and over, I'm just gonna mute you.
Wenger reminded me of a guy who would be like a guard at an SS camp. I wasn't going to root for Tottenham because I didn't like that.
Tottenham is the Jewish club, you know. It's
And
like
Chelsea, I didn't like because I wasn't an Abramovich fan. So
he's a Jewish man as well.
Abramovich is Jewish. So is Daniel Levy.
Yeah. There's a lot of.
Thank you guys for joining the team.
That's right, dude. Because we got game, dog. We spend less time worrying about terrorism and more time worrying about making them ends.
All right. I think I need a better argument to come in. I was surprised. I was surprised by the death toll thing. I thought you were going to say like, 5.
I mean, I've got a decade in the U.S. Marine Corps. I've got over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs, and I've done doctrine development. Like, I talk to guys at the Institute for the Study of War. Like, I'm very in depth with this stuff, and although I think there's credence to a lot of those arguments that we were talking about, I go off the information that is presented to me as factual, even if I do not believe it in the moment to be true. That is all the official numbers it is that I have to go off of. So I'm not going to. I can say, hey, this is my opinion. I theorize that X amount is the total, but the current numbers that I have publicly available as currently accepted as fact is this.
All right. No worries. Fair enough. All right.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up.
Just remember, they're all going to fucking paradise, dude. It's good. It's all good. It's good. You have to listen. You have to take you can make where'd he go?
Oh, he said he was done.
You make a conscious decision in life. Are you going to look at the world as glass half full, or are you going to look at the world as glass half empty? I choose to look at the world as a glass half full. And in Islam, this life is just a detour. It's a pit stop on the way to paradise. Israel sent all these people to paradise. Why aren't we being they should be thanking Israel.
It's funny when they do come up and thank. I've heard people come, and actually, you had a couple on Nick's live that come up. It's like, yeah, you know what? You're doing a good thing for us. And then Nick was like, then why are you upset? Do you believe the Afghan war was worth the cost? I think that it would have been had we gotten out in the beginning, like after we wiped out the Taliban and kicked them into Pakistan, after we had done the job and the guys on the ground were like, okay, this is good, we're done. We don't need to be here anymore. But then the politicians were like, no, we can fix him. It was like, I can change her. I can fix her. But once we got to like the 20-year mark, it was like that. It's not really worth it unless you're going to stick here for even longer. Okay.
Never should have left.
If you guys are going to no, Vitamin C, I'm muting you because you keep spamming the same comments 5 times in a row every time you comment. Oh, I lit someone up, but he dropped. Did you see Moderate's video on the GHF statement?
The what?
Gaza Humanitarian Foundation statement.
Yeah, it was Hamas. Everyone knows it's
No, I was
Hamas.
just saying, did you see Moderate's video on it where he just read it out loud?
No, I have not seen Moderates.
Yeah, he read through the whole fucking thing, and of course you see the comments from our friends, and then you see, of course, the people making excuses. Well, this was probably Israel. It's like, dude, the Gazans are posting videos of the bodies themselves, going, look what Hamas did.
I had dinner with him this past week.
He told me.
When was it? What's today? Dude, did you hear what happened to me?
No.
We were taking off from Charleston to come home, and we're, going down the runway to take off, and all of a sudden we heard this big boom, and it felt like we like hit something, and then we had a flat tire, and my kids were sitting near the wing, and they looked out, and the fucking engine exploded. It was on fire.
Neat.
Yeah.
Did they abort the takeoff, or did they do a go around?
No, they aborted the takeoff. He stopped right away.
I didn't know, because I've seen stuff like that happen where they're like already at the end of the runway, and the pilot's like, "Well, gotta go around."
No, they got the fire trucks out. They put it out. My kids.
Did you get
were
compensation?
My kids were like we're telling the flight attendants, break out the slide. We want to go down the slide.
But,
like, no, we're
but
not
the
going
big
down the
question:
slide. I was a little-
did you get compensation?
Well, I actually have to call them and complain. They gave me a stipend for a hotel room. We ended up getting to Atlanta that night because that was our go through, and they gave us a stipend for Atlanta. So when I went to the site, they had like 4 hotels you could choose from.
All garbage.
I looked up the hotels to see which was the nicest one, and then I'm like, okay, we'll click here, and it was like, you get a stipend. Then after I clicked, and they're like, all right, you have a stipend, make a reservation with the hotel. The hotel was booked. I couldn't go back and make a reservation with another hotel. I couldn't make a reservation with another hotel, so they gave me a stipend for a hotel that was booked. So I got to call them and complain.
Dude, when I came back from Japan, like when we were coming back to the U.S., Delta left my pets on the tarmac at one point, and then when we landed in San Diego, they had did we land at LAX? I can't remember.
This was Delta.
No, we landed at LAX. We landed, and there's supposed to be someone staying with the pets at all time until I go get them, because they got my name and stuff. And I get down there to where all the pets are next to the baggage claim, and not only are my pets by themselves, unattended, in an unsecure area, they've been there for about 40 minutes already, and my cat's crate is upside down on the floor.
Wait, why are you bringing your cat with you to
I
travel?
was coming home from Japan, like we were getting stationed in the U.S.
Oh,
So they left my pets unattended where anyone could have taken them, because what the process is supposed to be like, if you have your pets, someone has to do a physical handoff with you, and you have to verify, yep, these are my animals. And my cat had fallen off the conveyor belt, was upside down, and my dog was sitting there too, and they had been unattended for like 30-40 minutes. And in compensation, Delta gave me a check for a grand total of $20.
Well, listen, that's $20 more than that cat's worth.
Hey, that's actually a really expensive cat.
Fuck that cat.
That's an expensive cat.
You should have dropped him off in Korea. They know what to do with cats there, or Vietnam.
We didn't even pass Korea. Did
and
I sue them? No, I'm not gonna be able to sue fucking Delta Airlines. That ain't fucking happening.
No, the way you sue them is you take them to small claims court. They don't even show up.
I don't know. I haven't done that. Is she okay? Yeah, she's fine now. Do you still have the cat? Yeah, it's Sushi, the cat you guys have seen on stream.
Yeah, the cat sucks. Who cares?
Hey,
Cats are garbage.
what's wrong with you? Be nice. Anger Tab came up here earlier and 100% said
Terrorists. They kill more birds than wind farms.
my cat stays inside. It's fine. Anger Tab came up here earlier and he said he wasn't drunk, but I swear he was hammered. Just went off on Islam. Just fucking lost it.
But I missed it.
That was great. Actually, you could see it if you go back to the recording on YouTube. You could see him come up and just lose it. Cats are great. Nick has a cute cat. He does.
Cats are trash.
Why you gotta be mean to cats?
Because everyone knows cats are garbage.
No, they're not.
Cat people are weird, dude.
My cat's great. She plays fetch.
You're weird.
My cat plays fetch, dude. My cat's a dog.
Muslims love cats. That's enough for me. That's enough for me.
Wow, this is the first time the entire night I haven't had anyone in the requests.
You know what? You love cats. You know, pretty soon you'll be taking your shahada.
Sorry, I'm not. Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna filter myself.
It'll happen. Don't worry. You'll get there. You'll take your shahada. Yeah, you will.
Oh, did you see Mexican Waters talking about how the protests were peaceful?
Dude, I gotta be honest with you. I can't believe that disgusting bitch is still alive.
I can't believe she said. Did you
She's
see the
gotta
video
be.
I did that was showing the fighting side by side or the rioting side by side?
She's gotta be 150 years old at this point. Dude, she was old when I was a kid during Rodney King and she was screaming, "No justice, no peace." She was an old woman back then.
It's just like fucking. It's like Feinstein and
How old is Maxine?
and what's her name? Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi. It looks like she's gonna blow away. If you blow on her, she looks like she turned to
Waters
dust.
is 86 years old. Oh my god. Crazy.
I could not believe what I was hearing when they're like, it's all peaceful. There's no violence. There's a couple actors, but there's nothing. And then on the video on the right, like right next to it, as she's saying that, I had a video of just people destroying shit. Dude, did you see they destroyed a fucking Telemundo news truck today? Of all the trucks to destroy, you're supposedly protesting for Mexican American immigrant rights, and you destroy a Telemundo van.
Hopefully they burn down City Hall. Let them burn down the whole
Boeing
city.
Dreamliner down in India heading
Except,
towards the UK. Ooh,
Let them burn down
Jesus.
everything except the properties that I have investments in.
Nancy Pelosi is still bad? Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is an awful human being. Are you all three nationalities? No, I am an American who served in the American military and loves this fucking country, and I support these two American allies. Nancy Pelosi is a baddie? No, she is not! No, she's not! But Trump is a great guy. Look, Hammer likes Trump. I don't. I don't think Trump's a great guy.
Wait. Hold on a second. Hold your horses. I like what Trump is doing. I don't think he's a good person by any stretch of the imagination.
I think I might have to ban Oba. She just said that
I
Nancy
like what
Pelosi
he's
is
doing,
fine.
but I don't think he's a good guy at all. I think he's a schmuck. I always thought he was a schmuck, but he's doing things that I support. Hey, man, I'm not voting for Rabbi of the United States. I'm voting for President of the United States. If I was voting for Rabbi of the United States, I probably wouldn't have voted for him. Would have voted for Rabbi Litvin. But I'm not voting for the...
Dude, the State of the Union address would just be Rabbi making jokes the whole time.
That would be freaking...
Nothing would be discussed whether that has any substance. Just be jokes the whole fucking time. It'd be Rabbi Litvin comedy hour.
He would have me in the guest box up there.
What have the two
If Dr.
allies done for
Frankenstein
us?
was handed a box of human flaws, he would make a Trump. Ugh.
What the fuck does that even
That's so
mean?
silly.
What have the two allies done for us? Well, Israel has done a lot of stuff with regards to medical advancements, trade, stuff in the technology sector. We could talk about in the military, the trophy system, which is a system that we put on all of our vehicles in the U.S. military that protects them from incoming missiles and RPGs, entirely designed, made, manufactured in Israel. The Patriot missile system, which shoots down incoming planes
Have
and
you
missiles.
seen the new Iron Beam? The new Iron Beam is dope.
I was excited for that until the British military actually beat Israel to shooting down a missile with a laser first. And then I went, Israel, what the fuck?
This guy, Adam Parker, who wrote, if Dr. Frankenstein was handed a box of human flaws, he would make Trump. Adam, let me ask you this. I mean, I could go on all night, but I'll just ask you this one. Did Trump shower naked with his 13-year-old daughter? Because that's what the last dude did.
Yeah. So the Patriot missile system, we were having issues when we first fielded it in the 90s with friendly fire. We were shooting down our own planes. We did a partnership with Israel because they already had the Iron Dome developed, and we got access to their software, which helped refine the Patriot missile system to
Oh, we
make it
gotta
one of the
let this guy
best
up.
best people and their best anti-air defense systems in the world.
We gotta let this guy up. This is gonna be great.
Oh god, I'm gonna go pee. Don't
Hey,
get,
how are ya?
don't get
Yeah,
don't
to
get me
answer your
banned.
question. How you going?
What?
Yeah. To your question about the showering with your daughters, I got 3 daughters. Okay, I've showered with all of them.
When they
So
were
what do you think of
13
me?
When they were 13 years old?
No. When do you get it that Biden's daughter was 13? Like, where do you get that information from?
From her diary?
From her diary.
Yeah.
You've seen Biden's daughter's diary. And
Okay.
where did
You're,
you
you're
see
not
that?
American, so I'm gonna.
No,
give
I'm
you
not
a pass
American. I'm Australian. No. That is irrelevant to the question.
Well, no, I'm going to give you a
You've seen
pass on.
Biden's
Excuse me, I'm
daughter's
talking.
diary.
Excuse me, I'm talking. I'm
Okay.
going to give you. I'm explaining it to you. I'm going to give you a pass on not knowing this because this is like American political stuff. So, a couple guys stole her diary, Ashley Biden. Okay,
And
they
who are these guys? Name them.
I don't know
if we're
their
gonna make
names.
a
Look it
claim.
up, dude. They
Exactly.
were
No,
charged.
no, you don't know
Let
the
him
names,
hang on.
so
Let
how
him
can you make
finish.
the claim?
No,
Bro,
Adam.
stop
Adam.
No,
Let him.
let's
Adam.
interrupting me.
Adam.
Let
Adam.
me
Let him
finish
finish.
the
Let him
No,
story.
you need
finish.
to make the claim. Who are they?
Hang
You
on.
can't
Let
He'll
say
me
get.
these
He'll
guys
get
finish
to
and
the
then say I don't know.
He'll
story.
get to it.
Yeah, it's
I'll
a story.
get to it.
Okay, I'll let you have
I'll
your story.
get to it. Let me finish.
Sure.
And they were arrested. I can go look up the arrest report, whatever. But for it to be considered theft, she had to attest that the diary was hers. If it wasn't hers, then it's not theft, right? So she attested in court that the diary and the contents of the diary were hers. In the diary, she talked about how her father used to shower naked with her when she was 13.
Did
It
he
all
molest
happened in
her?
court under the penalty of perjury.
Did Biden molest her?
Hey, watch language on the
I don't
live.
know. Oh, wait. So your cutoff is not showering with your 13-year-old daughter. He has to touch her for it to be gross.
No. Well, I'm just saying, like, without you being able to actually specificate the point that this actually happened, and that she was 13, from some guys, all the rest of it. I could give you anecdotes of Trump.
That's not an anecdote.
No,
That is not an
1993.
anecdote.
In 1993,
That's
it
not an
was
anecdote because it's not my
Trump and
story.
Epstein paid off a
It's
13-year-old
not my
girl's
story.
father to avoid a court date.
What I never said Trump was a good guy.
But
So
you're
you're trying
answering
to
my
convince
question
me
of-
of something I already agree with. Great, you win. Good job.
Yeah, Adam. What he
I'm
did
trying
do
to
wasn't an
convince-
anecdote. That was something that was gone over in court.
Yeah, it was in court.
Yeah, I'll look it up. But did Biden?
Okay, go look
has
it up.
Biden
Go
ever
look it up.
molested-
Go
has
look it
Biden ever
up.
molested a girl?
Hang on. Stop saying that word on live.
Dude, go look
what
it
are you
up.
saying instead of that? SA, I guess. Did Biden ever SA?
Yeah,
a
go
girl?
look it up. Go look it up and come back and we can talk about it after you go look it up. Go run along and do your homework. Then we can talk about the slander Biden committed for 20 years about the guy that got into a car accident with his first wife and how he lied about the guy and called him a drunk driver and blamed him for his first wife's death when he wasn't drunk. And his wife was the one that created the car accident. And the family begged him for years to stop slandering him by calling him a drunk driver when he wasn't. We can talk about the granddaughter that Joe Biden doesn't recognize as being a granddaughter because his son, after cheating on his brother with his wife, the one that died of brain cancer, and then married her and turned her into a crack whore, ended up getting a random stripper knocked up and had a kid with her. And Biden won't recognize her as his grandkid, and they actually sued to make sure she doesn't take the Biden name.
Yeah, we don't like Biden. But it wasn't that the diary entry said that she was age 13. It was the date from the entry. That's how you know. Also, did you know the whole thing about the crash, right? With his first wife.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was her
Wait,
fault.
hold on. Do you know who the comedian Shane Gillis is?
I do. I don't think
Did
he's
you
very funny.
hang on? Regardless of you think it's funny or not, did you know that the driver of that truck worked for the Gillis family?
No, that I did not know.
Yeah, he did it. I think it was on Joe Rogan that he was talking about it. Hang on. I gotta find this. This is actually YouTube Biden Shane.
Oh, by the way, Biden has been
Gillis.
credibly accused of sexual assault 9 times. The media just never covered it. Don't forget Tara Reid, various other accusations of sexual assault.
Okay, that's enough. We're gonna get the live band here.
And let's not forget, he also has a real bizarre hair sniffing fetish when it comes to girls. He loves going and sniffing their hair.
Okay, Hammer, I got this video for you. You should be able to hear it now. I fixed that error.
You want to know something wild? My family, the Gillis family, owned mushroom farms. So we were mushroom farmers in Delaware.
Like what kind of mushrooms?
Just regular mushroom. Now, allegedly, the old legend goes, a guy delivering corn cobs to the Gillis mushroom farm drove a truck into Biden's wife and killed her.
Shut up. Just a week before Christmas, 1972.
It turns out it's actually true.
Yeah. and let's not forget, Joe Biden is a serial plagiarizer. He got caught cheating in law school. Daddy got him out of that. He had to drop out of the 1988 presidential primary for the Democratic Party because he didn't plagiarize a paper. He plagiarized another human being's entire life and passed it off as his own life until the guy came out and was like, wait a second.
Oh, wait. Did you hear about this, Hammer?
Yeah,
Little fucking
they voted
David
him out.
Hogg. Yeah, they voted and they're like, hey, we're going to vote to have an election to get rid of you. And he was like, I guess I'll step down.
Because he wasn't diverse enough.
No, he it wasn't not just that. Did you hear the big thing he fucking spent $20 billion of the DNC's money on?
That's why they wanted him out. But the excuse they used in the
Oh.
technicality is that he wasn't diverse enough.
Yeah. For those that don't know, David Hogg got called out because he used $20 million of the DNC's money to put towards campaigns to it was
raised money.
I thought it came
raised
from
money.
there. I thought it was raised money for the DNC that he used
No,
for his own
he
thing.
raised money using the DNC list of donors. He was using the donors to raise money privately.
Yeah, basically $20 million to go for campaigns against basically to prevent people from getting or from losing their seats. David,
I think my favorite Joe Biden lie was the times he talked about the guy that he used to talk to on the train. You know, he loves talking about going on trains. And the guy had been dead for like 15 years. And he's like, I remember talking to this guy on the train all the time, blah, blah, blah. The guy would have died.
Liz, the funds are supposed to go to basically efforts to stop people from getting from losing their seats within the DNC. He didn't want people to lose their seats. He wanted people to stay in power, essentially. What up? I can't.
Who
see
wanted
what your
people to
name
stay in power?
David, that was his whole thing.
No, opposite. He wanted to primary Democrats who weren't left-wing enough.
His aim
He
to
wanted
support supporting progressive challengers against. Oh, I misread that. Yes, supporting progressive challengers against incumbent Democrats. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he wanted to primary Democrats in safe seats to try and get progressives in.
What's your name? What do we call you? Is that LL? I don't know.
Yeah, 2001.
Bro, I'm not gonna say 001 every time I need to get your attention. What do I call?
So I can say 01, I guess. I don't know, man. I didn't think before I made that name. Whatever.
Fair enough.
No, I wanted to address a gentleman that was, talking about, and I know I do my best not to say those triggering words on here. I know you're not supposed to use that language.
Mm-hmm.
But he was talking about the diary, and I did a little bit of reading, not a whole lot, because you're gonna get what you're gonna get out of the internet, and that's about as much as I know, and that's about as much as he knows.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a thing about how that diary somehow it got quote unquote stolen, and then it was in random hands for over a week, and then it appeared, and there was a lot of suspicions of the diary being altered. Now, this is what I've read. I know you read the same information. I mean, different information from other places. But at the end of the day, both of us are reading something from a second point of view, or second source. Now, what it is in a second source, though, and I don't know if you're defending this guy, but it did seem that way whenever you brought up this point when you said Trump didn't do this. But what Trump did do, though, is that he is on a recorded live conversation talking about his daughter in a sexual way, talking about how he would date her and quote unquote using the word hot for
I'm
his own
not
daughter.
defending Trump. I think he's
Okay,
a scumbag.
well that's what it's. That's
No,
what it said. It
he
seems
said he
like
thinks Trump's a scumbag. Like he said that.
okay, then we can agree on that.
Yeah.
So what's the big deal?
No, he said he thought you were
No.
defending Trump.
No.
And the thing is, like I say Kamala supporter, or I voted for Kamala. I wouldn't say I completely agree with everything he says. As a Democrat, I can't stand Biden, and I honestly didn't like Kamala. But it's the cult mentality of the other side that their king can't do any wrong, and even when he does, they just completely look the other way.
I mean,
But that's what I
I've
thought
seen
it
the
was
same
going
thing
on.
from
And
both sides.
You're Hispanic, right?
I am Hispanic, yeah.
You're just well, legal?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So you're safe, dude.
Served in the
Otherwise-
United States military, and
Good. Thank you for your service. Otherwise, I'd have to call
and I-
ICE on you.
What?
Oh, thanks, man. I mean, it's crazy that like you hear somebody's Hispanic of Hispanic descent, and your immediate thing is
I
you're gonna
asked
call
if
ICE
you
on
were
somebody.
legal. You said you were. I said, great. Thank
But
you for your service.
okay, but would you ask the same fucking question if I would have said I was white, or if I would have been white?
Right. We didn't have 11 million white people come into our country under Biden.
But that doesn't matter.
Hey, listen,
So
if
let me
you
a-
think that I'm bigoted at all, how about this? I'll make you a deal. I am
All right.
willing to deport every single European and Israeli who has overstayed their visa. Get them the fuck out. All of them.
Okay, so how do you feel about Trump's wife, Melania? She overstayed her visa.
He is a legal citizen.
Oh, she's a legal citizen now, but she overstayed her visa, did she not?
Okay,
And
well,
she worked under a visa that she
if you
wasn't
and I had
supposed
a
to work.
time machine, and we could go back into time to that period where
Oh.
she was not legal, then I would want her deported. She's
Oh wait, I
legal
thought you
now.
people were. I thought you
He's
people were
legal
about doing
now,
it the right
so
way.
there's nothing you can do.
Oh no, there is stuff that it can do, because there's people that are getting deported now that are getting deported because they miss files on paper, and even Trump
Tough
is
shit.
saying
Too bad.
that
Bye.
they,
See
that
ya. See ya. Too bad. Bye.
it-
Illegals. What part of illegal don't you people get?
okay, I get that, but we're talking about Trump's wife. You said she's legal now.
She is.
The
Yeah,
Trump
but he
administration.
said if he had a time machine to go back to when she was staying here illegally, he would have deported her.
Yeah. What do you want more?
Okay,
What more
great.
can I do?
By the way, did you hear
that's
that?
great,
Hammer, do you know who KB Lame is?
Who?
KB Lame. He's the #1 most followed TikTok account on the app. He's the dude. He's
Lame?
KB Lame, LAME. He's the black dude that sits there and watches someone do something stupid in a video and then shows you the simple way of doing it. He's the #1 most followed account on the app. Turns out he was overstaying his visa and he got arrested by ICE, and then he got upset and just left.
Good. Bye. See you
Where
later.
are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
I was born in the United States of America, the greatest country on God's green earth, shining city on a hill, a beacon of light
Okay.
and hope in a world of darkness and tyranny, my friend.
All right, and in your opinion, or in your fact, 'cause you're probably going to call it that, why is this the best country in the world, greatest country in the world?
We are.
No, he
I
said
know,
why.
Why though?
Oh, why?
Yeah.
Because our freedoms, our rights are given to us by God, which means that man can't take them away. We are the freest, least racist, most economically viable for upward social mobility than any country in the world. And the amount of good we've done for humanity and for the world is unparalleled in the modern age.
Please tell me more about the good that you've done for the world, because I've
We
actually traveled
saved
the world.
Europe
I've
from
been part
being
of.
we saved Europe from being conquered by the Nazis.
Okay, no, that was that was that was kind of like a team event, you know. And I believe that Russia did a huge part of that.
Really? And how
Well,
did
the
We
Russia
helped.
get
We
all
helped.
how did
Just
without the
Russia get all their weapons?
yeah, we
How did they
helped,
get all their
but it was a
weapons?
team event.
How did they get all their weapons?
Russia got their weapons from the United States of America.
We
over
sent
25% of the vehicles and equipment the Soviet Union had were directly from the United States. They had thousands of Sherman tanks. They had a bunch of our planes. They had a bunch of our
Okay,
trucks.
and we sent
Stalin
engineers.
himself personally stated, and even
And we sent
Gorbachev
hundreds
himself,
of engineers over there
yeah,
to help them
built
build the
rail
shit they
lines.
couldn't build themselves.
and that's great.
They
But
also stated
was this not
openly
a
that
team
they would
event?
have followed without us. Like Stalin openly stated that without the United States, they would have fallen to Germany.
Yes.
Yeah, and there is historians and military analysis that agree that had Russia not been in World War II, had Hitler not attacked Russia the way he did,
No one
the
disagrees
the
with
Allies
that.
were pro.
No one disagrees with that. But you're not hearing what we're saying.
No,
Russia
I'm hearing exactly
contributed to
what
the
you're saying.
war effort, but their contribution was only a result of the United States helping them be able to fight. Sure, they
And
were
even
able
then,
to
they
throw.
started the war on Germany's side. So who gives a shit?
And by the way, yes, they were able to sacrifice millions and millions of soldiers to
Okay.
help fight the Nazis, but they did so with our weapons and our technology and our guidance.
However they did it, they still did it. So
With
you know,
you asked how we contributed. That's what I'm explaining to you. I'm not diminishing their contribution. I'm saying their contribution was only as a result of American help.
all right.
We saved South Korea
Well, you know,
from
like
we saved South Korea from becoming communist. Have you seen the satellite images of South and North Korea? What it looks like on the peninsula at
I
night?
have not.
I got you. Hang on. North Korea satellite at night. I love it. It's even worse than I remember.
Yeah, North Korea's dark, South Korea's lit. If it wasn't for us, the whole thing would be North Korea. North Korea and South Korea are divided by
Here.
a completely arbitrary border at the 38th parallel.
So, that's South. This is South Korea down here. That's North Korea up there.
Yeah. They're
Okay.
4 inches shorter, and their life expectancy is like
Hold on. You got no room to talk about short people. Come on.
so we saved South Korea from being overtaken. We
Okay. Well, let's
led
talk about South America
we
because
led the fight to defeat
I'm
communism.
We're not talking about other countries though. You
Why-
asked
why
what
do
we
we fight-
you asked why we were the best. We're not talking about what other countries. Some other countries have done great things too, but we're
No,
talking
no,
about the
no,
US.
because he talks about all these contributions that the United States has, quote unquote, done for other countries. But let's talk about, why people are migrating to the United States in the first place
Because
and
of
what
the
we have
economic
contributed to that.
opportunities.
Oh, it has nothing to do with us going to their country and raping their resources,
No,
overthrowing their governments,
no, it has to do
creating
with
coups.
no, it
I
has to
mean,
do with the economic
No,
opportunities.
okay.
I mean that
Yeah,
wouldn't explain why
crazy.
there's so many Indians coming from the country of India to America.
Nigerians, Kenyans.
Are you well? And this has nothing to do with the United States, but it
It
is part
does.
of the first world country domination.
We're the best.
Are you,
There's no better country in the world for an immigrant or anyone to achieve upward social mobility than in the United
I
States of America. In the
I
United States of
100%
America,
agree with you.
well, it's a fact. In the United
No, he
States
said
of
agree.
America,
No, and
He
I
said
don't
agree.
give a fuck about the fact. I'm
of course you
agreeing
don't
with
give a fuck about the facts. 'Cause
No,
you're
Hammer.
retarded.
Hammer. He
I'm
said he
agreeing with
agrees with you.
Oh,
Holy
well,
shit,
you're
are
still
you
fucking
deaf?
Hammer.
retarded.
God damn it, Hammer.
I said I agree with you,
There's no other
but the
country in the
reason we
world.
are
There's no other country in the world. There's no other country in the world where just a regular, average, everyday Joe can become a millionaire.
100%. I agree with you.
Well, then that's why
I
they come
agree
here.
this.
That's
I
why they
agree
come
this.
here, and that's
Okay.
why we need to close the door and shut it and throw away the key and
You
not
know,
let them
I
in.
would be 100% with you. Let's kick everybody that doesn't belong here out. 100%.
All the
Don't
illegals.
allow anybody to come in do it legally or do it the right way. But here's
That's
the thing:
right. Get them out. What?
then we, the United States, get out of their countries and let them do with their countries what they make.
Oh yeah, they'll thrive.
Oh, they will.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the reality is, without the trade from the United States and economic support like we've done with the foreign aid budget, most of these countries wouldn't have shit. Like South Africa alone, we gave South Africa $9 billion to put into their health infrastructure, and they didn't do shit with it. 40% of it got embezzled by politicians.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. I agree with you. The United States is a lifeline to these countries. But we created the system that made it to where the United States is a lifeline to these countries.
No, the reason they
Why is
failed.
Africa the richest fucking country in the world when it
It's
comes
not
to
the
minerals?
richest. It's not the richest. It's not the
when it
richest.
comes
It's not
when
the
it comes to
richest.
resources, they are.
No,
But that
actually,
doesn't mean anything.
actually, no. That's a
No,
common
it means
no.
everything.
First of all, it's
Hang on,
not
that's
true.
actually a common misconception too. It's just the cheapest place to get those resources.
It's
Plenty of
not
other
the-
places have those same resources. Fuck, we have a lot of those same resources, but we've got so many regulations and we pay
That's
people
not
so much that it
because of-
costs more to
but
get
that's
it.
not because of anything they did. That's luck. That's luck.
It doesn't matter. But
Of course it does.
They still have the resources.
But they can't do anything with it. They need us to process
why
it and mine it.
No, they don't. Yeah, right now they need us.
They
because
can't
we
do
created a
anything with
system.
us.
We created a system where they have to have us.
No,
Every time they
no.
they elect a leader,
They sold it
every
to
time they
us.
elect a leader that does good by their people.
Remember when I
that is
called
not
you
corrupt.
retarded
Wait,
before?
hand.
What
That's
do we do?
hand. The problem is you're just wrong about Africa. A lot of the African countries are extremely. A lot of them are extremely tribalist. And Hammer used to do lives on just Africa, talking to people from Africa, and they will openly come up by the hundreds and openly admit, yeah, it doesn't matter how corrupt a politician is. It doesn't matter if the better politician. It doesn't matter if there's a better politician who would actually help my people. If they're not from my village, I'm not going to vote for them. By the hundreds, they openly admit that on TikTok lives. Yeah, I'm going to vote with tribalist mentality.
They can't process and mine. The reason they bring us in and sell it to us is because we have the technology and the know-how to get that shit out of the ground, to process it, to ship it. They can't do that. If it wasn't for European colonization, they'd all be fucking living in mud huts. They'd have no cars. They'd have no medicine. They'd have no trains. They'd have nothing.
Like, realistically speaking, it's not America's or even any other country's fault that there's politicians all over Africa who, instead of going, hey guys, would you want to do a partnership to where we can actually refine the minerals here and we can both benefit from this, and it'll benefit our economy, it'll benefit you, win all around. Instead of doing that, they choose to go with the corrupt options and force their people to suffer, take money, take bribes, put their country into debt. Like, it's not our fault that their leaders that they elect through tribalist mentality do that willingly.
It's not our fault whenever they democratically elect someone, and next thing you know, we
Dude, how many civil wars?
No, this is like, just because someone someone gets overthrown in Africa, does this whole CIA boogeyman thing is so fucking out of, dude. The CIA hasn't done shit like that in years. The CIA doesn't have to. The CIA doesn't even have to do that shit. The CIA was so good at that shit in the past that anytime a leader gets overthrown anywhere in the world now, people suspect the CIA. They don't have to do shit. These people are doing it themselves. Nobody's forcing these groups in Africa to go against their own leaders with tribalist mentality. They're openly admitting we are doing that on our own. This is what we want. Like, nobody's forcing that.
Africa is a shithole by their own making. It's their own making.
Okay. If not
the
to
people
deal
in
with
Africa,
external powers.
the people in Africa don't want to be in Africa, dude. If the United States tomorrow, let's just hypothetical, right? And I have no way to prove this, but I firmly believe this.
No. Okay.
If tomorrow the United States said, everybody in Africa, we will issue you a green card. All you got to do is show up in the next 6 months. Africa would have 7 fucking people left in the whole continent running away from lions with fucking bones in their noses. That's all that would be left. They'd all get out of that shithole continent and they'd come here. They'd be like, bye, see ya, we're done. We're done. Do you know, like,
Guys,
they're
tap the
dying,
screen. We're 30,000.
they're dying from diseases in Africa we conquered 60, 70, 80 years ago. Like, they're dying from diarrhea, dude. Like, diarrhea. Have you ever heard of anyone in the United States dying from diarrhea?
Yeah, I have.
You knew
It's not
someone
necessarily
from diarrhea.
go into sepsis and they will go into dehydration and they
Yeah,
will
that's
die.
not
Out of
diarrhea, dude.
secondary. Okay, so you're telling me somebody in Africa just fucking having explosive shit and dies?
Yes.
That doesn't happen.
Yes,
There's
diarrhea. Diarrhea.
that right there. That statement tells me that pretty much everything.
No,
I need to
that's
know
that's
about it.
actually listed as a cause of death in multiple African countries. It's not. It
Yes,
sounds dumb,
it's
but
the-
that's actually listed as a
it's
cause
the
of death.
But it's the effects of diarrhea.
Okay, if I have the
It's the
flu,
effects
hang
of
on. If I
diarrhea.
have the flu, and I am short of breath, I'm
Yes.
coughing, I'm vomiting, I've got the chills, and I die because my fever gets too high. Did I die of the flu, or did I die due to the effects of
died
the
of the
flu?
flu.
Okay, so then this
And that
person died of
happens in the United
diarrhea.
States too.
So this person
And
died of
people- and
diarrhea.
People die of diarrhea here. Yes. People
Nobody
die of
dies
diarrhea
from
here.
diarrhea in the United States, bro. Stop it.
Oh my fucking god, bro! You're gonna tell me, the guy that fucking sees this shit every day, what people die of?
Where do you
You'd
live?
be surprised.
Where do you live that you see?
I live in Texas.
Where?
Texas.
And in Texas, people are dying from diarrhea every day.
Yes.
And guys,
People die
guys
of
in the
crazy
chat,
shit,
if
bro.
you guys are subscribers, spam the Yahtzee emote. We just got another one. Spam the Yahtzee sticker if you're a subscriber. Hang on.
Yeah.
Deaths
Look-
in
look what-
Texas by diarrhea.
According to this, 60 people in the entire United States died from rotavirus, which causes diarrhea.
Okay. So
In
it
the
is
whole
happening,
country-
correct?
In the whole country, bro. In the whole country.
But
No but.
it did happen, right?
But it wasn't diarrhea. It was from a virus.
And that's not a lot of
Okay,
people in
well, then
Texas. That's the whole country.
Then that's the same fucking virus they're dying from in Africa.
How do you know
Shit.
that's? How do you
How
know
the
that
fuck
they
is that
have?
hard to understand?
How do you know that they have the same virus though? Wouldn't their government be listing that
You
virus?
don't.
But
That's
we
what I'm
but we
saying.
have
This-
but we have the cause of death listed by the government. Wouldn't it make
But it causes
sense?
diarrhea, correct?
If the government and their medical and
Okay,
health
now,
system is
do the-
saying
do the same research
I don't
you
think
just did
you
for the United
understand
States
how
and do it for Africa.
awful Africa is. Like, it is a really awful place.
Brother, I've been to Africa.
Where?
I know it's an awful place.
Where?
You been to Africa?
God, no. Were you kidding me? I would never
Well,
step
there you
foot on
go.
this.
There you
God,
fucking go.
Why
But
would
that
I?
doesn't that doesn't mean
and
that he
you know-
can't. That doesn't mean he can't read statistics.
Why would I? Why would I
Because
go to
you don't
Africa?
fucking know. Like, a lot of these people that are like, oh, these places are fucking terrible and all this shit. And then you go to them and you're like, this is not exactly what they thought. And Africa, in your defense, it's a pretty fucking shitty place to live. Okay?
So then why would I go there?
So, but why would you have so many fucking opinions about a place you've never been?
Why would I go there? If you just said it's a shitty place to be.
Then don't fucking go. I'm not telling you to go.
I'm
just
not.
saying you have all these opinions about fucking places, and you probably never left the United States.
You think so, huh?
No, I'm just saying because somebody who has strong opinions about a place that they've never been to is kind of a fucking moron.
Here's one.
Holy shit, Hammer! This is more important than where the fuck you've been. Hammer, how many deaths do you think there were in just the year of 2020 in Africa by diarrhea?
Probably 500,000.
515,000.
Okay, here's a place I've been to. Tell me if I'm allowed to comment on it. I've been to Mexico.
Okay.
Mexico is a shithole country, and the best thing that could ever happen to Mexico would be for the United States to conquer it and make it part of the country.
Go for it. If you think the United States can conquer Mexico, And if you have the power to do so,
Bro,
But
conquering
that's
Mexico
not what he
would
was
not
saying
be.
though. He's just saying that would be. It's not what he was saying. But
yeah, that's fine.
fucking
But
Oba
you
the
can have
chat.
your
I don't want
you,
Mexico.
you can have your hypothetical all you want. It's just
Oh, I definitely wish we could. I definitely want us to conquer Mexico. That would be amazing for the United States, and it would be amazing for Mexico. First of all, it would solve
you
the
know,
illegal alien.
there's another place.
It would solve the illegal alien problem. They wouldn't have to sneak over the border.
No,
They'd
you
be
s-
part of the U.S.
no, you would still create it because you know when when the borders were drawn and during the 1920s, like
Well,
Americans supported
if they're citizens, no,
Mexican
but
Americans
he's
who were
saying if
here
they're
citizens,
he's saying
who were
if the
fucking citizens.
but he's saying if all of the people of Mexico now become U.S. citizens, then they just stay where they are.
Yeah, they don't have to come here.
Yeah, but okay, so when
You
we
disagree
deported
with
all
that?
those,
Wait, do you disagree with that?
I agree with you. People wouldn't have to come here. But here's the thing:
Perfect.
we would find a way to make them illegal because that's what we've done. This is the history that we have.
That doesn't even make sense. How do you find
And
a way to make people illegal?
okay, 1920s during the Great Depression.
Yes.
How many people of Mexican descent that were here legally and were born in the United States got deported to Mexico?
I don't know how many.
A shitload, thousands and thousands of them.
How many?
You said
I
when?
don't fucking know. I can't give you a number, but it's been
Hey
like
Sam,
like
check up on this guy that Mexican legal citizens were deported during
Man,
the Depression.
how many
I've never heard of it.
American citizens were deported to Mexico during the Great Depression?
Interesting. You have to go a century ago to make your point, but okay.
During the Great
I'm
Depression,
just making
blah,
a
blah,
point.
blah. Some families departures. Okay, so hang on, math here. Calculator. So
I'm good with numbers. Just spit it out at me.
hang on. 700,000.
700,000 American citizens were deported to Mexico.
It was 1.2 million people in total. 60% of them were U.S. citizens. It was
Why were they
was
deported?
part of the program called the Mexican repatriation. Many of the individuals it was initially a voluntary thing where you could go back to Mexico, and then a lot of people chose not to, and they were forcefully removed.
Well, that's terrible, and I disagree with that. That was also 100
Yeah,
years ago.
but that is also your history, though.
It's your
And it's
history
not
too,
even,
brother. Aren't you an
and you know,
American?
yeah,
So it's your
exactly.
history
So, but
too. It's not my history.
it's
It's our history.
my history as well. So,
But that's
it's our
100 years
history.
ago.
Okay, how far do you want to go for me to like? What's
In the last
what is
quarter
a
century, how many legal American citizens have been deported to Mexico?
yeah? If we look at it that way, there probably hasn't been very many.
Okay,
But
so
there's
it sounds
been
like
plenty.
it sounds like we're improving.
Yeah, we are improving. But in your hypothetical, which is fucking ridiculous, that we conquer Mexico, you don't think we would do that again?
No, that's the whole point. Is make them American so they don't have to sneak here.
No, he's not saying like actually do it. He's saying like in that scenario though, you wouldn't have to. No, they wouldn't be illegal anymore, so they'd be part of the
we'd
great
fix their
United States.
country because they're so corrupt and poor and they have so much to offer. Mexico, if Mexico was run like the United States, it would be one of the top 5 most powerful countries in the world. But because Mexico is run by Mexico and Mexicans, it's a shithole dumpster fire of a country.
Oh man, did you know that there's a fucking we had a president in the 70s that was a CIA asset?
So we had a what?
We in Mexico, because I was born in Mexico. I am an American citizen, but I was born in Mexico. So
Why
I say
did you
we
come here?
because there was more opportunities here
Why wasn't
me.
there good opportunities in Mexico? What was the cause
Because
of
of
that?
what the United States has done
It was
to
the
my
United
home country
States
of
made
Mexico.
you so it was the United States' fault that Mexico keeps electing socialists and Marxists.
Okay, I just fucking told you we had a fucking CIA asset as a fucking president in Mexico. and you can
Okay.
search that
How
if
about
you
the
want to.
last guy, AMLO? Was he a
Okay,
CIA agent?
and guess what's going on?
Was
Guess
the
what's happening
last
to the
guy
economy, TT?
AMLO? Was the last guy a CIA agent?
No,
What about
no, he
this lady
wasn't,
right
and he did
now?
fucking great.
What about
But
this?
but
He
it
did
doesn't take
great.
2 fucking presidencies to fucking fix
He did
100 years of
great. How
corruption
did he
that
do
has
with
been
the
aided by the United
How did
States.
he do with the cartels? Did he do a good job with the cartels?
He did fucking great.
Great.
He did great. Yes, he did.
Okay.
Because he didn't fucking play the fucking game with the United States about the fucking drug war, which, by the way, I've been part of. Okay, I took part in that shit, and I guarantee you, you haven't. So you're once again, you're talking about something you have no
I haven't
fucking
what?
idea what the fuck.
I haven't what?
You haven't you haven't taken part of the drug war that we have we have waged in South America, and I have. So once again, there you are talking about shit that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hey, I gotta say something to one of the morons in chat who says Russia is now 3 hours away from Kyiv. Yeah, at the beginning of the war, they were literally in Kyiv and got their asses kicked, and now they're all the way back here at the border of Russia and all the way over here in some Ukrainian territory. All of this area is like a fucking 6-hour train ride from the capital, like minimum. So where the fuck are Russians 3 hours away from Kyiv? The fuck are you smoking?
All right, dude. I appreciate your service. Thank you very much. You're kind of boring though, and kind of an idiot. So we're gonna move along here. Thanks so much.
Whatever, bitch.
Appreciate it. Yeah, good. Let's get this guy Safi up here. Hey,
Yeah.
Safi, come on up, dude. Let's talk about the Talmud.
Oba, this is live UA maps. So if you want to look at the stuff in Ukraine, you can view this one, live UA maps. You can also go to Deep State Maps Ukraine.
Hey, invite this Safi up.
I will in a second. You can go to God damn it. You can go to the Deep State Maps Ukraine. It shows a lot of stuff too. You can go to UKR Daily Updates. And you can view stuff here. You can also go to the Institute for the Study of Wars map. Institute for Study of War Ukraine.
And then I've got a cool thing about Mexico that's happening in the big beautiful bill. That most people don't know about.
This map from the Institute for the Study of War is actually pretty neat because it actually shows all the Russian trenches. So, like, you can see every individual trench that the Russians have dug since the start of the war. So that's pretty neat. But yeah, there's a bunch of websites for it. Okay,
In
let's
the
invite
big
some.
beautiful bill, so I don't know if you know this, but one of Mexico's main sources of income is remittances. I think in 2024, the $68 billion was sent from the United States to Mexico, and they don't pay much of a tax on that. They're talking about raising the remittance tax up to 25%, which would be amazing because they come here, they work illegally under the table and send the money to their family back in Mexico, and they're wanting to raise taxes on that in the new bill that they're trying to pass. So fingers crossed, let's hope that gets in there.
Air India. Oh, here's what Auntie was talking about earlier. Air India flight to UK crashes during takeoff at Ahmedabad.
Safi, come up here and talk about the Talmud, dude. Come on, bro.
I sent an invite. Safi.
I'm always interested in talking to Talmudic
Wait,
experts.
Hammer. There. So I invited Safi to come up here, and the option's grayed out right now. So either that means they just turned off invites, or they're staring at their screen with the invite up there, refusing to accept or deny it.
Oh, Safi, I want to learn about the Talmud, and I can tell you would teach me. I want to learn about the Talmud.
240 people on board dead. Oof. Oh, my spine. If I don't move, I'm invisible. Safi thinks Hammer's a T-Rex. If he just stands really still, Hammer can't see him. Man, that fucking sucks.
Safi.
You know, it's really weird. I'm looking at the coverage of this crash right now. 53% of the coverage from the center and 40% of the coverage from the right. and 7% coverage from the left. Why is the left not covering a fucking plane crash?
There was
What?
a plane crash in England today. Did you see that?
That's what it is. Air India flight to UK crashes during takeoff in Ahmedabad with over 200 on board, 242 people dead. And the left has one news source covering it. That's weird. Israel having to feed and take care of 8 Maldivian detainees who refuse to leave is annoying to me. Yeah, that's dumb. Also, I love how they did. Hammer, did you hear that Greta refused to watch 47 minutes?
I did, of course. Did you expect anything less?
No, but I feel like that could be a propaganda win for Israel. Like, hey, they were gonna be here waiting anyways before getting deported. Why not watch it?
I think they should have fucking handcuffed them to the chairs and made them watch.
Okay, let's see what else is in the news today. Rubio marks Russia Day, reaffirms calls for peace with Ukraine. What? The United States reaffirms its desire for constructive engagement with Russia to bring about peace between Ukraine and Russia. Russia already said no. Russia's new ambassador to the U.S., Alexander Darchev, pledged to work to fully restore ties with Washington. That's nice. Putin said no. The Russia Day holiday marks the country's 1990 Declaration of Sovereignty, more than a year before the collapse of the Soviet Union. Who gives a fuck?
I think this Greta story represents something bigger than most people don't talk about, and it is a total indictment of the left, which is, so how did she get famous? She got famous.
How dare
First of all, remember, she's pretty autistic. She's obviously got some issues, and she decided when she was a teenager that she was going to stop going to school because of climate change, because she was so worried about it. Now, remember, 25 years ago when Al Gore wrote his book, he told us we only had 10 more years left.
And then it was another 10 years. Then it was another 10 years.
Another 10 years. It was another 10 years. Oh, another thing. They just found out that the polar ice grew by like 570 million square miles all of a sudden, when we were told that was going to melt and flood the earth. But anyways, and so they found this one girl who's obviously got some issues, right? And I feel bad because she's got horrible parents that are, allowing her to be used as a pawn. And the left jumped on this girl at the time, as some sort of like moral authority, as some sort of leader. It just goes to show you how shallow and vapid it is to be on the left, that they use this young girl who clearly knows nothing, right? She's not studied. She's not educated on the topic. She's just a walking, talking point.
Hammer, do you want to see something really funny about this climate change activist? Watch this.
How come you never protest Saudi Arabia or Russia? You only protest Western energy. Why have you never criticized Vladimir Putin or OPEC?
Yeah, I've never done that. Never, ever.
Will you do so now? Will you condemn OPEC energy?
Greta, can you condemn every single delegate that's come here on a private jet? Surely that's something you should condemn.
It's not in the script, dude.
You can do it too.
I could do it, but you're the one who has such a strong stance against climate change. And, if it's true, I commend your efforts, but could you condemn them taking private jets to these meetings?
Why won't you condemn private jets? Have you ever been on a private jet even once?
I own 100 private jets.
Well, have you been on, how about once? Have you ever been on a private jet?
All the time, yes.
I wonder why you won't answer me in a straight answer.
Yeah. I'm for climate change. Refuses to condemn OPEC.
But the point is that the left jumps on these, like David Hogg is another one, right? After the Parkman shooting, they jump on these young kids who happen to agree with them, and they use them as some sort of moral authority. And I don't think they realize how dumb it is. Like, do they think that middle-aged people like myself, are reading the news and we're like, oh my God, look, this 17-year-old is not going to school because of climate change. I better rethink my position. Like, these are not moral authorities. These are not people of repute. These are not people that are should be respected, and the left jumps on them the same way they jumped on that Abrego Garcia guy who turned out to be a wife beater and a human trafficker, the same way they jump on with this Muhammad Khalil guy. Like, they find these people that are just trash, especially young people, and they try to hold them up, and they're like, look, Greta Thunberg, this is what she thinks. Dude, I'm 49 years old. You think I give a shit what any fucking 18-year-old in the world has to say? What any 21-year-old has to say? Who doesn't work, doesn't have to live in the real world, whose mommy and daddy still takes care of them? It's insane. These are not people that should be listened to. In a normal world, Greta Thunberg would be laughed at and mocked and made fun of.
GF, I'm not gonna bring you up because every time you come up, you just get really fucking weird. She's braver than you will ever be. What's brave about refusing to go to school and then taking money from a bunch of people while fucking virtue signaling climate change? What the fuck is brave about that?
I don't know how you gauge bravery. I don't know what the metric is for that.
GF, I don't care if you had a question for Hammer. Every time you come up, you end with some fucking off the wall, disgusting, weird shit, and it just gets really weird. Ask it in the comments if you have a question for Hammer.
Ask Hammer a question. Ask the Hammer.
Israel has the highest civilian to military casualty ratio than any recent war by a long shot. Oh boy, could you not be more wrong? It is quite literally the lowest civilian to combat death ratio in the history of urban warfare. What the fuck are you talking about?
So what? Even if that was true, so what? So what? So? You're only making the case that the people responsible for the civilians, their government, should stop fighting the war.
Name a war with lower? Well, we could name a war with lower. Literally any other urban war. Let's check your claim. Name me a war. My man, you can go to the Institute for the Study of War and see John Spencer's extensive papers on this where he compares the civilian to combatant death ratio across just even Middle Eastern wars. We can go look at the Syrian civil war. We can look at the fucking war in Yemen. We could look at what's going on in Sudan. We can look at what's going on in Ukraine. We could look at like a multitude of other places. Urban war. 1.18 to 1 is the current civilian to combatant death ratio in Gaza. We can look at the Battle of Mosul, though, which had a 2.3 to 1 or 3.5 to 1, depending on who you ask, civilian to combatant death ratio. We can go to the Battle of Fallujah, which had like a fucking 4 to 1. Like,
it doesn't matter. It's a dumb metric because civilian doesn't say anything. Do you count the civilians that were holding Israelis hostages?
Wait. Hang on. I have to exclude civil wars, even though there was two definitive sides and militaries fighting against each other? Are we now excluding? So we're excluding stuff that proves my point on purpose?
Wait a second. What kind of dumb metric is that? What does civilian tell you? There were civilians who were holding Israelis hostages, and we rescued them, and they got 3 in the chest. Good. That's not.
That's not a civilian at that point.
Yeah, but they count them as a civilian.
Well, they don't count it. They don't differentiate. That's the thing. I would argue that they don't even. You know what? I don't even think that I'd say when repeating the numbers now that the Gaza Ministry of Health is even claiming civilians because they don't specify anywhere whether. Granted, they've admitted they don't separate civilians from combatants. They don't even specify that all the death toll is civilians, though. They don't say civilians, period. They just say people.
A lot of those civilians deserve to die. They should be. Hebrew Hammer, I'm sorry I had you blocked. I don't care, and I don't know who you are.
Civil wars are different. They're inherently more violent. Still proving my point. Just because it's more violent and proves my point doesn't mean you get to not include it.
Wait, what do you mean they're more inherently violent? Where did that come from?
Yeah. Do you recognize the civilian casualty rate in Gaza is 70 to 80%? Show me any metric of proof for that, or show me any citation that proves that.
72% of the casualties in Gaza are military-age fighting men.
And that's according to the Gaza Ministry of Health of the United Nations.
So, impossible.
Okay, so you don't. What's your figures? What is your figure? I'm going off of the information presented by the Gaza Ministry of Health and documentation from Hamas. The current estimate is 1.18 to 1 for the civilian to combatant death ratio. Again,
Someone sent me. It's a fan, and it says "Human, be proud," and it's got all the different flags on it, and it's actually a really well-made fan. So I think I'm gonna have to use it.
I got one from Japan that got broken on the
A really good
move
one.
back.
Even though it has all the flags I don't like, I think it's great.
Why do you have to add the comments? God damn it.
I don't believe in separating people by immutable characteristics. We're all Americans. It shouldn't matter. I don't believe in any months. I don't believe in Jewish History Month. I don't believe in Black History Month. I don't believe in Pride Month. I don't believe in any of that shit. Every month should be American month, and we should learn about all the different facets of America, good and bad, and all the different people that make up the fabric that is the tapestry known as America. But the idea that there's an entire month for the LGBT community, stop it. It's ridiculous.
I listened to the UN before any American or Israeli, and the UN isn't on your side. Oh boy, thank God the numbers from the UN are. The UN may not be on Israel's side, but the numbers sure are.
Who cares about the UN? Fuck the UN. We should blow that place up.
No, but I'm saying that even if you don't want to listen to Israel and you want to listen to the UN's numbers are on Israel's side.
I think it's a dumb argument because it doesn't tell you anything. A lot of civilians have assisted Hamas. Take them out. A lot of civilians voted for Hamas. Take them out. A lot of civilians have tunnels in their houses and stored weapons for Hamas. Take them out. Take them out.
Why do you care?
If you are complicit or you collaborate with the enemy, adios, amigo. That's in honor of the last guy that was up here.
Why do you care about Pride Month? I don't even notice. What? No one said they cared about Pride Month. The Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights verified fatalities indicates it's 70%. Really, how do they verify it if the people reporting the numbers don't give them that figure? Because the numbers that the UN uses comes directly from the Gaza Ministry of Health. The Gaza Ministry of Health who openly states that they do not differentiate between civilians and combatants. So if the numbers are coming from the Gaza Ministry of Health, how did the UN High Commissioner verify them?
Yes, Baghdadi, I do fear God, but not your God. Your God is bullshit. I fear the God of Israel. We don't believe in the same God, so I don't fear your God. Your God had 2 right hands and 1 shin. He's obviously handicapped, kind of a cripple. So I don't fear a crippled moon god.
Hammer didn't say take out anyone who voted for Hamas. He said take out the people who helped them, like the people holding hostages.
They voted for Hamas.
Oh.
No.
Oh, okay.
If they voted for Hamas, take them out. Bye. Gone. See you later.
The UN used 3 independent sources for that estimation. Cool. Those independent sources who don't have the official count? The official count, which again doesn't officiate it?
Baghdadi, come up here. Let's talk about our same God.
Oh no, not this.
3 questions. I can disprove you.
What, shins?
Well, no, that's a totally different thing altogether. Yeah, our God doesn't have 1 shin and 2 right hands.
How can you criticize a source without knowing what the primary sources are? Because the one and only primary source for the death toll in Gaza is the Gaza Ministry of Health.
Constitute an ethnicity. No. One person cannot constitute an ethnicity.
Now, the Gaza Ministry of Health's official numbers. This is from the Gaza Ministry of Health. They do not differentiate civilians from combatants. Nowhere on here does it say civilians versus combatants. Nowhere on here does it say civilians. It just says total deaths. So even the primary source, the only people who have a number, are not saying how many civilians there are. So I don't care what the random investigations say. If the people who are providing those numbers can't differentiate them or are refusing to, that third party sure as hell isn't going to have a more accurate number.
Baghdadi, don't be a child like Aisha. Come up and answer my questions about how we share the same God.
I invited him up.
Allah is the God of Israel. Let's do it. It won't even take long. It'll be simple to disprove. So come on up and let's disprove that your moon god has got nothing to do with the God of Israel.
if they conclude 70% are civilians, doesn't that mean that they conclude that 30% are combatants? Yeah, but that still doesn't line up with the numbers that are provided by Hamas and the Gaza Ministry of Health themselves. And again, even if it was 70 to 30, that would still be in line with most wars on average. On average, 64% of all deaths in war are civilians. Oh, Baghdadi says he's Christian.
Oh, well, we don't believe in the Trinity. We don't believe you can be God in the form of man. But I love Christians, so I'm not going to debate.
What's your
But
number?
obviously we don't share the
60%?
same God because we don't believe in Jesus.
Hey, so the number that I go with, based on the information provided by the Gaza Ministry of Health, is out of the 50,000 confirmed and identified deaths, it should be around 23 to 25,000 enemy combatants unalive, whether that be Hamas, PIJ, Lions Den, or otherwise, based on Hamas's own internal documents that we found and seen that show when they've admitted that people have died, when they've admitted certain numbers, and the casualty rates as they go on.
Oh, we got to bring this guy up. He's got an attitude. Needs to be put in check.
What? What did I miss? Oh, also you got a gift, Hammer. Nice. Hello? Who's this? Drek Farm?
Please put me on mute. I got a lot of noise.
Okay, I'll mute you for a second. I don't.
You're off to a good start.
Is he in a tunnel? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm trying to read his in Hebrew. My Hebrew reading is in grade, and it's so small. Let me see if I can get it bigger so I can see it.
Sledding in Gaza.
Love war.
What?
It means let him pass. It means let him pass.
Okay, great. What's on
Are
your
you
mind?
familiar with the Nasher or the French Mirage Model 3?
It's hard to hear you. You're kind of muffled.
Yeah. I'm working at the same time.
Why is every Israeli in the middle of traffic when they come on?
What do you do for a
I'm
living?
not Israeli.
No, you're
I'm
not.
a refuse collector.
What do you
I'm
do
on
for a
back.
living?
I'm still a refuse collector. I'm still a mom back.
I can't hear him.
Wait, are you
I'm Tom Medellin Sagolis.
garbage man?
That is correct. Ken. Yes.
Why are you on TikTok while collecting
Yeah,
garbage?
dude, go do your job.
That's for me to decide. Not a honest. Not always my Yehudit.
If you were my employee and I knew you were doing TikTok and you isn't working, I'd have fired your ass.
Yeah, because you're lazy as shit.
No, like the TikToking while working is the epitome of no.
Really? Is this your job, Hebrew Hammer?
It's not my job.
Foundation for the Defense of Democracy. You know.
Dude, we can't even hear what you're saying. We're not even. We can't even hear what you're saying. I'm gonna move on because I can't even hear you.
You did great,
Samurai
buddy.
says Lancet.
Come back when you're done with your shift.
Samurai, are you gonna quote the Lancet article that said 187,000 possible dead in Gaza, but that's not actually what the author said, and they had to come out and publicly state to stop quoting them, misquoting them, and saying that? Because if you actually read the report, what it says that if the war, based on comparison between 4 wars that aren't even comparable, continued for years on end, that the indirect deaths could result in a total of 187,000 deaths. Is that the one you're gonna quote? And yeah, again, my source is literally the Gaza Ministry of Health and Hamas themselves. I'm going off of the factual evidence, or at least what we accept as fact currently, presented by the Gaza Ministry of Health and Hamas themselves. Oh, I got a VA appointment in a couple hours. God damn it. The 70% estimate is based in direct unalivings, not indirect. Again, the Lancet report was indirect deaths that I know you're going to be referring to. And also, there's no proof to substantiate 70% either. There's not even proof there's only proof that to substantiate 20,000 combatants being unalived. I'm saying 23 based on continuing time frame, based on that when that 20,000 was declared. But even then, I'm admitting that there's no proof to substantiate that it is currently 23,000. There's no way you could have any proof to substantiate that it's 70%. There's absolutely zero sourcing on that.
You know what? Samurai makes a strong. Excuse me. Samurai makes a strong argument for surrendering. You guys should quit. Surrender.
Israel themselves have reportedly concluded 60% in 2024, and we all can agree Israel is biased. When did Israel, please, Samurai, give me the poster or the news organization and the article title so I could look up that source. I would love to see where an Israeli government official came out and said, yeah, the 60% of the people are civilians. I would love to see that. It's you who should surrender. What? 63 to be exact. Okay, cool. So you know the exact number, so you should know what the article title is. Give me the article title of an Israeli official being quoted as saying that that 63% of the deaths were civilians. Also, again, that would fall in line with literally the world average. The world
This guy wrote,
average.
Westerners are false Christians. I'm a white American, and these people keep me atheist. You know the largest group of people that are Christians in the world right now? Sub-Saharan Africans.
Koala says, why do you support Israel when they unalive so many innocent people every day? Well, they don't. And also, people being unalived in a war, that's... What are you talking about, dude? Yes, but you missed the point that Israel is highly biased. Don't you agree? No, because you didn't even source your claim. You said an Israeli official, Israel themselves declared 63% are civilians. Show me the proof of that. What article? What's the article title? Who posted it? What official said this? Where on earth is this claim that 63% are civilians? Where can I find this from the Israeli government?
Oh man, I'm getting tired. I still got laundry to do.
Why are you sniffling?
Tired, dude.
Israel flag with its 666 star. Are you fucking stupid? You could say I'm a radical Christian.
He's British, so yeah, he probably is stupid.
Is being called a Satanist even offensive anymore? Not really, it's just dumb. You know, there's no point living in denial when multiple well-known news channels reported on the... Would love to see
December
that.
2023, dude. That was 2 months after the war when Israel hadn't done the ground invasion really.
You mean, yeah, at the height of the air raids when that's the start of the campaign? Like, that's everything? Dude, the average on civilian deaths across the entirety of the Middle East for air raid campaigns is like 80% civilians. Death of innocent civilians nearly every day. Yeah, civilians die every day. No one's denying
How
that.
do you know they're innocent, Koala? What evidence do you have that they're innocent?
Also, nobody's denying that people are dying.
What's the evidence they're innocent?
Okay, it's
Children are, but they're not the only ones dying. The parents aren't innocent. They're the ones putting their kids in a war zone. They're the ones supporting Hamas. I didn't say kids. I'm talking about adults. And by the way, if you're 15-year-old and you pick up a firearm, pop, pop, you got to go.
I love how the source of this, by the way, is Haaretz. So I'm reading an article by The Guardian who's citing Haaretz. Where is this claim of 61% in the article? 61. Okay.
If Israel had ever offered them a fair and equal deal, maybe we wouldn't be. They have multiple times.
Wait. Hang on.
It's never gonna be equal. You don't offer the losers an equal deal.
Hang
this
on.
is a fundamental misunderstanding by people on your side. They lost. They lost in 48. They had a chance in 37 to get 80% of the land. They said no. They had a chance to get 45% of the land in 48. They said no. They had a chance to negotiate in 67. They said no. They said no in 2000, 2008, 2014. You don't get a fair deal. It's never going to be fair because they lost. When you're a loser, you don't have leverage in a negotiation.
Hang on,
That's not
Hammer.
how it works.
Hammer, here we go. This is a Guardian article quoting a Haaretz article. In the first 3 weeks of the current Operation Sword of Iron, the civilian proportion of total deaths rose to 61% in what Levy described as unprecedented killing of Israeli forces for Israeli forces in Gaza. The ratio is significantly higher than the average civilian toll in all conflicts around the world from the Second World War to the 1990s. Blatantly false. Dude, I've actually got a study on this. Hold on.
Who is the author? I know who the author is. What's his first name?
Yagal Levy.
Yeah, he is crazy.
Yeah.
Anti-Israel, anti-Zionist. He's like nutty.
I've got
Claire.
hang on.
Claire 88. The Nakba didn't happen. That's all bullshit. It's made up fiction, myth, urban legend, stories perpetuated to make people like you believe it. It's a myth. Nonsense. Total bullshit. The Nakba is about as real as Palestine. Which means not real at all.
Oh, there we go. Anatomy of Airstrikes. Download. Okay, I've got this study right here. Let's pull this up. Yeah, 61% is unprecedented in airstrikes. Bullshit. Where's my document? Anatomy of an airstrike. There we go. Okay, anatomy of an airstrike. Let's see. This is taken from stuff in the Middle East. Where we go here? No. Let's see here. 2,000-pound bombs, 6,000 airstrikes. 56% of these were civilians. 57% fatal. 58,000. Yeah, this is like right in par with most air campaigns in the Middle East. 61% would be directly in par with most air campaigns in the entirety of the Middle East. This whole claim is bullshit. And also, that was the first 3 weeks, and then they started the ground invasion. We got Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya. Civilian casualties, total casualties. Yep. Where do you people get, like, do you people even read the shit you cite? You proved nothing. I literally proved that the claim that was made that this was an unprecedented levels, it was worse than any other war in history, was blatantly false. I literally pulled up an entire study on the anatomy of airstrikes with fucking multiple sources from the Middle East and all their casualty numbers showing that for the first 3 weeks of the war, it was exactly on par with every other war. Do you not know what that means? Like, do you not know how to do data analysis? So did the H cost happen, or is it a lie? Claire 88. Wow, I can't imagine what the 88 in your name could possibly mean. Can't imagine what that could be for. Who made that study?
Claire, come up. Let's talk about the Nakba. I'm kind of an expert on the subject.
Action.
Come on
The committee that made it is called Action on Armed Violence.
Claire, come up. Let's talk about the Nakba.
Comes from the government of Norway. Oh, it was funded by the government of Norway. Whoops. Israel study and Israel controls their government. There's no free speech. Yeah. Israelis' favorite word is false or lie. Well, I'm not Israeli, so it doesn't really matter to me.
Israeli's favorite word is what?
False or lie.
I don't think that's their favorite word. I think their favorite word is sababa.
What is that?
Means like everything's okay. It's all good.
What do you think of the Zionist movement? I think that supporting the indigenous rights of Jews is an inherently good thing. Two of the worst flags behind you, lad. All right. You got me. Good job. I want other sources in Israel who can confirm what Israel says. Don't block them. What? I didn't use an Israeli source. What are you talking about? God, these people are special. Guys, we're at 32,000 likes, 37 followers, 160 viewers. Let's get these numbers up. So special, they deserve all their own shelf.
Is Claire coming up so we can talk about the Nakba?
You mean Claire88, who has the very obviously anti-Semitic 88 in the name? Oh no, Claire has invites turned off. Who has the right to give another the right to a land if there was people there before? Well, Koala, by your logic, you would also be a Zionist. If you're going to say that who has the right to take that land from the indigenous people, then you're a Zionist. Welcome, my friend. Hey, Zionist Barbie.
There's no such thing as a right to a land. That doesn't exist.
Oh, I still got to watch the fucking thing. I never got a chance to watch the thing with Barbie and Nick. Damn it. I gotta get some free time. Oh. There's an account in my viewer list just called State Department. Says the Jew that says it was promised to us by God. Hey, first of all, you little shit, I'm not Jewish. Second of all, I don't give a fuck what anyone says about and promised by God. I don't believe in magic fucking fairy tale books. I don't give a shit. That's not the argument I make. I'm making the indigenous rights argument and the fact that they won the fucking wars. I don't give a fuck what anybody's God says. They won the fucking wars. It's their indigenous homeland. Get fucked. Get better at war. Hammer doesn't even use the God argument. Hammer doesn't even use that argument. Israel was created in 1948. There was no Israel before that. Are we going to talk about Jordan, Iraq, the other like? Are you just going to start listing off countries that like didn't
What about
exist
the
back
kingdom
then?
of it? Well, wait. What about the kingdom of Israel? The kingdom of
That's
Israel
not a
existed.
country.
That's true because there were no nation states, but the kingdom of Israel existed in 1000 BCE.
Oh, we have somebody.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, Harlem? What's on your mind?
Oh, why do you support Ukraine on the first point?
Because they're a ally of the West, they're an ally of the United States, and a sovereign nation who is invaded by an outside entity who violated the sovereignty of
guess
their
why?
borders. And cool. Is this where you already start interrupting me, like in the middle of
Okay,
me
sorry,
answering your
sorry.
question? Can I finish answering your question now?
Yeah, I muted myself, sorry.
Hey, cool. Russia violated the sovereignty of the borders of Ukraine, is illegally attempting to annex their territory, an ally of the United States, and I think that's a fucking problem and should be addressed.
Oh, the problem? What about the problem 2014 Donetsk and Donbass when Ukrainians shot and killed and even burned 14 Russian citizens in a building? That is like nothing, yeah.
Wait. Is it now Russian citizens? I thought the claim was ethnic Russians. Now they're Russian citizens?
Yes, they are.
So being ethnically Russian makes you a Russian citizen?
Basically.
That is one of the stupidest fucking things I've heard, and I
don't know
talk
what
to
is
pro pallies all
ethnical,
day.
Like, explain me what is ethnical. Like, I'm not. I'm from Lithuania, you know. I'm not completely. How to say?
Wait,
on
are
the
you the
English
kid
side.
that was an 18-year-old Lithuanian that said he knew more about the war in Ukraine because he lives in Lithuania, and then your mom came and told you to get off the live?
No.
Yeah, you are. You were in my friend Dylan's live the other
My
day.
mom, I
Hammer,
don't live
this
with my
dude, this dude was saying he knows more. You're 18, right?
No, I'm 19.
Oh, yeah. The other day, this kid said he was 18, Hammer, and he was on my friend's live, and or he was on my friend's live, and he was talking shit, saying he knows more than everything, including because we're just Americans. He automatically knows more because he lives in Lithuania, and he was just talking shit. And then we heard his mom in the background, and then he dropped from the live.
Gotta listen to mom.
Oh God! Hey, I'm gonna drop you now because you clearly don't know anything, and I don't want your mom to get mad at you. Come to me when you know literally anything. Putin had a valid reason. He warned NATO. I don't give a fuck who he warned. It's not his right to dictate what another country can, what alliance another country can join. It's not up to him. And I love because I can already tell it now. The next thing is, what if Mexico joined an alliance with China? Well, here's the thing: they've got an alliance with us. America is force-fed to follow Israel. I have zero reason to care about it, and AIPAC needs to leave the U.S. Nobody's forcing you to care, just here. You could care. You don't have to give a shit. Nobody asked. Why does America dictate everything around the world? We don't dictate everything, but we fucking should. Because these backwards-ass countries like fucking Russia think it's okay to do whatever the fuck they want and just harm whoever the fuck they want. Why should you? Hey, Hammer, this guy says I should listen to Scott Ritter, the convicted schmedophile that fled the United States because he was going to get arrested again, and then fled to Russia to become a propagandist on Russian state television.
I know who Scott Ritter is.
Yeah.
Someone last night on Nick's Live tried to use him as a source.
I call him Scott Diddler because he diddles kids. Good, Harlem. That was a really great source. He has experienced everything, including diddling children. No.
He should become a Muslim.
Ooh, he'd be great for that.
He'd fit right in.
Buying politicians is why I'm forced to care. Yeah, except that's not happening just here. Need a strong U.S. or you get communist slums in Asia dictating things instead? True. Is the spider guy pro-Russia? Yes. Did you watch the move of Mouse's jobs? What? He knows the children well, unfortunately. Oof. That's the true color. You're Israel unaliving the Gaza's children people. My man, you're openly supporting Russia, who allies with Hamas. What? AIPAC is well documented paying politicians. Hey, dumbass, do you know what PACs do in America? Do you know what the purpose of a PAC is? Like, do you people think about the things you say before you type them and go, yeah, that's the one, send? Do you people think about this shit?
Ask him what year AIPAC started directly donating to politicians.
Why don't you ask? You're on the panel.
I'm doing laundry. What year did AIPAC start directly donating to politicians?
Woody, go look at your fucking videos or your messages. I sent you a bunch of horse videos. Divide Hamas. Fucking Woody.
Did the guy answer the question? When did AIPAC start directly donating to candidates? What year was that?
He has not responded yet. Asked him if they know the difference between a PAC and a lobbying group. They probably don't even know what a lobbying group is, Oba. 1954 and got active in 1980.
Wrong. 2022.
You know, it always blows my mind how many people have such strong opinions on specifically AIPAC, and then they complain about PACs in general, but don't know how a PAC works, what its purpose is, or that fucking AIPAC is like ranked 180th in America's most influential PACs. They're ranked 180th.
PACs aren't allowed to donate to candidates. Super PACs can. But PACs cannot. And AIPAC started their super PAC in 2021. In the first election cycle, they directly donated to politicians. Oh, shit. That they donated to politicians was 2022. Before 2022, all they did was lobbying. No direct contribution to politicians.
If you were to guess where I'm politically aligned with these two views, pro-Russia, pro-Palestine.
Leftist.
Yeah. Or like super far leftist, probably. Or neo-Nazi.
Yeah. Fair point.
Super far leftist or neo-Nazi. Hammer, did I tell you about the do you remember Brady, the one that used to come on World News' Live? The other Ukrainian, he was in the U.S. Army for a bit. Little chunky. He started copying your idea where he just sits in his hot tub on lives now.
Yeah, dude, it's the best.
He had a neo-Nazi on his live one night, just like a blatant one, like tattoos and all, showing him off, and people were just picking his brain. And he said one of the funniest and most ironic things I've ever fucking heard. And I was not, I did not know how to handle that. He goes, you know, it's really weird. My biggest competition in hating Jews is a blue-haired lesbian. And I went, oh my fucking God. What the fuck?
He's right.
1990 is when AIPAC started contributing. But hold on, just like 2 minutes ago, you said it was 1980. So which is it, 1990 or 1980?
No, he said 1951.
No, he said that's when they started. Then he said that 1980 was when they started contributing. Then he said 1990 just now. So which is it? Not a leftist anyways? All right, Rory. I don't know.
Well, anyways, that's wrong.
Yeah. Have you heard what the Atomic Agency put out about Iran? What? Andrew Costa says, Jew. Well, I'm not a Jew. Hammer is, but thank you for noticing.
Only from the waist down.
1954 when they started. 1980 when they got active. 1990 was the first real payment.
False.
What? Yeah. Atomic Energy Agency, Iran. What did they just release? Oh, shit. 2 hours ago.
Non-compliance with the NPT.
The International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors has concluded with overwhelming international support, 19 in favor, 3 against, that Iran is non-complying with its safeguard obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So that means that they've seen enough evidence that Iran is indeed trying to make nukes. Iran has engaged in systematic clandestine nuclear weapons program. It is rapidly accumulating highly enriched uranium, clearly proving that the nature of the program is for non-peaceful purposes. Iran has consistently obstructed... Man, this is how you get invaded. This is quite literally how you get invaded. Iran has consistently obstructed the IAEA's verification monitoring. It removed inspectors and it sanitized and concealed suspected undeclared locations in Iran. These actions undermine the global non-proliferation regime and pose an imminent threat to regional and international security and stability. This is quite literally how Iraq got invaded the second time. Saddam said they stopped their program. Then he said they stopped their nukes and they stopped their chemical weapons developments. And then he banned the weapons inspectors 4 times. And when they finally came, there was evidence that they had hidden a bunch of their chemical weapons and that they had just paused their nuclear weapons development, and then they got caught having a bunch of shipments of stuff into the country that could have, turns out it wasn't used for it, but it could have been used for nukes. This is literally how you get the entirety of the UN to go, yeah, let's invade that place. They did stop them. Yeah, I'm saying that. So Saddam stopped his nuclear weapons development program. That was true. But the evidence presented at the time was they denied weapons inspectors coming in. A bunch of their chemical weapons were missing. And then there was evidence to prove that they didn't stop their chemical weapons development. And in fact, there were supplies that were coming into the country that could have been used for nuclear enrichment, which is why the United Nations unanimously went, yeah, they're probably we've seen enough evidence for the chemical weapons. There's probably, if they've lied to us about one, why wouldn't they be lying about the other as well? Hi, Nikki. He even told them to come check. Baghdadi, if you deny UN's weapons inspectors 4 fucking times and then accept them on the 5th time and invite them yourself, that's not, oh, well, he welcomed them in. Did you find WMDs in Iraq? Yes, we found chemical WMDs in Iraq and had them used against U.S. troops. Bro, please, I'm Iraqi. I'm telling you, he never had any. I didn't say he had nukes. He had chemical weapons. They were literally used against U.S. troops. My staff sergeant, my gunnery sergeant were literally victims of chemical weapon attacks in Iraq. What up, Cyber?
Well, what's good, my man? Are you thinking Operation instead of Iranian freedom?
Operation Iran Freedom. Irani Freedom. Do chemical warheads count as WMDs? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, 110% yes.
Which is, again, what fucking Saddam had hidden. 30% of their chemical weapons just went missing when the UN weapons inspectors finally were allowed in. Like,
yeah. I'm sorry,
oops,
we have...
Oops, I just kind of lost 30% of my chemical weapons.
We had documented cases before we invaded that he used WMDs or NBC weapons. Talk to the Kurds. Talk to the Iranians.
Yeah.
So who wants a CAB?
Mustard gas, yeah, they're proven to believe what were the different chemicals they had? And it was mustard, sarin, and
chlorine based.
Yeah.
You know, something that's not talked about enough since you brought up Iraq using Iran is how awesome the Iran-Iraq war was. It's got to be my favorite war in history.
Just watching 2 monkeys duke it out.
That was a great war.
Oh yeah.
No purpose, no land acquisition, just 2 people who hated each other, launching missiles at each other for 9 years, just for the purposes of destruction. Like, that was an awesome war.
Baghdadi, the chemical weapons that we found and had used against us weren't the ones that the U.S. sold to Saddam. I agree that was really weird that we sold fucking chemical weapons to Saddam. That's not the ones we found. We found ones that they developed
the only
themselves.
reason he didn't have nuclear weapons is because of what Israel did in 1981 against the entire world opposed it, but Menachem Begin had stones and blew that shit up, baby, at Osirak.
Yeah, like there's absolutely no like fucking possibility on earth that had that not happened. Again, we already knew that they had lied about their chemical weapons development program. Had Israel not done that, absolutely no doubt in the world they would have also continued with nukes.
Well, yeah.
They didn't hate each other. The Shah was our friend.
Excuse.
This was after the Shah, dude.
What? You didn't find any. Cool. So my staff sergeant, my gunnery sergeant just got hit by invisible air and got chemical weapons burns on their bodies by nothing.
Do they not realize that we actually found their chemical manufacturing plants? Look up the what the hell was that instance where that lake in Iraq was blood red due to the mass amounts of chemicals they were pouring into it.
Oh yeah, where they just dumped everything out and tried to hide it.
Yeah, it turned everything bright red.
Oh, it was in Solder City.
Yeah.
Open image in new tab. I forgot about this. Hammer, check this out. This is what happens when you dump chemical weapons that you're trying to hide. You turn a whole fucking
Yeah.
lake red.
Oh, like the Nile River during the plagues.
I loved. Did you hear Saddam's response to it when they're like, "Well, we know you're actually dumping weapons into your water system or chemicals into your water system." He goes, "We're treating it for bacteria. It's an algae bloom." What?
Yeah, that one lake, not the lakes around it, not the rivers connecting to it. That one lake, that one reservoir.
Just that one.
I'm bringing someone up. Han Laurel 2004.
And Laurel,
Oh,
if you go
they
to Tunnel
didn't.
5,
They didn't connect.
Han, if you go to Tunnel 5, it's right next to that McDonald's. You can mooch their Wi-Fi.
Oh, they're trying to request back up. Maybe they fixed it.
Hello.
Oh God.
Hello.
Oh.
What's up?
Hi.
What's
I'm
up?
fine.
What's up?
I'm fine. Oh my god.
What's on your mind?
Why are you yelling?
Oh, it's Henny Oral, not Han Laurel. It looked like an L. All right, and they dropped.
Bye.
No
Bye.
weapons of mass destruction were not found in Iraq after the 2003 invasion. We absolutely found chemical weapons of mass destruction.
Hey, you wanna pull that picture back up? My too. People forget that weapons of mass destruction is just a colloquial term for NBC weaponry.
Yeah, it's
which
not
is an
just
ac-
nukes. They're not nukes aren't the only weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, NBC is an acronym, people. Nuclear, biological, chemical, radiological weaponry. You can stick a fucking microwave on an airplane and make it go off. Guess what? Weapon of mass destruction, because there's a lot of
I'm
radiation.
sorry, bro, but you're straight brainwashed. Okay, cool. Go tell my staff sergeant and my gunnery sergeant that they are faking it and that they should not actually be receiving treatment from the VA right now for chemical weapons exposure. The CIA report says something else. Cool. The literal burns and fucking exposure to all the service members says otherwise. You know, the service members that are actively involved in a lawsuit with the United States government because the DoD forced them to sign non-disclosure agreements stating that that didn't happen as well.
Still didn't have them. Multiple reports say they didn't. Analysts arrived.
Yeah, the United States government covered up with how we handled it. They covered up a lot of shit and forced a lot of this. Basically, every single service member that was exposed to chemical weapons in the Iraq War was forced to sign an NDA. And then a bunch of shit got fucked up with a bunch of their treatments, and they were denied treatment because the chemical weapons exposure wasn't actually in their service record, which it would have been had they not been required to sign NDAs, and they lost their coverage. They lost their treatment. They were no longer getting treated for that chemical exposure. So they decided to get together and sue the United States government. That's still ongoing a decade later. WMDs justified their war there. Why on earth would they deny Iraq having them after the fact? Because of how they handled it and how they focused so hard on just nukes. Because we had the proof of the chemical weapons, they harped so hard on, well, we know the chemical weapons are there. Logically speaking, there should also be nukes. And we were dead wrong about it. We handled it very poorly. Agent Orange took a long time too. Yeah, people denied Agent Orange for decades. People just denied that. Outright. The U.S. government denied it for years.
Well, they still kind of do.
Yeah. USA soldiers even said there was nothing then. They signed NDAs, Bugatti. They were forced to sign non-disclosure agreements. Do you not know what a non-disclosure agreement is?
Dude, he can't even spell NDA.
Read the rest of. U.S. soldiers even said that you've put the same comment 3 times, dude. It doesn't change the facts. You went there for gold and oil. Please tell me how many barrels of oil we took from Iraq. Read it all. Baghdadi, what the fuck are you talking about?
All right, time for me to go to bed. This guy's taking from me.
Wait, Baghdadi, are you gonna ignore the 629 U.S. soldiers? Soldiers alone. That's not That's not
See
talking
you, Hammer.
about airmen, Marines that have come out saying that they were exposed to chemical weapons. Just Google it, my dude. You have the access to the entirety of
Sahar,
the human.
try to reconnect.
Like it's hilarious. You have the entirety of human intellect in the palm of your hand, yet you refuse to use it.
He can't use it. Israel made it. Or Jews designed it. Can't make it. Can't do it.
Oh, he's anti-Israel as well. That explains a lot. My man, you're not supposed to eat the dryer sheets.
Trump booed and cheered at the Kennedy Center while attending Les Miserables. So you're saying that people had a mixed reaction and some people booed and some people cheered? Oh my God. Shocked. Shocked, I
It's
say.
almost like that's democracy at its finest. And the idea of freedom of speech. About to go yell at a fucking
Ooh,
cat.
new species of dinosaur discovered. Rewrites T-Rex family. Scientists discovered a new dinosaur species, Conchulu. All right. Which lived 86 million years ago and bridges an evolutionary gap among Tyrannosaurus. His findings suggest that Conchulu is a transitional ancestor between smaller predators and the larger Tyrannosaurus, as noted by Darla Zelenitsky. The fossil evidence indicates that Tyrannosaurus evolved from smaller dinosaurs and migrated from Asia to North America around 85 million years ago. The study highlights the significance of Asia in the evolutionary history of Tyrannosaurus, particularly in developing traits that led to the size increase. Neat!
Baghdadi, you have no idea what you are talking about because even...
I now do not believe you when you say you are from Iraq. I do not believe a goddamn word you say.
I think my boots have more Iraqi dirt on them than him. Having a fun night, my man.
I gotta go to a